Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 801 Conversation I. Colosseum. Aaron and Serafina stood motionless, maintaining the same distance as at the start of their face-off. Neither had moved, even during the spectacular fireworks show that followed Aaron's acceptance of her surrender. The only exception was Aaron briefly waving to the citizens of his empire watching the broadcast, many of whom were overcome with emotion, crying in celebration of their historic victory. This event marked the first ever interstellar combat they had participated in, and despite their lack of experience, they emerged as the sole victors. As cheers of triumph reverberated among his people and the disbelief of others lingered, the broadcast concluded. The moment Aaron secured his final victory, the arena itself was officially handed over to him as part of his reward, along with control of the AI referee. Without hesitation, the AI complied with her new owner's first command, to end the broadcast. Aaron had more pressing matters to attend to: a private conversation with an abandoned individual. For this, he required absolute privacy, away from the watchful eyes of the viewers and representatives. "Can you morph back into your humanoid form so we can have a proper conversation?" Aaron said, addressing Serafina for the first time since the fight had ended. As he spoke, the container holding a golden-colored nanomachine liquid opened, swiftly shaping itself into a table and 2 chairs. The remaining nanomachines coalesced into Nova, who materialized wearing a maid outfit, a subtle nod to her role in the upcoming meeting. Almost as if orchestrated in advance, a ship entered the arena at high speed, heading straight toward Aaron. It landed a short distance away, careful to avoid kicking up any dust in his direction. Nova approached the ship, retrieving a box nearly half her height. She carried it back and placed it at the side of the table, slightly off-center, before opening it to reveal its contents. With practiced efficiency, she began preparing drinks and snacks, setting them neatly on the table for their conversation. Throughout the entire sequence of events, Serafina remained silent, her dragon form unyielding as she watched the unfolding preparations without making a single move. "Make sure no one hears or sees anything inside until I'm done," Aaron said, his words directed seemingly at no one in particular. Yet, the intended recipient understood perfectly and acted without delay. The arena's protective shield began to shift, its translucent surface gradually turning opaque until it was entirely impenetrable to outside view. Simultaneously, a network of machines and runes powered up, creating a comprehensive barrier that blocked all forms of surveillance. These systems ensured that no unauthorized monitoring could breach the Colosseum's defenses, and any attempts would be immediately detected and countered. "Everything is ready, sir," the AI referee confirmed, her voice resonating without materializing. "Are you going to keep staring at me like that and not join me?" Aaron finally raised his head, breaking the silence as he addressed Serafina, who had remained rooted in the same spot. "I'm not your pet that you can order around," Serafina retorted, her voice sharp and dripping with disdain. "I have no reason to listen to or follow the orders of someone who runs away from fair fights like the coward he is." Her tone was laced with suppressed anger, though it hardly concealed the fury simmering beneath. As if to emphasize her contempt, a plume of fire escaped her nostrils with her exhaled breath, directed squarely at Aaron. She seemed intent on disobeying every word and command coming from Aaron, her defiance a clear act of retaliation. Yet, her plans to provoke him into anger, to push him into demanding a fight where she could negotiate her freedom upon victory, quickly unraveled. Before she could savor any satisfaction from her rebelliousness, a sudden, piercing pain coursed through her. It was not a pain of the flesh but one that emanated directly from her soul. The agony was so profound that even her monstrous endurance faltered. A sharp, involuntary squeal of pain escaped her lips, betraying the vulnerability she desperately sought to hide. "So that's how it works," Aaron muttered, observing her reaction with calculated detachment. His eyes held no anger, only cold curiosity as he studied the effects of the mana oath binding her to him. Then, raising his voice so she could hear him clearly, he declared, "You seem to have forgotten that, at this moment, you are my property, something I have complete power over. I could do whatever I wanted with you." His words were sharp and deliberate, each syllable cutting into the silence like a blade. Yet despite this, I have chosen to treat you with a semblance of respect, befitting your position as a princess of one of the Exorvac royal clans. Perhaps that has made you forget your current reality. Seraphina said nothing in response, but the fury in her eyes spoke volumes. Her gaze burned with indignation, and her body began to radiate an intense, suffocating aura. The sheer force of her anger distorted the space around her, the air shimmering as though caught in a heat wave. The raw power emanating from her presence was both awe-inspiring and oppressive, a clear warning that her spirit remained unbroken despite the chains binding her. "What makes you think you have the right to control me?" Seraphina demanded, her voice laced with defiance and her fiery eyes locked onto Aaron as though ready to strike. Her challenge was immediately followed by another agonizing squeal of pain, the mana oath punishing her rebellion. Yet despite the torment, her unwavering gaze bore into Aaron, her resolve unshaken. She was willing to endure any hellish suffering if it meant maintaining her defiance. "Your leader seems to have done exactly that by ordering you to surrender," Aaron replied, his tone calm and detached, as if they were discussing a trivial matter. He appeared completely unfazed by her display of resistance, his demeanor unyieldingly composed. Seraphina flinched at his words but refused to back down, her aura growing heavier and denser as her anger bubbled to a boiling point. "But why would he do that?" Aaron continued, leaning slightly forward as his sharp eyes met hers, "when it meant tainting the carefully built image of uncompromising strength your people pride themselves on. Could it be that you are a threat significant enough to warrant such an act, even at the cost of tarnishing that image?" He delivered the question with an unnerving calm, then casually reached for his tea, taking a measured sip as if her response was of no real consequence to him. Though Seraphina refused to answer, her eyes betrayed her. For the briefest moment, the fury blazing in them faltered. Aaron noticed the subtle shift, the flicker of doubt, the redirection of her anger toward someone else, perhaps her leader, before it snapped back to him. Aaron chuckled softly at her reaction, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. He was beginning to get a clearer sense of Seraphina's personality. "This is going to take some time," he mused inwardly. Resolving the core issues with her today was essential. Her cooperation wasn't just preferable, it was vital for his plan to unfold successfully. Chapter 802 Conversation 2. "Seraphina," Aaron began, his voice steady but carrying an undercurrent of authority, "I'm not your enemy unless you choose to make me one. I understand your anger, your frustration. You've lost control of a situation you believed was firmly under your command. But this predicament wasn't my doing. You're here because your leader chose to sacrifice you. What I'm offering you isn't a chain, it's an opportunity." Her sharp eyes narrowed, the intensity of her gaze unwavering, but she held her silence. Aaron leaned forward, his own gaze unrelenting as it met hers. "You can continue resisting, pushing the boundaries of the mana oath, and enduring needless pain. Or," he paused, letting the words linger like a challenge, "you can choose to turn this situation into one that serves us both. Your strength, your insight, these are not things I wish to suppress. Quite the opposite. I want them refined, amplified, and put to meaningful use." He motioned toward the table, where Nova was still doing final preparations silently. "I've already ensured that this arrangement respects your dignity. What I'm offering isn't just survival, it's an opportunity that others in your position would covet. The question, Seraphina, is whether you're willing to see the value in it and claim it for yourself." Silence enveloped the Colosseum as Seraphina processed Aaron's words. He made no attempt to rush her, content to let her decide on her own terms. The calm patience he exuded contrasted sharply with the tension that hung in the air. His approach was deliberate, this was the simplest path, and if it failed, countless alternatives remained at his disposal. After several minutes, Seraphina finally broke the silence. Her tone was biting, her words dripping with disdain. "Plans from the weak are nothing but the futile attempts of insects to avoid their inevitable fate. Look around, the consequences of their weakness are plain to see. Your plans mean nothing to me unless you prove you have strength. Dignity and respect from the weak are hollow, they offer them only because they have no choice, fearful of annihilation should they step out of line. So tell me, Aaron, what value does your respect hold for someone like me? Show me why I should even consider returning it. Aaron placed his teacup gently back onto the table, his expression unreadable. Well, he said casually, there's no harm in trying the polite approach first. Without warning, he unleashed his mana in a torrent, flooding the Colosseum with its overwhelming presence. The force was so immense it became visible to the naked eye, shimmering and swirling in tangible waves of power. The shift was instantaneous, the very air seemed to thrum with energy, heavy and oppressive. Seraphina's eyes widened in shock, her usual composure shattered. Just moments earlier, she had dismissed Aaron's words with scorn, but now the sheer magnitude of his mana left her stunned. The Colosseum, now brimming with energy, could have powered a wormhole of the caliber that had brought them to this very place. Seraphina's heart, once brimming with anger at Aaron's perceived cowardice and the betrayal of her ex-Orvac elder, faltered as a flicker of fear seeped in. The sheer volume of mana radiating from Aaron was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Her mind raced, calculating the potential havoc he could wreak with such overwhelming power. Yet, true to her warrior heritage, Seraphina refused to succumb. She steeled herself, preparing for the inevitable. While the mana oath prevented her from attacking first, she resolved to bide her time, conserving her strength for a perfectly timed counterattack. If Aaron gave her even the slightest opening, she would exploit it, striking with precision before the oath could react. The pain she'd endured earlier from her mere disrespect was still fresh in her memory. She had no desire to provoke a punishment of greater intensity. But before she could scrutinize Aaron's movements to predict his next step, a massive shield materialized out of thin air. It surrounded her entirely, a glowing barrier that left no room for escape. The suddenness of its appearance caught her off guard, and her eyes widened as she registered what happened. Wasting no time, Seraphina acted. She beat her wings with immense force, channeling her race's energy into a powerful propulsion. She aimed for the nearest section of the shield, intending to shatter it through brute strength. BAMB. Crack. The collision reverberated through the air as her velocity was instantly neutralized. Instead of the triumphant sound of a shield fracturing under her might, she found herself recoiling from an immovable barrier. Seraphina barely had time to process what was happening as the shield's surface, previously thought impenetrable, began inflicting a barrage of miniature spatial disruptions. Each disruption tore through her formidable scales, fracturing their intricate patterns and leaving the sensitive skin beneath exposed to further damage. Her scales, usually her most reliable defense, disintegrated on contact, leaving her to hastily lift herself into the air to avoid prolonged exposure. The shock was evident on her face. For once, the unshakable confidence she carried seemed to waver. Even someone with a fraction of her intelligence could see she was struggling to comprehend the situation. Courtesy of the Trinarian fighter's absorbed attacks, Aaron's voice cut through the tension, his tone unhurried as he observed her reactions. He gestured vaguely toward her discarded scales, now lying in disarray on the floor of her encroaching prison. Her gaze snapped to him, sharp and accusing, as he continued. So that's why your scales had no visible damage. He spoke as if merely pointing out an observation, watching as her body struggled to eject the damaged scales and replace them with new ones. The process was slower than she'd prefer, and it was clear her regeneration wasn't accustomed to such persistent damage. How did you just do that? She demanded, her voice laden with both disbelief and barely restrained fury. Yet, the outright anger she had harbored moments ago seemed to have diminished, replaced by a grudging curiosity. Aaron gave a faint shrug, his expression unreadable. I didn't do anything. The spatial mana powering the shield is responsible for everything. The attacks you feel aren't deliberate strikes but the natural residual effects of spatial energy saturating the shield. That's why it's taking time to pierce your scales. It's not designed to attack, just to exist. Despite the composed cadence of his voice, Aaron was far from passive. The prison, once a stationary cube of shimmering mana, was shrinking. Slowly but perceptibly, the six walls closed in on Seraphina, forcing her to confront the reality of her confinement. So, Aaron continued, his calm voice underscored by a faint edge of command. Are you going to metamorph willingly, or should I make you? His gaze locked onto hers, unrelenting and unyielding, as though daring her to defy him further. Serafina glanced at the tightening prison, her claws flexing and tail twitching in frustration. The walls pulsed with spatial energy, a constant reminder of her disadvantage. For the first time, the princess from one of the 4 Exorvac royal clans seemed unsure of her next move. Chapter 803 Conversation 3. As Serafina's gaze remained fixed on the ever-shrinking cube of spatial energy enclosing her, her mind raced to find a way out. Each potential solution she considered was swiftly dismissed, as the very nature of the spatial mana neutralized most forms of intervention. Any attack powerful enough to breach the shield would inevitably trigger a reaction within the enclosed space, one that she could not escape in time. Her immunity to attacks powered by her own energy was an advantage, but it had its limits. The consequences of her own strikes, shockwaves, residual energy, and other aftereffects were not covered by that immunity. If she unleashed an attack strong enough to escape, the ensuing chaos within the confined space could inflict devastating harm upon her. The risk was unacceptable, as the damage would leave her vulnerable to Aaron, who was unlikely to miss the opportunity to exploit her weakened state. For the first time in her life, Serafina found herself cornered not by raw strength, but by calculated precision. The shrinking walls of the cube were relentless, and her options dwindled with every passing moment. Despite her pride and her warrior spirit, the stark reality of her predicament was becoming undeniable. If she acted recklessly, she might survive, but she would be battered, broken, and utterly at Aaron's mercy. Her mind churned with frustration, the weight of her position bearing down on her as the cube closed in further. It wasn't fear that coursed through her veins but a seething anger, tempered by a reluctant acknowledgement of the genius behind Aaron's trap. With a frustrated huff, flames briefly flared from Serafina's nostrils before she began to undergo her metamorphosis. Her towering draconic form started to contract as she shifted into her humanoid form, the one that occupied the smallest possible area. Her scales, which had been standing firm like armor, began to retract. They tilted outward, revealing the gaps between them as her exposed skin tightened and contracted. The once massive body began shrinking visibly, the volume decreasing with every second. Smoke wafted from her form, curling into the air before being drawn back into her body. The smoke was not mere residue, it was the excess mass of her larger form being broken down and converted back into her race's unique energy. The proportional release of smoke to her reduction in size made the process clear. Every ounce of her towering might was being condensed into a form of racial-specific energy, absorbed back into her body as she diminished. This transformation was a very vulnerable process. Her entire focus was consumed by the effort of converting her surplus mass and energy, leaving her temporarily defenseless. It was for this very reason that she had chosen to enter the Colosseum in her draconic form, avoiding the enormous energy expenditure and vulnerability of transforming mid-fight. Now, forced into this state by the relentless pressure of the shrinking spatial cube, she was at her weakest, a stark contrast to her earlier defiance. Though her pride burned brightly, she could do nothing but endure the process, knowing the cost of resistance would be even greater. Once her transformation was complete and the final wisp of smoke was absorbed back into her body, Serafina's humanoid form emerged, fully visible. Without clothes capable of adapting to her transformation, she was initially left bare. However, she maintained her composure, using her scales to discreetly cover key areas until a solution could be found. Aaron, immediately recognizing her predicament, sent a cluster of nanomachines in her direction. Though she accepted them with evident reluctance, she allowed them to form clothing around her. The nanomachines replicated the outfit she had worn when she first encountered the Breachers, a deliberate act that didn't escape her notice. She glanced at Aaron, her expression shifting ever so slightly as if seeing him through a new lens. "I will listen to what you have to say and make the decision myself," she declared, her voice steady but guarded. Without hesitation, she began walking toward Aaron, seemingly unbothered by the shrinking cube shield that had encased her moments earlier. As if responding to her unspoken will, the cube dissolved, its walls opening to let her pass before vanishing entirely. The dense mana that had saturated the arena followed suit, retreating back into Aaron's body and restoring the atmosphere to its original state. Serafina continued her stride until she reached the empty chair prepared for her. She sat with poise, her expression unreadable as she observed her surroundings. Nova, ever efficient and calm, immediately began preparing tea and snacks for their guest. "You see how things become easy when we listen to each other instead of fighting needlessly," Aaron said with a calm smile, raising his cup and taking another measured sip. Serafina regarded him with a faint sneer. "That may be your human way of communicating, but in our society, there's no such thing as a conversation between the strong and the weak, only orders from the strong and obedience from the weak. Conversations are reserved for equals, or can other civilizations or individuals from them have to earn it?" She reached for her own cup, attempting to mimic Aaron's actions. However, her grip, honed by the raw strength of her draconic form, proved too powerful. The delicate handle of the cup snapped instantly. She froze for a moment, her expression betraying a hint of annoyance. But before she could say anything, the nanomachines repaired the handle in seconds. She tried again, and by her third attempt, she had finally adjusted her strength to the fragile nature of human-made objects. Yet, her triumph was short-lived. Upon taking a sip of the tea, her face twisted in visible disgust, and she spat it out. "This is vile," she declared, her tone a mixture of disgust and disbelief. Aaron nearly quipped, "Like how you were ordered to abandon your freedom by the stronger elder, but thought better of it." Forcing himself to set aside his inclination for sharp retorts, he responded with measured restraint instead. "This is our first time accommodating an alien civilization," he explained, his voice calm. "We don't yet have knowledge of your cuisine, tastes, or preferences, but rest assured, that will change. You won't have to worry about starving to death." His attempted humor was met with a blank, serious stare from Serafina. It was clear that sarcasm and levity weren't going to bridge the cultural gap just yet. Recognizing the futility of small talk, Aaron decided to cut straight to the point. "I have a very simple plan," he began, his tone calm and deliberate, as if discussing a mundane chore. "To take full and complete control of the astral conclave. And for that to happen, I must first take over the Exorvac civilization." Chapter 804 Conversation 4. Serafina, who was on the verge of lashing out, restrained herself, her sharp gaze fixed on Aaron. His blasphemous words, spoken without hesitation, were an affront to her, a princess of the very civilization he spoke of conquering. Despite her exile by the Grand Exorvac, her loyalty to her civilization had not diminished. She still had her faction-loyal followers who supported her in her ambition to one day challenge the Grand Exorvac for leadership. Her pride in her heritage and people remained unshaken, and hearing Aaron speak of taking over her civilization as if it were some trivial task stung deeply. But Serafina held her composure. The promise she had made to Aaron, that she would hear him out, echoed in her mind. Her civilization's culture valued keeping one's word, seeing it as a testament to strength. Breaking her promise, even in the face of such provocative statements, would be a stain on her pride and character. So, she swallowed her immediate anger, the fires of indignation simmering just beneath the surface. She decided she would let him finish. Once his explanation was complete and her promise fulfilled, she would take action, whether that meant walking away, retaliating, or something else entirely. For now, she listened, her expression one of steely control as Aaron continued. Seeing Serafina remain silent, signaling her intent to let him continue, Aaron chose not to waste any more time and pressed on with his explanation. He felt no concern about her divulging the information, as both the runic contract and mana oath served as ironclad safeguards against such a possibility. Even in the unlikely event of a loophole being exploited to spread the details, it would pose no threat. The conversation was merely theoretical, plans yet to be acted upon carry no substance and, therefore, no grounds for retaliation, though it would make his plan a bit difficult to actualize but not impossible. Our civilization has a saying, "Too many cooks spoil the broth." It means that when too many people are involved in a task, the result is often poor, Aaron began, his voice measured and clear. This idiom perfectly describes the astral conclave. While its members outwardly act as a unified group, in reality, they are entangled in their own internal squabbles, prioritizing personal gains over the collective good. This dynamic creates a precarious web of competing interests, where even the smallest disturbance can trigger a cascade of failures. To ensure his words resonated, Nova provided visual aids, illustrating his points with clarity to help Serafina comprehend. A prime example is the response to Zlathar's distress call. Instead of coordinating as a united front, each civilization acted independently. You fought as individuals, not as a cohesive force, which drastically reduced your effectiveness. Even your arrival here was inefficient. The wormholes could have transported far more ships had there been cooperation. But instead, each faction acted selfishly, focusing on its own interests. And now, here you are, listening to me point out these missteps, he continued, his tone unwavering but without overt condescension. These internal conflicts and rivalries must be untangled, or at least managed, to prevent catastrophe. Imagine facing a powerful external enemy who exploits your divisions, triggering a civil war that leaves you even more vulnerable. He paused briefly, allowing his words to sink in. Serafina's expression tightened, a mix of frustration and reflection apparent. Aaron then shifted his tone, addressing the broader justification for his involvement. Why am I the one proposing this plan? Because our civilization is an outsider to the astral conclave. We have no entanglements, no pre-existing biases, and no vested interests. This detachment allows us to act as neutral arbiters, free from the conflicts and prejudices that have hindered your unity. After another brief pause, Aaron's voice grew sharper, more personal. That's the politically correct reasoning, and it holds some truth. But it's not the whole story. The real reason lies in a lesson I learned years ago, as a mere citizen on a planet with over 200 countries. It was a smaller-scale version of what the astral conclave is experiencing now. The divisions, the rivalries, the constant power struggles, it all culminated in them attempting to take from me what was mine because they perceived me as weak, unworthy of what I possessed. When Aaron delved briefly into his backstory, Serafina struggled to reconcile the idea that someone could rise from being an ordinary citizen in a fractured world to ruling a united empire in just 10 years. Yet, despite her skepticism, Aaron pressed on with his explanation. What I'm trying to do is prevent a repeat of that chaos by proactively establishing countermeasures instead of simply reacting to problems as they arise. These countermeasures are critical not just for safeguarding the mana stone trade but also for protecting the advanced technologies that will emerge as we merge incoming technologies from the defeated civilizations with our own. There will always be those driven by greed, unable to comprehend the bigger picture, Aaron explained, his tone steady and resolute. Serafina paused, letting his words settle. Then, with a measured tone, she asked, "So what does that have to do with me?" Aaron's response was direct. "You may have been abandoned by your grand elder, but you are still of your race, and I possess a challenge ticket, a privilege you can use. The condition, however, is that you agree to become my subordinate." The atmosphere tensed immediately. Serafina's grip on her teacup tightened, and in a single moment, it shattered in her hand. The nanomachines, detecting her surge of strength, attempted to escape but were obliterated in seconds, their remains releasing faint wisps of smoke from her clenched fist. Recognizing the danger of her temper flaring, Aaron raised his hand calmly to draw her attention, diffusing the growing tension. "Before you act rashly, hear me out," he said firmly. "I understand how your system operates, and this time, I intend to use it to my advantage." Then, with a sharp gaze that conveyed both confidence and authority, Aaron declared, "I hereby challenge you to a duel. Should you win, you'll keep your freedom. But if I win, you will swear unwavering loyalty to me and become my subordinate." Chapter 805 Conversation V. Serafina's lips curved into a wide, triumphant smile, one she made no effort to conceal. She had finally gotten what she wanted, a chance at regaining her freedom. "You're finally speaking my language," she said, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction as she accepted his challenge without hesitation, not even pausing to consider the implications. However, Aaron quickly tempered her enthusiasm. "But not now. There are preparations to be made, measures that will allow both of us to fight at full strength without worrying about outsiders seeing or hearing the aftermath, he explained. Her smile vanished instantly, replaced by a scowl of irritation. The delay was an unwelcome turn of events, as it meant her opportunity to secure freedom would be postponed. "Are you stalling for time? Do you take me for a fool?" she snapped, her voice sharp with suspicion. "You realize a fight between us will unleash massive amounts of energy, visible from vast distances. How exactly do you intend to keep this hidden? Are you planning to transport me to another star system just to settle this?" Her tone left no room for evasion, her piercing gaze making it clear she had no patience for unnecessary delays. "Through this," Aaron said, extending his hand as Nova handed him a sleek pair of glasses. Serafina squinted suspiciously, her expression brimming with skepticism. Ignoring her reaction, Aaron casually tossed the glasses toward her. This time, she caught them without incident, having adjusted her strength to handle fragile human objects. "I'm sure you've seen me use something like this before," Aaron said, his tone calm and composed. "Just put them on, and you'll find the answers to your questions." As he spoke, Nova activated a hologram that displayed Aaron donning the glasses, illustrating the process. Serafina frowned, clearly dissatisfied with not receiving a direct answer. Yet, her curiosity won out. Begrudgingly, she slipped the glasses on, her intrigue overriding her irritation. "Why is nothing happening? Is he messing with me?" Serafina muttered under her breath when the glasses seemed to do nothing after she put them on. Her gaze immediately darted to Aaron, ready to demand an explanation. But what she saw wasn't Aaron or anything remotely expected. Instead, she found herself standing in the middle of an expansive field of glassy greenery, where the grass shimmered with an otherworldly green hue that stretched endlessly in every direction. Her surroundings didn't remain static for long. The grass began to shift, morphing and transforming into plants and flowers she recognized from her own star system. Serafina's disbelief grew as she realized these were rare flowers so scarce in her civilization that their worth was equivalent to their weight in pure mana. Now, they covered the entire expanse of her vision, blooming vibrantly as if mocking their scarcity. Unable to contain her curiosity, she crouched and reached out to touch one of the flowers. At first, the sensation felt off, lacking the tactile authenticity she expected. But, moment by moment, the feedback grew increasingly convincing, blurring the line between illusion and reality. Yet, it was just slow enough for her sharp instincts to detect the deception. This is an illusion, she realized, her mind quickly piecing it together. She immediately triggered the defensive protocols her kind used against the Zelvora, a species notorious for their reality-warping powers. However, no matter what countermeasures she deployed or how many times she blinked her eyes open, she found herself back in the same mesmerizing field. "Looks like I've fallen for one of your dirty tactics," Serafina said with venom in her voice, her fists clenched tightly. "I'm the foolish one for trusting you and thinking of you as an honorable individual." Despite her words, her determination to escape hadn't faltered. "I didn't do anything of the sort," came a calm voice from behind her. Aaron materialized out of thin air, his expression unbothered by her accusations. "I was just answering your question." Serafina turned sharply to face him, her glare filled with suspicion and anger. Aaron continued before she could respond, gesturing to their surroundings. "This," he said, motioning to the expansive field, "is where our fight will take place, a virtual reality capable of replicating every detail of reality to perfection. Here, we can ensure that no one observes us, and all injuries, even death, will carry no consequences. You can die as many times as you want and still be revived without issue." He paused, studying her face. Her eyes betrayed her mistrust, and her body language radiated frustration. Aaron could see, with the glasses analyzing her mental state, that she still harbored doubts. Her mind churned with the possibility that this was just another elaborate illusion, akin to the deceptions of the Zelvora. Not wanting to provoke her further, Aaron snapped his fingers, and a massive screen appeared in the air before her. The screen displayed a basic detailed explanation of the universal simulation they were in, complete with diagrams and examples to clarify its mechanics. "This should answer your doubts," Aaron said, stepping back slightly to give her space. "Take your time to read it. You'll see that nothing here is fabricated to deceive you, just a neutral, controlled environment where we can settle things without interference." A few minutes later, Serafina broke the silence, her voice calm but distant, as though her mind had drifted far from the present moment. "How long do you need?" Aaron glanced at her, noting her change in demeanor before responding. "It would take about a week to fully understand and calibrate the system. This timeframe accounts for ensuring seamless operation for individuals who are not human. We currently have enough foreign specimens and brain data to modify our algorithms to adapt fluidly to the varying brain structures of different civilizations," he explained, intentionally quoting the upper end of the timeframe to account for potential delays in refining the system. "Fine," she replied tersely before redirecting her attention to the field of flowers around her. There was a noticeable shift in her focus, something was clearly stuck in her mind. Anyone who knew what had transpired in this virtual space might guess what occupied her thoughts, but they wouldn't easily discern the direction of her contemplation. Although Serafina hailed from a race that revered strength above all else, her intelligence and strategic acumen were not to be underestimated. She had to know the implications of Aaron's technology, what it could mean if it truly wielded to its maximum potential. Chapter 806: A Well-Oiled Machine. Following the triumphant conclusion of their first official war against interstellar civilizations, the imperial government declared a one-week holiday across the empire to mark the historic victory. To further enhance the celebratory atmosphere, the imperial family announced a 50% discount on selected essential products, with the family personally covering the remainder of the cost to ensure accessibility for all citizens. Additionally, the government made all subsidized utilities, electricity, water, and gas entirely free for an entire month, offering tangible benefits to every household and amplifying the sense of collective celebration. In a gesture of goodwill, individuals serving minor prison sentences for petty crimes, deemed to have genuinely repented, were pardoned. Similarly, fines for minor offenses were forgiven, encouraging as many citizens as possible to join the festivities without lingering burdens. The celebratory spirit quickly spread throughout the empire, uniting its people in shared joy. Proxima Centauri, where citizens had anxiously watched the battle unfold, recorded a 100% participation rate in the celebrations. Meanwhile, Earth also saw widespread festivities, with celebration rates ranging from the high 90s to the low 80s, reflecting the profound impact of the Empire's monumental achievement. At least when only civilians were considered, the celebrations were in full swing. However, the situation was starkly different for imperial government employees and military personnel. Staff from the Ministry of the Exterior, Ministry of the Interior, and Ministry of War remained fully engaged, ensuring the stability and security of the empire. For the military, there was no time to join in the revelry. The order to maintain the highest state of readiness was still in effect, and every active duty soldier was occupied with monitoring movements from the opposing side, ensuring strict adherence to the terms of the recent agreement. While the Mana Oath and Runic Agreement served as safeguards to bind both sides to their commitments, the Empire's leadership believed in preparing for the worst while hoping for the best. This cautious approach meant the military remained on high alert, vigilant for any potential breaches or unforeseen actions that could threaten the fragile peace. Meanwhile, officials from the Ministry of the Exterior were deeply engrossed in analyzing the data gathered about the civilizations on the other side of the conflict. Collaborating closely with advanced AI systems, they worked to categorize and profile each civilization, striving to develop efficient strategies for future interactions. Their primary objectives included identifying each civilization's modus operandi, determining what resources or technologies the other side possessed that the Empire deemed valuable, and assessing the significance of those assets to their respective owners. Depending on the findings, they aimed to devise approaches to acquire these resources for the Empire at the most favorable terms, should the Emperor or the Empire require them. Although the available data was limited, and the task would have been more effective with a more robust exchange of information once stronger connections were established, the ministry adhered to the principle that starting early would ease the workload later. Adding to their motivation was the double salary bonus they were entitled to for working diligently while the rest of the empire celebrated the holiday. This incentive ensured a highly focused effort to prepare the groundwork for future diplomacy and trade. Agencies under the Ministry of the Interior were equally preoccupied with laying the groundwork to ensure the empire and its citizens could adapt seamlessly to a future where direct interaction with extraterrestrial civilizations would become routine. The Imperial Health Agency was spearheading efforts by analyzing data from both the remains of alien combatants killed by the Emperor and those who perished during the conflict. Their goal was twofold: first, to identify diseases these aliens might be immune to but could pose a significant threat to human and proximian physiology, and second, to develop vaccines to protect both species from such foreign pathogens. In parallel, they were researching vaccines for aliens entering Imperial territory, safeguarding them from human diseases that could potentially mutate upon cross-species infection and spark a conclave-wide pandemic. Such an event would not only pose a medical crisis but also hinder the Empire's broader objectives of interstellar diplomacy and integration. Other agencies were similarly engaged, each focusing on their specific domain to anticipate and mitigate potential issues arising from the forthcoming cultural and biological intermingling. These agencies aimed to proactively identify and resolve challenges, ensuring that the Empire maintained its preparedness and not be relegated to reactionary measures once things had gone wrong. While all these efforts were underway, the Emperor issued a decree establishing a new entity known as the Imperial Mana Agency, IMA. This agency would function as a collaborative endeavor between the three primary ministries: Interior, Exterior, and War. Its primary mandate was to oversee and regulate the sale and distribution of mana stones to other civilizations. While Hephaestus Heavy Industries retained responsibility for mana stone production, they would operate strictly under the directives of the IMA. The agency's responsibilities were extensive, encompassing everything from setting prices and determining purchase limits for each civilization to implementing sanctions and ensuring their enforcement. To maintain impartiality and efficiency, the IMA would bypass standard ministry reporting hierarchies and report directly to the Emperor himself. True to the Empire's reputation for maximizing efficiency and innovation, all operations were conducted within the universal simulation. This allowed officials to utilize time acceleration, operating at the highest rates tolerable by even the weakest government personnel. This ensured that tasks were executed thoroughly, with ample time for analysis and refinement, minimizing errors caused by rushed decision-making. Aaron observed the intricate operations of the Empire through Nova's advanced visualization system, which rendered the workings of the Imperial government as though it were a single, seamless machine. Every cog, from the newly formed Imperial Mana Agency to the coordinated efforts of the various ministries, moved with precision. But the moment of satisfaction was fleeting. Aaron quickly shifted his focus back to his packed schedule, more demanding than that of any other Imperial official. Despite having just emerged from consecutive life-and-death battles, with only a brief respite to recover, he refused to allow himself the luxury of rest. His responsibilities weighed heavily, and the chaotic aftermath of war required his direct involvement to untangle and solidify the Empire's gains. "I'll rest later," he thought to himself. For now, every moment counted, and postponing rest was a small sacrifice to ensure the Empire's stability and continued growth amidst the unfolding complexities. Chapter 807 Meeting I. Aaron, now aboard his mothership stationed at the third layer of defense, resumed his work after using the brief journey from the Colosseum to his current location to rest. Though the battle was over, his vigilance remained unwavering, mirroring the military's continued state of heightened readiness. However, this was only part of his reasoning. The primary factor keeping him from returning to Earth was the crucial obligations awaiting him next week. He would soon oversee the receipt of the promised rewards and engage in vital discussions with representatives from the visiting civilizations. Returning to Earth, even momentarily, would only disrupt his tightly packed schedule. Given that all his tasks could be executed efficiently from his current position, Aaron saw no practical advantage in leaving. With his characteristic pragmatism, he directed his focus back to the array of responsibilities demanding his attention, ensuring every detail was handled meticulously in preparation for the critical engagements ahead. "How is the update on our captured individuals?" Aaron asked Nova, his tone calm but focused. He was referring to the fighters he had defeated in battle, some fatally injured before he had intervened with healing and placed them in stasis, and the one fighter captured alive, the mecha pilot, who had been brought along as well. Nova responded promptly, displaying live footage on the holographic display. The ones requiring your direct healing intervention remain in stasis. The mecha pilot is the only one fully intact and capable of conversation. She remains inside her mecha, which is still operational. You can speak with her whenever you wish. Aaron's gaze lingered on the live feed of the female pilot, her closed eyes indicating she was actively connected to the mecha, her neural link allowing her to perceive the machine as her body. Nova's infiltration of the mecha had rendered her unable to escape or act outside the prison of her own weapon, effectively trapping her in observation mode. Try conversing with her, Aaron instructed after a moment of thought. See if she's open to assimilation into the Empire. If she refuses, I'll handle the conversation myself or we'll explore other methods. Nova acknowledged the directive with a simple, copy that, immediately deploying an instance of herself to engage the pilot. Upon receiving Nova's acknowledgement, Aaron leaned back momentarily, his gaze still fixed on the live footage of the pilot within her mecha. He allowed himself a brief moment of thought before deciding there was no need to hover over the ongoing tasks. Nova was more than capable of handling the initial conversation. He returned his attention to his own work, diving into the countless tasks and reports that awaited him. The complexity of managing an empire stretched across multiple star systems, combined with the recent victory and its aftermath, meant his schedule left little room for idleness. Time, indifferent to the urgency or reluctance of those bound by its passage, marched forward. As the handover day approached, its arrival seemed to vary in speed depending on the perspective of each civilization. For some, it rushed forth as if the universe itself was impatient; for others, it dragged on endlessly, a weight of anticipation they could not shed. Yet, despite the subjective flow of time, the day finally arrived. The Colosseum, now synonymous with both glory and consequence, was chosen as the venue for this momentous meeting. Its towering presence loomed, a stark reminder of the recent battles that had reshaped the dynamics of power in this interstellar region. Representatives from every civilization involved had gathered, each navigating their small spacecraft through the vastness of space toward this iconic location. The procession of vessels was as diverse as the civilizations themselves. Ships of elegant organic design shared the skies with angular and mechanical craft, some shimmering with mana-infused energy, others bearing the distinct markings of technological precision. They descended toward the Colosseum one by one, each carrying ambassadors, negotiators, and custodians of the promised technologies. A section of the Colosseum had been meticulously renovated to serve as the venue for the meeting. Robot attendants stood poised and ready, their polished frames reflecting the soft glow of the lighting as they awaited the arrival of the attendees. As the delegates disembarked from their ships and made their way inside, the once quiet hall began to buzz with a subdued energy. It didn't take long for everyone to settle into their designated seats. The representatives of the various civilizations sat around a large semicircular table, their gazes fixed on the figure seated directly opposite them. Aaron occupied the lone chair positioned at the center of the table's radius, the vastness of the arrangement creating a stark visual contrast. While the setup might have made him appear like a job seeker being scrutinized by a panel of interviewers, his demeanor betrayed no hint of intimidation. Instead, he exuded a quiet confidence, his steady gaze meeting each representative with an air of authority and composure. Thank you for your attendance. With that, let us officially begin the meeting. I am the elected delegate tasked with leading this meeting neutrally, the AI referee announced, materializing at the center of the room. The decision to have an impartial AI lead the meeting was deliberate, ensuring credibility and avoiding potential biases from having Aaron or any member of the attending civilizations preside. For starters, let us address the simplest matter first, the handover of the promised technologies. Once that is completed, we will proceed to the next topic. The AI's words prompted varied reactions from the conclave members. The ex-Orvac representatives appeared indifferent, while others showed signs of reluctance or sadness. Only those who were exempt from handing over their technologies maintained neutral expressions, though some couldn't completely conceal their quiet satisfaction. Despite these reactions, the process moved forward without delay. Each civilization authorized their custodians to present the promised technologies to the waiting robot attendants. One by one, the robot maids began collecting the items, each stored in containers of unique designs and sizes, reflecting the technological styles of their creators. The maids operated efficiently, immediately transferring the collected items to a waiting ship. Each container was secured within stasis fields the moment it was loaded, ensuring its preservation and safety. Without wasting time, the ship departed for a research facility located within the Empire's inner solar system. This precaution was taken to safeguard the technologies against any unforeseen incidents at the Colosseum. With the handover completed, that part of the Mana Oath was fulfilled, and any subsequent destruction of the storage mediums would not compromise the Oath's terms. Chapter 808 Meeting 2. Once the first handover process was concluded, the AI referee materialized a holographic screen at the center of the room. The screen flickered to life, displaying footage of Aaron in the midst of his negotiation with Lyasus. Without preamble, the recording began to play. Is to remain outside the conclave as independent allies, while also establishing a free trade agreement with no tariffs or blockades imposed against us, Aaron's voice echoed through the room. The representatives of the civilizations seated around the semicircle exchanged glances, some raising their brows in surprise or mild dismay. During the negotiation period, they had been so confident in their victory that they hadn't paid much attention to what Aaron's side was proposing. Now, they realized their oversight had come back to haunt them. Still, their expressions suggested that the terms, while inconvenient, were not catastrophic. For the Terran Empire to exploit the free trade and tariff clauses effectively, it would require an astronomical increase in production capacity, at least 1,000-fold by their estimates. Even then, the Empire would need to produce goods so desirable that other civilizations would prioritize trade with them. This, in the minds of many representatives, seemed an unlikely hurdle for the Empire to overcome in the near future. This part of the agreement is expected to be fulfilled on your end, the AI referee declared, its voice neutral and authoritative. As per the Mana Oath, it must be ratified in the conclave-wide rulebook by the end of the current Terran imperial year. The room fell silent as the conclave representatives absorbed the statement. No objections were raised, their expressions a mixture of begrudging acknowledgement and quiet contemplation. The AI referee, seemingly unfazed by their lack of response, moved on without hesitation, confident they would comply with the terms within the allotted time. Once your side fulfills your end of the agreement, the AI referee continued, her tone precise and unwavering, the Empire will immediately be bound by the Mana Oath to commence the sale of mana stones. Until then, the Empire is under no obligation to provide mana stones to the Astral Conclave. She paused briefly, allowing her words to sink in, before continuing. To provide further details on how the mana stone trade exchange will be conducted, I now hand the stage over to the Emperor of the Terran Empire. With those words, all eyes in the room turned to Aaron, who had been sitting calmly, a faint but confident smile playing on his lips. Without rising from his seat, Aaron began addressing the representatives seated before him. The absence of a podium or raised platform didn't diminish the commanding presence in his voice, each word resonating with clarity and purpose. Allow me to first express my gratitude for the steps taken thus far in honoring the agreements made during our previous engagements, Aaron began, his gaze steady as it swept over the assembly. It is through mutual adherence to these terms that we build the foundation of a relationship rooted in trust and opportunity. He paused for a moment, allowing his opening words to settle among his audience before transitioning seamlessly into the specifics. The trade of mana stones will be managed exclusively by the newly established Imperial Mana Agency. This agency will oversee all aspects of the exchange, including pricing, quantity caps, and enforcement of trade regulations. Every transaction will be meticulously monitored to ensure fairness and adherence to the guidelines we established today. His tone grew slightly more pointed as he continued, as for the medium of exchange, we will initially operate on a barter trade system, where mana stones will be exchanged for goods. This transitional period will allow us to gather sufficient data on the values and purchasing power of your respective currencies. Once we have that information, the Empire will decide on acceptable currencies for the trade. The Empire recognizes the value of mana stones and their potential impact on your civilizations. As such, their trade will not be without restrictions. Each civilization will have a quota tailored to its needs, with priority given to those who demonstrate good faith and uphold the agreements established by the conclave. Aaron's tone shifted, softening slightly as he sought to balance authority with diplomacy. It is also imperative to note that any violation of the terms, whether it be misuse of the mana stones or attempts to circumvent the agreed-upon regulations, will result in immediate sanctions, including the suspension of trade privileges. The Empire values transparency, cooperation, and accountability. He leaned forward slightly, his voice measured but sincere. While having such control over a vital resource grants us significant power, I assure you this power will not be abused. We will exercise our authority only when the agreements are breached. The Empire has no intention of using mana stone trade as a means to dominate or coerce others into submission. To ensure this promise, we will include it in the binding agreements, making us equally beholden to the terms. Aaron knew his earlier statements might have placed the conclave members in a position of subordination, which wasn't ideal for fostering long-term cooperation. This part of his speech served as an olive branch, a gesture of goodwill designed to reassure and build trust. As he spoke, he noted the subtle change in the room's atmosphere. The tension eased slightly, replaced by a cautious optimism. He continued, providing detailed explanations of how the entire process would unfold. Aaron outlined methods for assessing each civilization's needs and explained how quotas could be adjusted based on demonstrated cooperation or increased requirements. He also emphasized the opportunity for civilizations to improve their access to higher quality mana stones through adherence to the agreements and collaborative efforts. Finally, Aaron delivered a surprise announcement. As a gesture of goodwill and a demonstration of our willingness to cooperate, the Empire will provide the mana stones necessary for your civilizations to create return wormholes free of charge. This will not only facilitate your journeys home but also give you the opportunity to test the various qualities of mana stones firsthand. As expected, the announcement sparked a positive response. Representatives who had been quietly calculating the potential costs of their return journeys now looked relieved and even slightly impressed. Aaron's strategic generosity had shifted the narrative, showing the Empire's willingness to invest in collaboration. With his speech concluded, Aaron leaned back slightly, nodding toward the AI referee. With that, I return the floor to our neutral mediator to guide the rest of today's meeting. The AI referee materialized once more, acknowledging Aaron with a slight bow before addressing the assembly to continue the proceedings. Chapter 809 Meeting 3. The next topic for discussion, the AI referee announced, her voice calm and deliberate, is the establishment of a communication framework to seamlessly connect both sides. This will ensure the smooth execution of official duties, facilitate business transactions, and promote the exchange and integration of cultures. Her holographic form rotated slightly as if surveying both sides of the room, pausing momentarily to invite engagement. Then, she fell silent, allowing the attendees to take the lead in the discussion. Although she was formally guiding the meeting, her role resembled that of a highly advanced assistant. Her primary responsibility was to ensure that all key agenda points were addressed thoroughly and accurately recorded in the meeting minutes. Can your side explain how you maintain communication between different civilizations and keep it active? Aaron asked, his tone steady but curious. He saw this as a valuable chance to clarify what he already knew, most of which came from the perspective of soldiers, individuals who had spent the majority of their lives in service. While their accounts were helpful, they lacked insight into the civilian side of things, leaving gaps in his understanding. Lyasas leaned forward slightly before she started answering his question in a formal demeanor. Each civilization operates its own communication network internally. However, as a conclave, we've established a shared, conclave-wide communication network. This network ensures connectivity between member civilizations, but its use is heavily restricted. Maintaining it over such vast distances requires significant mana resources, so access is limited to government entities and businesses. It's rarely accessible to the broader population. She paused, as if gauging his reaction, before continuing with a touch of reassurance in her voice. That said, we will provide you with the schematics of this communication system. With this, the Terran Empire will be able to establish active communication with Conclave members and the Council. It's an important step toward fostering mutual understanding and cooperation. Aaron listened intently to Lysa's explanation, his expression calm and composed, but beneath the surface, his thoughts were racing. When he heard the first part of her explanation, a subtle gleam flashed through his eyes, a fleeting trace of amusement he quickly suppressed. He fought back the urge to laugh or even let a smirk slip. The revelation filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Here were civilizations capable of interstellar travel, yet their ingenuity in certain areas seemed surprisingly limited. It was as if they had missed out on the relentless human drive for innovation, fueled by something as simple and complex as greed. The thought left Aaron inwardly delighted. This oversight on their part was an opportunity, one he could leverage to maximum effect for the benefit of his empire and its burgeoning businesses. While it didn't entirely simplify his plans, moving from super extreme difficulty to mild extreme difficulty wasn't a small leap, it was a step in the right direction, and Aaron was willing to take whatever edge he could get. As he mulled over what Lyasas had said, the pieces began to fall into place. The Conclave's unity was more a facade than reality, and Aaron now understood why. The lack of a mass communication system and the absence of fast, reliable transportation between civilizations had left their citizens isolated. Despite being part of a union, these civilizations were still fundamentally disconnected, with years separating one side from another in terms of travel alone. Even worse, the limitations on who could access the conclave-wide communication network exacerbated this isolation, creating a situation eerily reminiscent of Earth before the discovery of the radio, when news traveled at a crawl, and people existed in pockets of isolation despite living on the same planet. It was clear the leaders of these civilizations either didn't understand the immense benefits of universal access to the conclave-wide network or were held back by the prohibitive costs of operating such a system. Perhaps they had deemed it an unsustainable luxury. But their reasons didn't matter to him. What mattered was the glaring gap in their infrastructure, a gap he could exploit. To Aaron, this wasn't just an oversight, it was an opportunity. A chasm of possibilities stretched before him, and he was determined to bridge it for his empire's benefit and, more importantly, for the strategic leverage it would afford him. Aaron didn't stay silent for long. He began by expressing his gratitude for their willingness to share the schematics, acknowledging their cooperation with a polite nod. Then, without wasting time, he delved into a series of follow-up questions, determined to address every gap in his understanding of their communication systems. For him, this was an invaluable opportunity to ensure no detail was overlooked. The representatives from the other civilizations reciprocated, posing questions about the Terran Empire's communication infrastructure. However, it quickly became apparent that their inquiries, particularly from the lower-tier civilizations, were more perfunctory than genuine. Their tone suggested courtesy rather than genuine curiosity, as though they were asking out of obligation rather than a true desire to understand. Aaron, ever observant, noticed this dynamic but paid little attention to it. While their questions lacked depth, his were deliberate and probing, designed to extract as much insight as possible. Where they treated the discussion as routine, he saw it as a chance to solidify his knowledge and uncover opportunities to refine and strengthen the Empire's position. The discussions continued until both sides reached a mutual understanding. They moved on to other pressing topics that required their joint presence, such as delineating the borders between the Terran Empire and the Conclave territories. This negotiation ultimately granted the Empire a defined border, at least on the side facing the Conclave. Everything within this newly established boundary was now officially Imperial territory, and access to it required visas and explicit permission from the Empire. These agreements solidified territorial sovereignty and clarified jurisdiction, marking a significant step in formalizing relations between the two sides. Several more hours were spent addressing additional matters, ranging from trade regulations to security protocols, before the meeting was finally brought to a close. At the end of the session, Aaron proposed a unique arrangement that was unanimously accepted. For the next month, an open period would be established, allowing representatives from each civilization to request private meetings with him or vice versa if they had matters to discuss. This period would also be used to facilitate crucial discussions between each civilization and the newly formed Imperial Mana Agency. These meetings would focus on determining individual quotas for mana stone trade, outlining regulations, and negotiating what goods or resources would be exchanged during this initial barter trade phase. Until a standardized currency was agreed upon, this barter system would remain in place, ensuring that trade could continue without unnecessary delays. The period would conclude with the formal signing of agreements, enabling the representatives to return to their civilizations with clear terms and arrangements in place. Chapter 8:10 Felix and Sarah. What's on your mind? Sarah asked as she emerged from the bedroom and noticed Felix sitting on the living room sofa, staring into space. Finally catching his attention, she settled next to him, her tone gentle but curious. They had followed in Aaron's footsteps, marrying just a few years into their relationship, deciding not to delay any longer. Nothing much, Felix replied after a moment, organizing his thoughts before answering. I was just thinking about the fight that took place and everything that led to it in the first place. What do you mean? Sarah prompted, intrigued, leaning in slightly to show she was listening. Felix exhaled, gathering his words. Seeing Aaron on the verge of death, it wasn't just unsettling, it was terrifying. For a moment, I genuinely thought we were going to lose him. That fear made me think back on all the time we've spent with him, every memory, every milestone. And even though he regenerated and came back, that fear stayed with me, just in a different form. It made me reflect on how much has changed since we first met him. He glanced at Sarah, who nodded for him to continue. In just a decade, humanity has gone from being fractured and divided to expanding into another star system. We've faced off against foreign civilizations and won. It's surreal, but when I look back, every single turning point, every major milestone we've reached, had one common thread: Aaron. He was there, driving it all forward. Felix's expression grew heavier as he pressed on. So I couldn't help but wonder, what if we had lost him? What would we have done without him? How would we have kept going? Everything about our lives, ours, humanity's, seemed to pivot around that moment years ago, when he got expelled from the university. That event feels like the spark that set all of this into motion. He paused, his gaze distant again. And it made me wonder, what if he hadn't been expelled? What if that catalyst never happened? Where would we all be right now? He trailed off, his thoughts laid bare. Sarah reached for his hand, offering silent support as they both pondered the weight of his reflections. They sat in comfortable silence for about 10 minutes, letting Felix's reflections linger between them. The quiet was peaceful, their bond deepened by unspoken understanding, until the serene moment was interrupted by their assistant AI. Her holographic form materialized in front of them, poised and professional as always. Sir Felix and Madame Sarah, the AI began, her voice smooth and precise. Chairman Aaron is inquiring about your availability. He needs to hold a meeting with all the members of his companies. The instant she referred to Aaron as chairman rather than emperor, both Felix and Sarah understood this wasn't about official imperial matters but instead something related to the business side of Aaron's vast enterprises. Felix turned to Sarah, silently seeking her input. She nodded in agreement. Tell him we're available at any time for the meeting, Felix replied to the AI. Though they were the CEOs of the richest corporations in the empire, Felix and Sarah rarely found themselves overwhelmed with work. Thanks to the AI assistance provided to them, urgent matters were always handled proactively, often resolved before they even had the chance to become pressing. This left them with a level of flexibility in their work-life balance that was enviable even by the standards of other executives. In fact, among CEOs across the empire, theirs was one of the lightest workloads, freeing up time for other pursuits, including regular meetups with Aaron and his family. Despite the relatively low demands of their day-to-day responsibilities, the compensation they received was staggering. Both Felix and Sarah ranked among the highest-paid CEOs in the world, earning billions of dollars annually. The top spots on the list were dominated entirely by executives of Aaron's companies, a testament to Aaron's generosity to those who work for him. While they were well aware of the privilege their positions afforded them, it wasn't something they took for granted. The opportunity to focus on what mattered most, be it family or supporting their friend Aaron, was worth far more to them than the paychecks or the prestige. He said he would reach out to you once he finishes dealing with the current situation, the AI assistant responded before vanishing, having confirmed with a simple nod from them that the message was received. With their moment of peace now broken, Sarah turned to Felix, a curious look on her face. "How's your new endeavor with the empire coming along?" she asked, shifting the conversation to something productive. Felix leaned back against the sofa, his tone calm and straightforward. "We should be ready for initial maximum production within a few weeks. Once that's achieved, we'll start delivering the units to the Imperial Mana Agency to kick off the trade," he explained. There was no hesitation or secrecy in his response. Being both married and working under the same umbrella of Aaron's empire meant they shared everything, including equal security clearance to such sensitive matters. Sarah smirked, clearly amused but also impressed by the efficiency of the operation. "If you'd been allowed to sell them directly, that alone would have increased your company's valuation by at least 1,000 times, she remarked, her voice carrying a blend of playful sarcasm and realism. "But, of course, he's focused on enriching the empire first. Looks like he's really playing the role of emperor." Her comment wasn't far off. The HHI Corporation, where Felix spearheaded the project, was set to produce and supply mana stones to the imperial government. Aaron, who could have charged the empire exorbitantly for these stones, instead chose to sell them at just twice the production cost, a minimal margin, considering the resources involved. The Imperial Mana Agency, however, would mark up the prices by a millionfold, using the revenues to fortify the empire's treasury. This move would allow for aggressive expansion and growth without increasing taxes on the population. "It's a brilliant move for an emperor," Sarah added, shaking her head in amusement. "But definitely a poor one for a businessman." Felix chuckled softly, clearly agreeing but unbothered by the implications. He has enough money to feed the entire empire for years, even at the current scale. Honestly, for us, money isn't a priority anymore. A fraction of a percentage of what we have now is more than enough to get whatever we could want. He paused, his tone becoming more contemplative. "But that might change soon. With our integration into the conclave, the value of our currency will be put to the test. Depending on how valuable it's deemed within their systems, we might finally start to see the true worth of money, especially when we gain access to exotic goods and technologies from the other civilizations in the conclave." Felix's thoughtful response showed he'd been considering this matter for some time, even before Sarah brought it up. She gave him a small smile, silently appreciating how prepared he was for the changes coming their way. Chapter 8:11 Technically. "They really are cunning individuals," Aaron said, a laugh escaping him as he observed the data in front of him. Amusement danced in his eyes, though it was tinged with a hint of disbelief. "I wouldn't have thought to take it this far, but they're really pushing the boundaries of what they can get away with under the mana oaths." "I would have done something similar too," Nova, standing beside Aaron, as always, remarked, her usual calm tone laced with dry humor. "But I wouldn't have been so blatant about it." Aaron, who had just returned from a highly productive meeting with the conclave representatives, had wasted no time. Instead of resting, he'd immediately logged into VR, eager to sift through the trove of knowledge he'd secured, a prize that had come at the cost of risking his own life. But what greeted him was not the seamless integration of knowledge he'd hoped for. Instead, he was faced with a chaotic mess, a collection of data encoded in wildly different methods, each unique to the civilization it originated from. Had it stopped there, it wouldn't have been a major issue. the technologies at their disposal could have easily deciphered the various encoding systems in a relatively short time, mapping out their logic and bridging the gaps. But, of course, it hadn't stopped there. Some civilizations had taken it a step further, encrypting their contributions, turning what could have been a manageable challenge into a far more intricate and deliberate obstacle. They haven't technically broken any rules, Aaron muttered, his tone a mix of frustration and grudging admiration as he stared at the chaotic mess of data displayed before him. Each file looked entirely different from the last, a testament to the diversity and cunning of the civilizations that had shared their knowledge. It's the kind of clever technicality you appreciate when you're the one benefiting from it. But being on the receiving end? Not so much. The technology he had risked his life to acquire was right there in front of him, tantalizingly close yet completely out of reach. We should have been clearer in the contract, Nova chimed in. Although she clearly respected the shrewdness of their adversaries, she wasn't a fan of Aaron being on the receiving end of it. Now we can't even use the mana stones as leverage to demand the decryption keys, thanks to the promise we made in the new agreement. They've boxed us in without breaking a single rule. Aaron nodded, his lips pressed into a thin line. Smart move, he admitted begrudgingly. Are you going to use the system to solve this? Nova asked, shifting gears. You must have earned a significant amount of points for completing the mission tied to this war. That could make this situation much easier to deal with. Not yet, Aaron replied, his voice calm. If I want to maximize the benefits I can squeeze out of this, I'll only use the system after we've extracted as much information as we can on our own. For now, let's start by analyzing the brain data of the captured individuals. Pair that with the information we hacked from their ships during the war. If we can understand how to interpret the unencrypted files, it might give us a foothold to work on decrypting the rest. If we hit a wall, then we'll fall back on the system. As he spoke, Aaron mentally noted the civilizations that had encrypted their data. They would owe him for this later. They hadn't technically crossed any lines, but that didn't mean he couldn't hold a grudge. And when the time came for retribution, when his plans were well underway, they would pay, with interest. The thought brought a sly, sinister smile to his face, one that didn't go unnoticed by Nova. I don't even want to know what you're cooking up in that mind of yours, she remarked, her tone a mix of curiosity and wariness. Aaron chuckled, his smile fading as he turned his attention back to the task at hand. For now, I have a promise to keep. Is everything ready? Yes, Nova confirmed, a door materializing in front of him as she spoke. You can enter and begin at any time. Good, Aaron said, straightening his posture. Let's hope she hasn't grown impatient after waiting a week. With that, he stepped through the door, the world around him dissolving in an instant. When he emerged, he was standing once again on the glassy plains, the same ethereal garden he had visited before. At least you're a man of your word, Seraphina said the moment she materialized on the glassy plains alongside Aaron. Her eyes opened slowly, and her gaze locked on him, assessing his presence. When you're in my position, Aaron replied with a faint smirk as he began stretching, you realize honesty isn't just a virtue, it's a necessity. I need the other side to trust that every word coming out of my mouth is genuine. Seraphina didn't respond immediately. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, watching him with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion as he loosened his shoulders and flexed his arms. So, Aaron continued, standing upright, what are the rules you want to include? I gave you a week to think it over, plenty of time to ensure everything feels fair to you. Seraphina's expression sharpened as she began listing the rules, her tone steady but firm. Our abilities will not be limited in any way. At the start of the fight, both sides will be restored to the peak of their current capabilities. You will not manipulate the system to your advantage. The referee must remain impartial and ensure you can't exploit loopholes in the rules. The fight will continue until one of us is either dead or willingly surrenders. She went on, her meticulous attention to detail making it clear she hadn't wasted the week Aaron had given her. It was evident she had spent much of her time thinking through every possible angle, preemptively closing off any potential advantages Aaron might gain from his knowledge of the system. When she finally finished, Aaron nodded, a faint grin forming on his lips. "I accept your conditions and swear upon Mana to abide by them." Without hesitation, he initiated the Mana Oath, his voice steady as the ancient energy surged around them in acknowledgement. The Mana Oath, a binding contract of sorts, could be made anywhere, even within the system. Aaron had confirmed this through prior testing. The key was that the one making the oath had to be of sound mind and completely free of coercion. If there was any doubt about the individual's autonomy, Mana itself would reject the oath. "Good," Nova's voice cut through the air, as she materializing before them. She wore attire resembling a referee's uniform. "I will oversee this fight under the stipulated rules. We will begin as soon as both sides confirm their readiness." Her presence carried an unmistakable air of authority, and her serious demeanor left no doubt that she would enforce the rules impartially. This wasn't a mere formality, Nova would ensure no violations occurred. Aaron finished his stretches and straightened up, looking at Serafina with a calm yet focused gaze. "Whenever you're ready." Serafina gave a curt nod, her stance shifting subtly as she prepared herself. "I've been ready for days," she replied, her confidence palpable. Nova glanced between the two, her voice neutral but commanding. "Then let's begin." Chapter 8:12 Aftermath. If someone were to enter the simulation, they might assume a battle between two warships had occurred, judging by the extensive damage visible across the landscape. The ground was riddled with craters, some filled with water and others with lava. The vegetation that once thrived there was now entirely gone, either obliterated during the attacks or wiped out by their aftermath. Aaron stood with his hands on his knees, his chest rising and falling heavily as if he had just finished an intense workout. His entire body was drenched in sweat, but beyond that, there was no visible evidence of the chaos that had unfolded, no scratches, no injuries. It seemed almost unbelievable that he had been a key player in the destruction surrounding him. Serafina, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. If one could see through the terrain, they would find her massive dragon form submerged in one of the lava-filled craters. Her body was riddled with holes, yet she endured the molten pit as if it were nothing more than a sauna. Her scales withstood the searing heat with ease, showing little to no damage. Even the lava that seeped into her wounds caused only minimal harm, a testament to her incredible resistance to fire. Nova, who had been the sole witness to everything that had unfolded, materialized in front of Aaron. Her referee outfit was nowhere to be seen. "Is the fight over?" Aaron asked, noticing her change in attire. He hadn't heard any announcements signaling the end of the match. "Yes, congratulations on the win," Nova replied with a smile, her demeanor now back to normal. It was a stark contrast to the serious expression she had worn while officiating the fight. "But where is she? Did something happen to her consciousness?" Aaron asked, glancing around for Serafina. Now that the fight was over, she should have already been resurrected, like in a game, moments after death. "She hasn't selected the revive option that appeared in front of her when she died," Nova explained. It seemed she was leaving the decision entirely up to Serafina, recognizing that losing a fight she had so desperately wanted, one tied to her freedom, was not something easily overcome. "Okay," Aaron said, quickly understanding her reasoning. "Help her come to terms with it and let me know when she's ready to talk." While he knew he was stepping into a private matter by asking Nova to accelerate Serafina's acceptance, Aaron didn't feel deeply connected to her, at least not enough to hold back for her sake. Besides, he saw it as a way to prevent the loss from turning into a lasting trauma. Depending on how someone processed such a monumental event, it could either become a scar they carried for life or just another challenge they had faced. He wanted it to be the latter, especially because a ex-Orvac burdened by trauma was not something he wished to deal with. 2107. "Yes," Nova replied, accepting the task. Without hesitation, she began her work, monitoring Serafina's brain activity and subtly guiding her thoughts in the right direction. Her approach was gentle, far from the more invasive method of implanting entirely new ideas into her mind. Following that, he logged out immediately, needing to rest his mind, which was more exhausted than anything else. While Aaron rested aboard his ship, the Imperial machine continued its relentless work. Officials from the Imperial Mana Agency were deep in meetings, finalizing quotes and prices. Meanwhile, citizens were enjoying the final days of their empire-wide, week-long vacation. Many had spent this time with their families in VR, thanks to Sarah, who had directed her company's gaming division to create a game where players could fight as Aaron against the various opponents he had faced. Others used her company's open-world game to recreate the recent war. This surge in immersive experiences led to a noticeable increase in respect for the military and its soldiers. It also inspired a rise in military applicants, particularly among those who had previously been hesitant due to their fear of war. Seeing how the Empire's approach to combat had resulted in no loss of life during the previous conflict, aside from material losses that the Empire deemed an acceptable sacrifice, gave people newfound confidence to join the military. Meanwhile, 5 individuals were gathered inside a space station located a short distance from the 3rd defensive line. Seated around a round table, they were engaged in a focused conversation. "We've lost our chance to gain favor and prove our capabilities," said the giant, his voice heavy with frustration as he turned his gaze to the dark elf sitting at the same table. "Don't even start," the dark elf replied, her tone sharp as her eyes remained fixed on the projection of the window that projected the space outside it. The station, a military base positioned in preparation for the war, now seemed almost unnecessary. "I'm having a hard time accepting it, too," she muttered. Over the last 5 years, during which her main consciousness resided in this body, a reflection of her own creation, her perspective had shifted dramatically. Spending time in the Empire had forced her to reconsider her actions, and now she deeply regretted what she had done to Aaron during his visit to Proxima Centauri, a meeting he had attended as per his promise. She and Oak had hoped to use the war as an opportunity for redemption, to demonstrate their worth, and help the Empire overcome a significant challenge. But to their dismay, the war never reached them. The enemy fleets hadn't even managed to breach the first line of defense, leaving them stranded on the station without a chance to act. "How about you just go and tell him how you feel?" Birch suggested, her tone exasperated as she grew tired of their endless brooding. Over the years, they had met with Aaron on several occasions and had the freedom to speak with him whenever they wanted. Yet, more often than not, they were too preoccupied with their own pursuits that Aaron had supported without interference, even spending billions of his own resources to ensure they could do as they pleased. Despite all this, neither of them had the courage to simply apologize for what they had done and try to justify their delay by waiting for an act of equivalent exchange, something significant they could offer before apologizing. But that chance had come and gone. The opportunity to prove themselves during the war had vanished before they could even lift a finger. Crabapple, the dwarf-like member of the group, chimed in, his tone carrying the weight of wisdom despite his sharp delivery. "Birch is right. Your whole equivalent exchange strategy might be noble, but Aaron's too busy for this nonsense. Besides, who knows what he's thinking while you two hesitate? And don't forget, if you patch things up now, he might grant you access to the knowledge we've gained. That's something I'm looking forward to, by the way," he added with a smirk. Though he often came across as blunt, Crabapple's words carried undeniable logic. Having spent most of his time in the lab, his research had already proven valuable enough to be adopted by the Empire. He was one of the few eagerly anticipating the influx of new knowledge, and he wasn't above nudging the others toward reconciliation, if only to ensure nothing delayed his access to the treasure trove of information. Chapter 813 I Greet My Lord, the Emperor. With Nova's assistance in guiding Serafina toward the right path and by setting the simulation she was in to maximum time acceleration, it only took a few hours in real time for her to come to terms with everything. In the accelerated VR, however, those hours felt like months, giving her ample time to process and reflect. Once she had fully digested the situation and logged out, Serafina immediately asked Nova where Aaron was, expressing her desire to meet him face-to-face for a conversation. Nova quickly informed Aaron, and after receiving his approval, she relayed the information to Serafina. Without delay, Serafina boarded her ship, the same one that had transported her to the stadium for her fight with Aaron, the one that had ended with her surrendering under her leader's orders. The journey to the third line of defense took only a few hours, though it could have been faster if FTL travel were permitted. However, due to the current circumstances, FTL travel was prohibited within the defensive lines, extending the travel time slightly. As Serafina boarded Aaron's ship from the hangar where her smaller vessel was parked, she took a deep breath with each step. The closer she got to where Aaron was, the more real the moment became. Although she had accepted the situation and had ample time to come to terms with it, facing it now brought a wave of anxiety. Still, she persevered, each step a reminder of the decision she had already made to confront this head-on and move forward. It didn't take long for Serafina to arrive at the room where Aaron was waiting. He sat in a chair facing the door, his posture calm and composed, as though he had been expecting her. Nova, who had been escorting Serafina using her nanomachine body, stepped to the side upon their arrival, leaving Serafina alone to face Aaron and carry out what she had come to do. Serafina paused for a moment, her steps halting as she gazed at Aaron. His calm eyes met hers, unyielding yet not unkind. She exhaled softly as her eyes gleamed briefly with an unspoken emotion, then shifted her expression and took a decisive step forward. Lowering herself onto one knee, she bowed her head, her voice steady and unwavering. "I greet my lord, the emperor, and my dear leader and owner," she said, her tone carrying the weight of complete submission and respect. Her words and demeanor made it clear that she had surrendered entirely to the terms of the mana contract they had signed before the fight. Whatever resistance or hesitation she had once harbored was now gone. Aaron raised an eyebrow, momentarily intrigued by the stark transformation in Serafina's demeanor. The shift was undeniable, she had gone from the defiant and confrontational individual he had faced before to someone whose tone now bordered on reverence, her words laced with unwavering respect. While Aaron processed the dramatic shift in Serafina's attitude, she remained motionless, still kneeling in complete submission. It was evident she had no intention of moving until he instructed her otherwise. Nova, noticing the prolonged silence, contacted Aaron through his implant, gently reminding him that Serafina was waiting for a response. Pulled from his thoughts, Aaron gave a simple command. "Arise," he said, extending his hand upward in a subtle gesture. Simultaneously, the nanomachines in the room activated, assembling a chair beside her with precision and speed, signaling what he expected next. "Thank you, Lord," Serafina said as she stood and followed his directive. She seated herself in the newly formed chair, her posture attentive and respectful, waiting patiently for Aaron to begin speaking. "Okay, give me a brief explanation of your position within the Exorvac royal families and the political structure," Aaron asked, which directly translated to him asking one of the most intimate information about their civilization. Try to see if she was going to answer truthfully or if she was just acting to buy time. "As you already know, there are 4 royal clans within our civilization, each possessing a unique bloodline that allows the majority of their members to control at least one of the elements. Those with higher purity in their bloodlines can often control multiple elements and, in rare cases, all 4, like myself," Serafina began, her tone measured and calm. "While the position of Grand Elder can technically be challenged by anyone who meets the requirements, the reality is far more ruthless. The Grand Elder fights to total defeat, and none of those who have ever challenged him have survived. This brutality led the royal clans to adopt a strategy of concentrating their resources on prospective talents, individuals who show exceptional potential either through their fighting prowess or their bloodline purity. These candidates are groomed to grow stronger, capable of contending with the Grand Elder and eventually defeating him. This system gave rise to factions, with each faction rallying behind its chosen candidate, vying for resources and influence to ensure their prospect had the best possible chance of victory. Internal politics emerged as clans competed for resources and alliances to strengthen their candidate, with the ultimate goal of taking the position of Grand Elder and reaping the rewards for their support. She continued at length, offering intricate details without holding anything back, her words flowing seamlessly as she laid bare the inner workings of her civilization's political and power structures. Throughout her explanation, Nova silently monitored her live brain data while comparing it to the previously collected information. She looked for signs of deception, whether through omission or outright lies. The results came back clear: Serafina was telling the truth, which brought a measure of satisfaction to Aaron. As for the Grand Elder's order for me to surrender, Serafina continued, her voice steady, it is because he perceives me as the most threatening among the current prospects. I am not only the strongest contender but also possess a bloodline purity that allows me to wield all four elements our civilization is capable of using. This combination makes me a significant threat to his position. By forcing me to surrender, he seeks to eliminate me under the guise of an apology to you for belittling your capabilities. She finally stopped as her face was covered in satisfaction, clearly feeling that she had conveyed her explanation thoroughly. When she finished, Aaron wasted no time moving to his next question. Have any members of your faction contacted you since this occurred? If they have, are they willing to continue supporting you despite your current circumstances? Or do you expect them to abandon you and shift their allegiance to the remaining prospects by offering your share of resources to strengthen them instead? Chapter 8:14 There is no such thing as changing factions. Upon hearing the question, she looked at Aaron as though wondering why he would even ask something so obvious. However, the expression lasted only a moment before she remembered that Aaron was not from her civilization and likely lacked enough understanding of the Exorvax to know there was no need to pose such a question. In our civilization, there is no such thing as changing factions. Once you join one, you are bound to it for life. That's why factions only form around individuals deemed talented enough, those who, with sufficient resources, are believed to have the potential to grow strong enough to challenge the Grand Exorvac and win. Anyone who even considers switching sides would not be accepted by the opposing faction and would be branded a traitor, losing all trust. Such individuals would be cast out and might even face exile. So, although my situation is unique, those in my faction will remain loyal to me as long as I don't explicitly tell them to leave. On the other hand, if the Grand Elder takes advantage of this situation to have me disqualified from challenging him, effectively ordering them to leave my faction, that could change things. Even then, they wouldn't join any other faction. Once someone swears loyalty to a cause, it cannot be transferred. In fact, I could even ask them to come and serve you alongside me if that's what you wanted, and they would comply without hesitation. Either way, their positions are essentially fixed, as they will remain wherever they are until a new Grand Elder rises and redistributes benefits to those in their own faction. Upon hearing her explanation, Aaron nodded and took a moment to think before asking, do you need their aid in your preparation to get stronger in terms of sparring and similar activities, or can you handle it on your own as long as I provide all the required resources for you to improve? If the resource aspect is fully covered on your side, I would only need a few of them to assist me during the preparation period to handle specific tasks. I can assign duties to those who won't be directly involved with me during this time, or, if you have something you need them to do, I can order them to carry it out, she replied confidently. We'll discuss that in detail in a moment, Aaron said, but first, what exactly are the resources you need to get stronger? He paused, realizing he had just implied he would cover all her resource needs without knowing what those entailed. Lots of mana, spatial stones from the Trinarian home planet, spiritual roots of peace from Zelvora. She began listing item after item, her pace steady and unwavering. More than a minute passed, and it became clear she had no intention of stopping anytime soon. Throughout her lengthy explanation, Aaron simply focused on the hovering screen in front of him, which was being updated in real time with the exhaustive list of items she mentioned. Most of the resources were unfamiliar to him, and he had no idea about their rarity or cost. This left him uncertain whether he should already feel regret for hinting at covering such a massive responsibility, resources that had previously required an entire faction from the strongest race in the Conclave to gather for just one prospect. Despite this, Aaron was resolute. He knew that whatever he was going to gain in the end would far outweigh the investment he would have to make now. Even if it required an enormous effort and resources, he was willing to take the necessary steps to increase the odds of success in his broader plan. Once she finally finished listing everything, Serafina remained silent, gazing at Aaron as she patiently waited for his response. Aaron took another thorough look at the list, committing the items to memory before turning to Nova. Have all of these added to the list of items we're willing to barter for mana stones. Ensure the trades are diversified, involving a mix of other commodities, and limit the exchanges to civilizations capable of providing these resources. Also, require each civilization to sign a non-disclosure agreement about the specifics of what they're bartering. Frame it as avoiding inter-civilization disputes over unequal trade deals. We can't afford anyone piecing together this data and deducing our plans. Understood, sir, Nova replied promptly. She immediately transmitted the orders and the list, along with all relevant context, to GAIA. As the entity overseeing governmental matters, GAIA would manage the delicate balance of what was disclosed and to whom. Meanwhile, Serafina's outward demeanor remained composed, but internally, her thoughts were in disarray. She had anticipated that once Aaron reviewed the extensive list of resources, he would expect her faction to take on some of the burden since they were already accustomed to fulfilling these needs for her. What she hadn't expected was his swift and decisive acceptance of the responsibility. She understood just how rare and exorbitantly expensive many of these materials were, even excluding mana, the most valuable resource of them all. For her faction, securing just a small portion of these items annually had already been a significant challenge. Now, Aaron was planning to take on the entire burden himself, leaving her both astonished and uncertain about his true depth of resources and intentions. What Serafina didn't know was that Aaron had no intention of maintaining the same level of expenditure every year. The bulk of the cost would come from the initial purchase. Once the materials were secured, he would have them scanned and analyzed, allowing the atomic printers to reproduce anything that didn't involve exotic energy. For items requiring exotic energy, he would only need to purchase those specific resources while the Lab City researchers worked on ways to replicate the energy or develop better alternatives. Aaron saw no reason to disclose this information to Serafina. She didn't need to know about the intricacies of his resource management or the advanced capabilities of his empire's technology. For now, it was enough that she saw him as fully committed to providing what she needed. This perception would serve his plans well. Beyond that, Lab City had already begun its research using the brain data collected when Serafina logged into VR, as well as the physical data gathered when she passed through the disinfecting corridor of Aaron's ship. The researchers were actively studying different ways to enhance her strength further. They were also waiting for the scanned data of the materials she had listed to analyze how those resources contributed to her growth and to explore potential improvements. Their objectives were threefold: first, to identify alternatives that could replace some of the materials; second, to optimize the use of the resources to minimize waste; and third, to develop methods to accelerate her progress or increase the efficiency of strength gained relative to the resources invested. The ultimate goal was to refine and potentially surpass the existing methods of strengthening her, ensuring the best possible outcome with the least amount of wasted effort or resources. Chapter 8:15 Do you want to get me killed in my sleep? Serafina remained in that stunned position for a brief moment before a realization dawned upon her. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees and said, "I thank the Lord for his generosity and promise not to let you down." Her voice was filled with gratitude, fully aware of the immense expense tied to the resources she had requested, resources that were considered extravagant even by the standards of her previously affluent empire. Though she understood that Aaron's empire was on the path to becoming one of the wealthiest in the conclave, with wealth likely surpassing what they could practically use, she recognized the significance of his decision. He could have chosen a more self-serving path, hoarding all the benefits for himself and his empire. Instead, he had chosen to invest in her, and that thought humbled her deeply. She resolved to make sure that his generosity was not misplaced. "Arise, we still have more things to discuss," Aaron said, a small smile crossing his face momentarily. He acknowledged her gratitude, appreciating that it came from a place of sincerity. It reassured him that she wasn't someone who took what was given to her for granted. Had she displayed a sense of entitlement, Aaron would have relegated their relationship to that of mere master and servant, closing off any possibility of a deeper connection. "We'll see if we can secure all the materials. If our attempts to use mana as an exchange medium prove insufficient, we'll need to rely on some members of your faction to fill the gaps, at least until we find another alternative," Aaron said, outlining his contingency plan. He wanted to ensure there were no disruptions in acquiring the necessary resources, while simultaneously minimizing the involvement of her faction. Their participation risked attracting unwanted attention from those who might be monitoring them and piecing together their plans. "I will inform them to be ready for orders from you, sir," Serafina replied, mentally noting his instructions as she waited for his next question. "What are their connections with different empires or businesses, and what organizations are they leading or affiliated with? I want to see if there are areas where they can assist us," Aaron asked. "Due to our position within the conclave, we deemed it beneath us to form connections with others since we have the means and resources to buy whatever we need from anyone. As for connections, you can consider that we have none," Serafina began. "Regarding business matters, although the direct members of my faction own businesses, they do not manage them personally. Instead, we typically rely on members of civilizations under our protection to handle such lowly tasks, allowing us to focus on more important matters." She continued providing more details, which caused a flicker of disappointment to cross Aaron's face. He realized that, due to their power and self-sufficiency, they had neglected to build relationships with other civilizations. This oversight reduced the scope of what he could leverage from her faction for his plans. However, he noted they weren't entirely useless, just less impactful than he had initially anticipated. Once she finished her explanations, Aaron took a moment to gather his thoughts before saying, "All right, that's enough questions from me for today. You'll stay with me until everything is resolved, and we head back to Earth. For now, I need you to take a jar of nanomachines from Nova and secretly hand it to a trusted member of your faction. Have all the currently available members of your faction ingest them. This will allow you to hold meetings in VR, away from prying eyes, and safeguard the confidentiality of our plans. The remaining nanomachines can be taken back to the conclave. Once there, they'll need to ensure they provide the required materials so that the nanomachines can replicate and increase their numbers. They should then spread to all the remaining members of your faction, including their subordinates and anyone working for them. This should be done covertly so that those in lower ranks remain unaware. This will allow your faction to establish a small VR network, enabling them to stay connected, monitor potential leaks among the lower ranks, and maintain secrecy until we can link their network nodes back to ours. For now, once the members present here ingest the nanomachines, use it to divide your faction into two groups, those you want and need by your side, order them to stay with you, and those who can return home and act as proxies when we require their involvement." Aaron continued outlining the plan, tweaking it in real time to fit the current situation. It was evident that his aim was to create a network where he could control access to information, ensuring the best possible outcomes for his strategy while keeping it hidden from others. "Yes, my lord," Serafina replied respectfully, bowing her head as she absorbed the details of his instructions. "You can ask questions if you have them, there's no need to hold back," Aaron said when he noticed the look on her face, one that clearly indicated she wanted to say something but was hesitating due to the urgency of carrying out his orders. "I'm curious as to when we will be uniting our soul and mana threads," she asked, her eyes carrying a faint but unmistakable hint of expectation. Aaron immediately froze, staring at her with a mix of confusion and disbelief as he tried to decipher her meaning. Before he could puzzle over it too long, Nova provided him with context. "She means, when are we going to get married?" Aaron nearly had a heart attack on the spot. He facepalmed, exhaling deeply in exasperation as his thoughts raced. "Do you want to get me killed in my sleep?" Shaking his head, he looked at her and spoke in a calm but firm tone, hoping to eliminate any potential misunderstandings. "I don't plan on marrying you or anyone else. That's something you're free to decide with someone of your choosing. I already have a wife whom I love very much, and I haven't, and don't, consider taking another wife. I have no intention of breaking my wife's heart, and I don't want to even entertain such thoughts." His tone carried finality, making it clear that this was a line he would not cross, both for his sake and for hers. Chapter 8:16 Cultural Gap. Serafina gave Aaron a puzzled look after hearing his firm declaration about remaining with one wife. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "Do you have many offspring, my lord?" Aaron, caught off guard by the sudden shift in the conversation, replied, "No, I don't have any. Why? His curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but wonder what prompted the question. At the same time, a part of him questioned whether this entire conversation was somehow tied to Nova's earlier efforts to help Serafina come to terms with her defeat, or if it was something else entirely. Instead of answering directly, Serafina posed another question. Is it because your soul partner is incapable of bearing strong offspring from your seed? No, Aaron replied curtly, though his expression betrayed his growing confusion. His thoughts screamed, "What the heck are these questions for?" Serafina pressed on, her tone carrying both sincerity and a hint of frustration. Then shouldn't you take as many strong soul partners as possible to produce numerous offspring, increasing the chances of someone as strong as you being born? Wouldn't that strengthen your empire and ensure your legacy? So why deny me the chance to be your soul partner when I am certain I could bear strong offspring for you? Her explanation was straightforward, rooted in her own cultural values and logic. Yet, to Aaron, it felt like the conversation had veered into deeply uncomfortable territory he hadn't anticipated. Serafina wasn't angry about being denied, she was simply curious why Aaron would dismiss what seemed to her like an obvious and beneficial suggestion, especially when there appeared to be no downside. Aaron let out a deep sigh as the realization dawned on him this was a clash of cultural norms. In her civilization, love wasn't understood in the same way humans experienced it. Instead, they revered strength above all else, with romantic attachment tied closely to admiration for power. By her culture's standards, Serafina would be considered in love with Aaron, driven by a desire to create strong offspring with him. This was also likely why she remained unmarried. No one had been strong enough to challenge her for her hand in marriage. Aaron racked his brain for a way to explain his perspective in terms she could grasp. However, he quickly realized that any explanation would inevitably raise more questions, especially given the profound differences in their values. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, "It seems the cultural differences between us make it difficult for me to explain this in a way that makes sense right now. Once you've completed the task of handing the nanomachines to one of your subordinates, I'll share our culture with you through assimilation. It should help you understand my actions, decisions, and those of other humans. Until then, let's put this conversation on hold." Although Serafina didn't receive the clear answer she had hoped for, she recognized the importance of bridging the cultural gap. She nodded in agreement, understanding what her lord wanted to convey. Rising gracefully, she headed toward the door, where Nova stood waiting with a small container. Taking the container, she bowed slightly before leaving to carry out the task her lord had assigned. "I really hope she hasn't developed an obsession with me. Things could get complicated if she has," Aaron muttered, leaning his head against his hand. He was deep in thought, wondering what actions Serafina might take to get what she wanted, especially if those actions were considered normal in her culture. "Don't worry, sir. I'll keep an eye on her and make sure to update you if I notice any signs of such behavior," Nova reassured him. However, if someone had been observing Nova closely, they would have noticed the faint smile tugging at her lips as she fought to hold back laughter. To her, the situation seemed more amusing than concerning, and she was enjoying the unexpected drama that this new addition to the family was bringing. "I want to go to my wife," Aaron finally said with a sigh, realizing this situation might turn into a source of future headaches. "You'll have to settle for meeting her in VR until everything here is sorted out," Nova teased, patting Aaron on the back in a mock attempt to console him. "Once this is over, you can enjoy a well-deserved vacation with her." Aaron groaned softly, already feeling the weight of the current situation and imagining the relief he'd feel once it was all behind him. "Now we wait," Aaron said, activating the hologram display to check on the progress of the orders he had given to the government. The screen lit up, showing 50 massive cargo ships leaving Earth's orbit, steadily making their way in his direction. The cargo ships were loaded with the mana stones Aaron had promised to gift to the other side as a gesture of goodwill. These weren't just any mana stones, they represented a rare and valuable resource, and the shipment contained more than double the required amount to create a wormhole to return home. Despite the excess, Aaron had deliberately chosen this amount. He wanted to demonstrate the abundance of mana stones available to his empire and use this gesture to establish trust and goodwill with the other side. By providing something so costly for free, Aaron aimed to lay the foundation for a strong relationship, ensuring that his generosity would not go unnoticed. As Aaron closed the hologram, he turned to Nova and asked, "How is our progress in decoding the data they gave us?" "We're making quick progress with the unencrypted data. For the encrypted ones, we're holding off for now, focusing all computing power on analyzing the accessible ones first. Once that's completed, we'll redirect full resources to decrypting the rest," Nova explained, materializing a new hologram that displayed the detailed progress of the task. "Inform me the moment even one of them is fully decoded," Aaron instructed, his tone neutral but failing to mask the underlying excitement. He was eager to delve into the trove of knowledge this data promised. The thought of what might be hidden in them spurred his enthusiasm. Aaron enjoyed nothing more than creating and innovating, and he was certain this knowledge would hold the key to breakthroughs he hadn't yet even imagined. If the data contained what he hoped for, it could potentially cut the system points, SP, required to implement his plans by half or possibly even more. Nova gave a slight nod, noting the rare gleam of anticipation in Aaron's usually composed demeanor. "Understood, sir. I'll notify you immediately." Chapter 817 Leaving. A week later, the nanomachines had finally spread to all the Exorvac in Serafina's faction. They were gathered in a massive meeting room, with Serafina seated at the head, addressing every member who was present and listening intently to her instructions. "Yes, Princess," they answered in unison as the meeting concluded. Some individuals logged out to carry out their orders, while a few who were seated near Serafina stayed behind. "Princess, I don't need to return and tie up loose ends. I can leave them to my son and remain here to assist you," said a man seated closest to Serafina. His voice carried the weight of his age and experience, though his appearance showed no sign of how old he truly was. "Then you can come to my side when you're finished," Serafina replied, not urging him to go back and complete his handover. She knew he had already accounted for his responsibilities, and trying to convince him otherwise might suggest she doubted his ability to keep his word. "Thank you, Princess. I will join you as soon as possible," he said, then logged out to finalize his tasks. After he departed, other members presented their own requests. Some asked how they would return once their loose ends were resolved, and they, too, logged out upon receiving answers. Soon, Serafina was left alone. She raised her head and glanced at the empty chairs, a silent indication that she was lost in thought. She remained there for a short while, then also logged out. With no one else using the room, the system deleted the instance to avoid wasting resources. The first Exorvac to abandon his position and follow Serafina drew immediate attention from those monitoring the former battlefield. Sensors blanketing the area expected the ships to be intercepted or destroyed for attempting to cross into the Empire's territory without authorization. However, to everyone's surprise, the ships encountered no resistance. They were allowed to pass unchallenged, as though the Empire was either unaware of their presence or deliberately ignoring them. Curious observers continued tracking the ships, speculating about possible motives. When it became clear the ships were heading directly toward the Emperor's personal vessel, where both the Emperor and Serafina were located, it didn't take long for theories to emerge. Some believed the ships were retrieving Serafina in exchange for something of value. Others speculated they were defecting to join her, though the first explanation seemed more plausible to most. Hours turned into days, and still, none of the ships returned. Instead, more personal ships followed the same path, heading toward the Emperor's vessel. Their one-way journey soon confirmed the latter theory: these individuals were joining Serafina. What might have been seen as defection in other civilizations was not treated the same way among the Exorvac, who valued personal freedom above many things. While this development was significant, most of the present civilizations remained preoccupied with negotiations over the mana exchange agreement. The situation, though noteworthy, was not deemed urgent enough to warrant immediate action. So, they continued monitoring the movements but refrained from intervening altogether. Time passed quickly, and before long, the one-month negotiation period granted by the Emperor had ended. The time for the visitors to leave had arrived, and preparations, which had begun 2 weeks earlier with the arrival of sufficient mana stones, were now complete. Imperial citizens tuned in to a live broadcast of the ship's departure, eager to see how the wormhole technology functioned. This broadcast was made possible after physics researchers requested permission from the Empire to observe the event, hoping to learn something new from the phenomenon. Their request was approved, and the Empire decided to share the event with its citizens, piquing widespread curiosity as many had only seen such technology in movies or heard about it in stories. As the departure time approached, more than half the Empire's population watched as the lead ships of each civilization's fleet began releasing waves that shimmered like heat mirages. The waves intensified, causing the ships to momentarily vanish from sight as the space around them rippled. The ripples spread outward like the disturbance of still water struck by a stone, bending light in their wake until the wormhole opened wide. The ships in formation wasted no time, moving swiftly into the wormhole. Moments later, it closed, and space returned to its usual calm. With the disappearance of the former enemy fleets, the Empire collectively breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the looming threat at the solar system's edge was finally gone. However, they all knew this departure was only temporary. The visitors were expected to return within 6 months, bringing the materials required for the barter trade. This initial departure was just the beginning, marking the start of what would become the first official trade exchange involving mana stones. Among the viewers was Serafina. She watched as the fleet she had arrived with disappeared, leaving her behind a reality she never thought possible. When she came to the Empire, she was full of confidence, certain she would return with the fleet and full of glory. But now, she has come to accept that reality often brings outcomes we never imagined. At least she didn't have much to worry about, as staying behind offered her equal, if not greater, benefits than she would have gained by returning to their territory. She now had access to what could only be described as unlimited mana stones. Surprisingly, this privilege wasn't reserved for her alone. The Emperor had also granted similar access to all her subordinates. He declared them his subordinates now, explaining that their strength would make them far more valuable to him than if they were left without reaching their full potential. As a result, they were all currently in intensive training, absorbing mana stones, with only a small number of rotating shifts to ensure she was well looked after and faced no problems. This arrangement will allow her to proceed smoothly until the required materials arrive. For now, she chose to focus on assimilating knowledge while waiting. Once everything was in place, she, too, planned to immerse herself fully in training. Chapter 8: 18 Metals. The Imperial fleets, mobilized and on high alert, remained completely still for hours even after the new allies had departed. This inaction spoke volumes about the Empire's deep-seated mistrust of newcomers. Every movement, energy fluctuation, and spatial distortion within their monitored zones was being meticulously scrutinized. Only after 10 hours had passed, with no abnormalities detected by any of the Empire's sensors, did the fleets finally begin to take action. The first sign of movement came from the Emperor himself, issuing a direct command to reduce the Empire's situational readiness by 3 grades. This adjustment brought a visible shift in operations, as the fleets began to reorganize themselves into 3 distinct groups. The first group consisted of ships carrying the real bodies of the soldiers, positioned at the rear of the defensive line. These vessels began their journey back to Earth and Mars bases for recovery, where the soldiers would rotate out for well-deserved vacations. The second group was made up of ships housing the artificial bodies used by soldiers in combat. These ships were redirected to various strategic points across the solar system, where they would remain dormant until reactivated. Their purpose was to provide rapid response capabilities should an incident requiring the Imperial Army's intervention occur. The nearest ship would be activated and deployed immediately. While this plan had been on the Empire's agenda for some time, the emergence of powerful enemies accelerated its implementation. The Empire's recent overproduction of combat resources allowed this project to proceed ahead of schedule. The third and smallest group of ships set a course for the areas where the Empire had deployed gravitational bombs. Their mission was twofold: first, to collect data and salvage any remaining materials from the aftermath, particularly fragments of enemy technology. These materials could potentially be reverse engineered to enhance the Empire's military effectiveness. Second, the ships were tasked with rectifying the disruptions caused by the black hole bombs. This included destroying smaller asteroids knocked out of their natural orbits and redirecting larger ones back to their original trajectories to prevent them from crashing into the Sun or causing unintended damage. The Colosseum, now under the Empire's ownership, was included in the group heading back. Aaron intended to repurpose it as a tourist attraction and entertainment venue, allowing Imperial citizens to visit and witness the site where the historic battles had unfolded. While all these movements were taking place, a significant portion of the military and civilian population was immersed in a VR simulation, witnessing the medal awarding ceremony honoring the brave soldiers who had fought for the Empire. Due to the sheer size of the Imperial army involved in the war, only those who had performed truly extraordinary feats were personally awarded by the Emperor during the ceremony. The rest received their rewards from their direct superiors. Even so, the Emperor was set to personally honor more than 1,000 individuals. To ensure transparency and prevent dissatisfaction, the reasons for each recipient's recognition were broadcasted, with their contributions and the significance of their actions explained to all attendees. This measure was taken to address any potential concerns about the fairness of the selections and to maintain unity and morale among the ranks. But not everyone could be expected to agree or focus solely on celebrating. There are always individuals who feel the need to oppose the consensus, seeking to set themselves apart, convincing themselves that they are independent thinkers rather than sheep who follow the crowd. Among such individuals, a rumor began to circulate. It claimed that the Empire was planning to raise taxes to cover the massive war expenses and pay off the significant debts incurred during the conflict. The rumor further suggested that the Emperor had used his own company to supply weapons for the war, allegedly selling them to the Imperial Army at inflated prices to enrich himself under the guise of national defense. Just as people often forget the sacrifices they promised to make during times of danger, or the fear they felt when facing the threat of colonization by the Astral Conclave, a small group latched onto these rumors. They pieced together loosely connected dots, convincing themselves they had uncovered a grand conspiracy, and began spreading the claims with fervor. However, the reaction from the majority of the public wasn't what this small group had anticipated. Seeing how the Emperor had personally risked his own life for the Empire, a stark contrast to previous leaders who waged wars driven by hatred, pride, or greed while sending others' children to die as they stayed safe in their luxurious homes, elicited a different response. For the first time in human history, the majority of the population agreed on the rationality of raising taxes to help recover the imperial economy. This unprecedented unity stemmed from the respect and trust the Emperor had earned through his actions. Gaia, who had been closely monitoring the situation, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. All of these outcomes unfolded without her or any of the AIs needing to intervene in shaping public opinion, something Aaron had ordered they begin reducing several years ago. This marked the first time a situation of such magnitude had been handled without any external influence. She had been fully prepared to issue an announcement clarifying that there were no plans to raise taxes, as all the extra funding had come from the imperial family and a reserve fund built from years of consecutive budgetary surpluses. Gaia had planned to step in the moment public opinion began to skew negatively. However, to her relief, there was no longer any need for such an announcement. That was only if you looked at the situation from the perspective of the humans on Earth. For those in Proxima Centauri, however, this wasn't even a topic of discussion. For them, even a 50% increase in taxes would not have sparked complaints. They viewed the Emperor and the Empire as a second parent, one who had yet to exploit them for selfish gain. As long as such a betrayal didn't happen repeatedly, they would continue to trust the Emperor wholeheartedly, without hesitation. Chapter 8:19 Back to researching. 1 month later. Aaron, having finally returned from his vacation, stood in the elevator of the cube, which still served as the temporary imperial palace. Without needing to press any buttons, the doors closed smoothly, and the elevator began its descent. Its destination was the lowest floor, where his personal lab was located, a place that he had missed during his time away. Which ones have been successfully accessed? Aaron asked, having come directly after being informed that 3 of the files had finally been decoded from the unencrypted portion of the data. The Exorvax files were the first to be fully decoded, followed by the Valthorans and the Trinarians. However, the last one has only been partially decoded due to a portion of it being encrypted and hidden. Those hidden files likely contain the more advanced version of the knowledge currently available, as the decoded portion contains only basic information, Nova responded. Currently, Nova was the only one who had thoroughly reviewed the files, taking extra precautions by creating her own sanitized copies. These duplicates had no connection to the original data, ensuring any potential dangers, traps, or malicious coding hidden within the original files were eliminated. Additionally, because the knowledge was external to the system, it wasn't yet ready for assimilation. It required Nova's meticulous preparation to make it suitable for Aaron to absorb effectively. Upon hearing Nova's response, Aaron wasn't the least bit annoyed by the news that only 2.5 datasets had been decoded and were ready for access. He knew he had ample time to wait before resorting to using SP. Even the currently available knowledge would occupy most of his time, as he intended to thoroughly test and evaluate whether it could be implemented in his existing technologies. "Which one do you suggest we start with?" Aaron asked as he stepped out of the elevator, which had already arrived at his target floor. "The Valthorans files," Nova replied without hesitation. "Their knowledge is the most compatible with your current capabilities among the decoded technologies. The Exorvax files are more focused on cultivating their strength and aspects of their civilization, which might not be immediately useful. As for the Trinarians, while the basic knowledge is promising, it would be better to approach it as a complete set once the remaining encrypted portions are fully decoded." "Okay then, let's start with that one," Aaron responded as he entered the lab. Without missing a beat, Nova initiated the lockdown procedure, a standard protocol that ensured the room was secure whenever Aaron was incapacitated during the knowledge assimilation process. Aaron didn't bother questioning why Nova was speaking as though she were advising him to focus on a single civilization's knowledge at a time. He was well aware of the limitations of his current assimilation technology compared to the system's more advanced assimilation technology. Unlike the system, his method required careful moderation to avoid potential overloads or errors during the assimilation process. This cautionary approach was essential to ensure that the integration of new knowledge proceeded smoothly and without complications. Without wasting any time, Aaron stepped into the pod. He settled in and began the process of knowledge assimilation, his mind already prepared to absorb and process the vast array of data contained within the Valthorans files. Aaron sat silently, sifting through the vast amount of knowledge he had just assimilated from the Valthorans. The sheer volume of information was staggering, but he remained focused, analyzing how best to integrate it into his existing technologies. His primary concern was ensuring that any integration was both effective and secure, with no vulnerabilities that could be exploited by the original creators of the knowledge. Safeguarding the system from external threats was a priority he couldn't afford to overlook. 2141. A few hours later. Aaron sat silently, sifting through the vast amount of knowledge he had just assimilated from the Valthorans. The sheer volume of information was staggering, but he remained focused, analyzing how best to integrate it into his existing technologies. His primary concern was ensuring that any integration was both effective and secure, with no vulnerabilities that could be exploited by the original creators of the knowledge. Safeguarding the system from external threats was a priority he couldn't afford to overlook. "Let's test it first and see what results we get," Aaron said finally, breaking the silence. After carefully organizing his thoughts and devising a preliminary plan, he immediately logged into the VR lab. It was the ideal space for this type of work, allowing him to accelerate time and maximize productivity, ensuring that every second spent was of immense value. If this means is secure, then it will make it much easier to spread the universal simulation even if we face difficulties in creating the network, inside the lab, Aaron said as he finished his final preparation to start the testing. Aaron was specifically focused on the Valthorans' Pride Nexus, a system that could be considered a rudimentary precursor to the Empire's universal simulation. Unlike Aaron's system, which relied on physical servers and a vast network of infrastructure, the Pride Nexus operated without physical servers. Instead, its members served as both data centers and repositories of knowledge. Each individual within the Nexus contained a small portion of its data and backups, ensuring that no critical knowledge would be lost even if one of its members died. This unique structure came with limitations. The Pride Nexus restricted the number of users and had slower data processing speeds compared to the Empire's universal simulation. However, it far surpassed the Empire's system in certain aspects when it comes to accessibility. Approved Valthorans required no equipment to connect to the Nexus so long as they were within the same solar system and near a few other members of the Nexus, they could seamlessly access it. This innovation intrigued Aaron, as it demonstrated a level of efficiency and decentralization that his own technology had yet to achieve. All you need to do is figure out a way to enable normal individuals to access the central servers using the ambient mana in their surroundings, and you'll have solved one of our biggest hurdles, Nova chimed in. She understood that for the universal simulation to reach everyone living within the astral conclave in a short time, the traditional methods of infrastructure and delivery would be the bottleneck slowing its spread. If Aaron could develop a means to eliminate the reliance on intermediary equipment, it would significantly accelerate the adoption of the system. Such an innovation would not only streamline the process but also ensure that even the most remote or resource-limited areas could integrate into the simulation seamlessly. Let's start. Chapter 820 Research. Aaron sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, appearing to be in a state of silent meditation. He wasn't alone, as several clones of various individuals surrounded him, each adopting the same posture and engaging in the same activity as he was. To an ordinary observer, it might seem as though they were all meditating. However, someone with exceptional sensitivity to mana would have perceived the truth. Mana waves radiated from each figure, varying in frequency and intensity. Aaron himself emitted the most intense waves, as if releasing vast amounts of mana equivalent to buckets every second. Each individual appeared to be connected to others emitting similar mana wave frequencies, creating a harmonious link. They showed no interaction with waves of different frequencies, regardless of how much more intense those waves might have been in comparison to their own. This continued uninterrupted for about a minute. However, as soon as the minute passed, all of the meditating figures were teleported, reappearing far apart from one another, with at least 100 meters of distance separating each individual. Despite the sudden separation, the mana wave connections remained intact, seemingly unaffected by the increased distance. After another minute, the distance separating the individuals was increased again, this time to a kilometer, a tenfold increase. Yet, the situation remained unchanged. The incremental distance increases continued, each time expanding further, until the farthest distance between individuals reached approximately 100 astronomical units. At that point, the expansion ceased, as it appeared this was the maximum range for maintaining the mana wave frequency connections. This remarkable result was made possible by a few individuals who acted as relays, facilitating the transmission of the signals and ensuring the network of connections remained intact across such vast distances. Aaron was positioned at the center of all the individuals, radiating a brilliant glow in the mana spectrum. He was releasing the highest amount of mana among them, and unlike the others, his mana frequencies shifted periodically. Each change in frequency indicated a connection with a different group of individuals who operated within that specific frequency range. The speed of connection varied based on the average intensity of mana being released by those within the frequency. The moment Aaron connected to a particular group, their mana intensity immediately brightened, almost as if amplified by his presence. However, as soon as Aaron moved on to the next frequency, the group's intensity returned to its original level. This cycle repeated continuously as Aaron shifted through frequencies, maintaining his central role in the network. Aaron didn't stop there. He continued experimenting with various methods, attempting to achieve as many different results as possible. Some of his efforts ended in failure, while others produced outcomes that didn't align with his expectations. "We need to simplify it," Aaron said, opening his eyes. Instantly, all the clones meditating alongside him vanished, and the simulation scope was reduced back to city size to conserve unnecessary resource usage. Do we really need to address that right now? Nova asked as she materialized beside him. She had been managing the simulation's expansion and meticulously documenting the changes occurring in all the clones participating in the research. No, that was more of a mental note for when we hit the level of viability, Aaron replied, reviewing his memories of the experiment to analyze what he had learned and cross-reference it with the knowledge he had assimilated. With the increase in distance, latency decreases. However, the extent of the delay depends on the ambient mana between the two connections. The greater the ambient mana, the farther the distance before significant latency becomes an issue. If one individual within the network emits more mana than the others, their contribution to the network increases proportionally. This dynamic allows even those with weaker intensities to maintain a usable connection. We could potentially leverage this to lower the entry threshold, Aaron muttered as he pieced his thoughts together, his voice steady and focused. Throughout his rambling, Nova remained silent, diligently noting down every word. Her role was to ensure his thoughts were recorded, even if the likelihood of him needing to revisit them was slim. Once Aaron finished, he turned to her and asked, "Can I see the results from the others?" Without missing a beat, Nova materialized a hologram in front of him. It displayed all the relevant information from the earlier research, tailored in a way to allow Aaron to review it as efficiently as possible. Start a simulation and try to find a way to have as many frequencies as possible detected by a central point, using all of them as means to access a rudimentary version of the universal simulation, Aaron ordered Nova. He had gone through only a small portion of the data, but it quickly became apparent that the weaker the individual, the fewer frequencies they could use to access the system. This highlighted the need for a node that could accept all these different frequencies within a certain range, interpreting them as valid attempts to access the universal simulation and responding accordingly, to reduce the burden on the users. Already on it, Nova responded promptly as she created a new instance of herself specifically dedicated to addressing this task. Acknowledging her response, Aaron turned his attention back to the data, resuming from where he had left off. He continued issuing different orders at various intervals whenever he encountered something he needed to address within the data in front of him. Nova would either assign an instance of herself to handle the task or delegate it to Lab City for further development. This allowed Aaron to function as the head researcher, as most of the time he provided the direction and outlined the expected outcomes for specific tasks, all while keeping the overarching goal of the entire project in mind. Throughout this period, Nova could sense that Aaron was genuinely enjoying himself, especially compared to everything he had done in the past few years. After spending time with his wife, family, and friends, this research had become one of the more fulfilling experiences for him. Aaron particularly relished the challenges of this work, as it introduced an element of unpredictability. Most things in his life had become predictable due to the vast amount of information at his disposal, leaving little room for surprise. When something did surprise him, it was often something dangerous to him or the Empire, and that kind of surprise wasn't enjoyable. However, during this period of research, Aaron was able to experience the thrill of the unknown without having to expend his mental bandwidth on concerns of danger. Although Aaron could use SP to provide him with answers during his research, he had become quite stingy about spending them. There were two main reasons for this. First, he wanted to preserve as many SPs as possible for when they were truly needed. Second, he enjoyed the process of research without the immediate need for answers. Thanks to the universal simulation, he had ample time to conduct his research the traditional way, while also ensuring that this behavior didn't turn into a harmful one. Chapter 821 Henry Michael. "Are you sure about that?" a youthful-looking individual asked his friend with a concerned tone. "Yeah, I can't join you on this tour because of the resources needed to accommodate my existence there," Henry replied, his gaze fixed on the screen in front of them. The screen displayed an announcement for an upcoming tour organized for children under the House of Hope program, scheduled to take place in about a week. The individual questioning him was one of the few close friends Henry had made in his life. They had first met a few years ago when Henry accompanied his brother on a visit to one of the buildings under the House of Hope program. Their bond had grown stronger ever since, making the friend's disappointment over Henry's decision even more palpable. After that initial introduction, Henry had maintained regular visits with the friends he had made, and Aaron had even ensured that Henry attended the same school as them to provide him with as normal a childhood as possible. But isn't the solar system one of the safest places for you to be? And we're not even going near its edges, Paul asked, clearly unwilling to enjoy the tour without Henry. Paul, do you know the scale of effort it takes just for me to move from one city to another, even on Earth? Henry responded, mirroring his brother's tendency to answer a question with another question. I think, at least a few bodyguards? Though I've never actually seen any, Paul replied, racking his brain to recall if he had ever noticed security personnel other than the driver accompanying Henry during the countless times they'd hung out together with their other friends. Upon hearing Paul's response, Henry chuckled softly before raising a finger and pointing toward the sky. Paul instinctively followed his gesture, expecting to see something of significance, but was met with nothing more than the familiar expanse of the sky. Confused, he turned his gaze back to Henry, silently asking for an explanation. We've got a satellite currently monitoring us and keeping track of everything happening within this city, Henry began with a small smile. It's under the control of an AI, filtering and ensuring there's nothing around us that could pose a threat. And while I can't tell you exactly who because even I don't know they are, a few of the people nearby are part of my security detail, and they're all highly trained awakeners. As Henry spoke about the close security measures, his irises briefly shimmered gold before returning to their usual hue. Every security force in this city is on high alert, ready to respond the moment the monitoring system detects anything unusual. And this, he said, lifting his wrist to show a sleek device resembling a watch, is a personal shield. It activates instantly if there's a perceived danger to my life and can withstand heavy attacks long enough for the close security team to intervene and neutralize the threat. Henry paused for a moment, glancing at the device with a wry smile. And that's just the security I've managed to uncover by going through the financial records tied to me. I'd bet good money it's not even 10% of the measures my brother has in place. Honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if there are stealth ships shadowing me wherever I go. Paul, now fully grasping the sheer scale of the security measures surrounding his friend, felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps spread across his skin as he replayed in his mind all the foolish escapades he and their friend group had engaged in over the years. The realization that every one of those moments had likely been recorded and potentially observed by Henry's ever-vigilant security detail left him uneasy. What unnerved him even more was how Henry, fully aware of this constant surveillance, seemed utterly unbothered by it. 2142. Noticing Paul's growing discomfort, Henry chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry about them. As long as we're not committing any crimes, they'll just turn a blind eye to whatever we're doing." His tone was light and reassuring, an attempt to calm his friend, who now looked slightly paranoid. As Paul gradually calmed down, his thoughts returned to the original topic. He realized that if such heavy security measures were necessary to ensure Henry's safety on Earth, arguably the safest place in the Empire, then the resources and effort required to protect him during an off-planet tour, especially so soon after the war, would be unimaginable. Paul sighed, finally understanding. Then, he asked, I see. How about we plan to visit somewhere on Earth that day instead? Henry raised an eyebrow, surprised by his friend's suggestion. Why are you giving up a great opportunity to tour the solar system just because I can't come? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Paul shrugged and replied, we can explore the solar system when you're able to join us. Until then, how about we stick to Earth and make the most of it? He smiled, placing a hand on Henry's shoulder. However, as soon as he did, Paul froze, glancing nervously around, clearly worried about whether someone from Henry's extensive security detail might suddenly appear to chastise him or worse, break his hand. Henry burst out laughing at Paul's reaction, finding his paranoia both amusing and endearing. Relax, Paul. They're not going to hurt you for being friendly, he teased, shaking his head. In the Universal simulation, Aaron sat at his desk, analyzing data when Nova's voice interrupted his focus. She updated him on a conversation between Henry and his friend Paul and the decision Henry had made. Aaron sat silently for a moment, processing the information Nova had shared. Finally, he broke the silence, asking, "Do you think it is appropriate for me to join them?" Nova's surprise was evident in her tone. "You want to go on the tour to convince him to follow you?" Aaron chuckled, recognizing how unusual his idea sounded. "You think it's excessive too, right?" "It is," Nova replied bluntly. "All you need to do is explain to him that the security expenditure isn't as significant as he believes, at least while he's within the solar system. Besides, your presence would turn a simple tour into a spectacle. It would shift the focus away from the children, possibly putting undue pressure on them and disrupting the purpose of the event. They're meant to make memories, not deal with the attention your presence would inevitably bring." Aaron exhaled, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, you're right. I'll need to have a talk with him about this." He leaned back in his chair, his mind already piecing together how best to approach the conversation. While technically not wiretapping, the idea of an AI monitoring and flagging private conversations for his attention was a sensitive matter. Although it was a necessary tool for ensuring Henry's safety, it came with a responsibility to tread lightly when acting on that information. "I'll let you know when he's back," Nova reassured him. "Thanks," Aaron said, offering a faint smile before turning his focus back to his research. Chapter 8:22 John. "They plan, we plan, and the best planner wins," John muttered as he sat in his office, going through the large amount of information prepared for him. His focus remained steady as he reviewed each piece, carefully deciding the direction to move forward. One of the documents contained all the information gathered from the brain data of killed combatants and the ships they had infiltrated. This data was used to assess and grade the currently known civilizations based on their strength and their capability to sustain a long interstellar war against another civilization. The document was the first of its kind to be prepared without factoring in external opinions or speculations, resulting in several civilizations being ranked either a few levels higher or lower than previously thought. Another document detailed the results of a joint research effort between the military and the Imperial Mana Agency, focusing on the limits of mana oaths. It explored whether these oaths could be exploited or circumvented through indirect means, all while avoiding the retaliation typically triggered by breaking their rules. This involved testing every conceivable loophole and edge case. Another report analyzed potential strategies the opposing side might employ to hinder the Empire without technically violating the mana oath. These included tactics such as turning a blind eye to or directly supporting pirates who attack Imperial vessels operating within the Conclave and then purchasing stolen goods at lower than market prices. It also covered scenarios like leveraging internal conflicts to establish militarized zones and routes used by Imperial ships to reach other civilizations, declaring such zones off-limits, and threatening to attack any trespassers, actions that, while disruptive, would not breach the mana oath. This specific document also included proposed countermeasures for each potential strategy the opposing side might employ against the Empire. These countermeasures were meticulously designed to provide the military with a range of options, allowing them to select the most efficient course of action for each scenario. These were just a few among the many critical documents John had to review before presenting his findings to the Emperor. Each document carried its own significance, contributing to the overall security of the Imperial military and the safety of the Empire as a whole. Such documents were currently being prepared either through individual efforts or joint research initiatives and were delivered to the heads of each agency for review. Once reviewed, these documents would be forwarded to the Emperor for final decisions to be made. This process had resulted in the Imperial government entering a phase of exceptionally heavy workloads. The Empire needed to ensure it was thoroughly prepared for a future where the entire conclave would be accessible to them. Even the slightest negligence could lead to unexpected outcomes and severe consequences. To mitigate this, they adopted a meticulous approach, having multiple teams independently work on the same issues without communication between them. This ensured that any overlooked details or insights missed by one team could potentially be discovered by another. "How is the progress on reverse engineering the captured mecha?" John asked. "The mechanical aspect is complete. Currently, the research focuses on the software and control interface before integrating all findings into a few final designs. Athena, the AI overseeing the entire military, responded. Looks like we're going to need more of them than I initially thought, John said, reflecting on the response. He had been reviewing reports on how the Ural coalition utilized their mechas to secure their territories. The psychological impact of mechas on pirates was proving to be significantly higher than that of conventional military ships. Despite that, we are still heavily limited in information. It looks like it's going to take a very long time and constant updates before we have as clear a picture as we want, John remarked, realizing the document they currently had was still extremely opaque regarding the full workings of the Astral Conclave. Most of the intelligence had been collected from low-ranking soldiers who lacked insight into the deeper mechanics of the conclave. This gap, however, was going to be Nyx's domain, a task she seemed to be preparing for with great enthusiasm. Finally, an area where the Empire didn't hold complete informational superiority was presenting itself, giving her the opportunity to operate under the Imperial military doctrine and gather intelligence as efficiently as possible. We take what we have and use it to the maximum of its potential. We can't always wait for full and perfect information before acting. By then, everything would have already happened, Athena responded. But aren't we being too conservative in our planning of countermeasures? John asked, noticing that none of the plans suggested any proactive moves by the Empire. Nearly all of them positioned the Empire in a reactive stance. The Emperor specifically asked that active strategies not be included for now. It seems he is working on something independently, and once his plan is finalized, any active measures will be integrated alongside it, Athena explained. Though John held the highest rank in the military, second only to the Emperor, this particular directive had been handled by Athena as she had simply issued a memo to the researchers without bothering John with the details until now. Fine, he responded, slightly irked but ultimately understanding. After completing his review of the final document, he added, other than a few of these that need more details to justify their conclusions further, the rest can be delivered to the Emperor, sending the revision requests to the respective folders. Due to the Emperor's current erratic schedule, it's unclear when your meeting to report these will take place, but it should happen within a week, Athena relayed, passing on the response she had received from Nova. No problem on my side, plus I have dates with my 2 wives, John said, initiating the log-out procedure as he considered his work for the day complete and no urgent matters left to address. I will keep you up to date for any changes, Athena responded just before the log-out process was finalized. Chapter 823 Presentation. Inside one of the meeting rooms in a building belonging to the Ministry of the Exterior, a presentation was underway, with a few individuals attentively listening to the speaker. Taking into account all the reasons stated above, I propose the creation of a space station to serve as a trade hub due to the restricted and limited access to Earth for outsiders, the presenter concluded before pausing, allowing the attendees to ask questions as she finished her presentation. Why not use any of the moons in the solar system or one of the currently unoccupied planets? Asked an attendee who had been diligently taking notes throughout the meeting. The presenter nodded, prepared for the question. Aside from Earth, which is now closed to outsiders under Imperial order, the other planets are either allocated for military use or are too close to the Sun, making it prohibitively expensive to terraform and shield them from radiation. As for the moons, the majority are already being utilized as research bases, monitored for ongoing experiments, or are located too close to their parent planets. This proximity places them within strong magnetic fields, which could disrupt ship electronics for vessels attempting to dock. Moreover, many of the moons are simply too small to accommodate the continuous expansion a trade hub will require in the future. By constructing a dedicated space station, we gain the flexibility to design it from the ground up, specifically tailored to meet current needs while also accounting for significant future growth in trade between civilizations. Her confident and detailed response made it clear she had anticipated the question and was well prepared. Why not use a small asteroid for now, similar to how they created the Colosseum for the fights, and evaluate the pace of expansion from there? This way, if the demand grows significantly, we could later design a station tailored for expansion. Besides, won't most trades be conducted online or in the universal simulation anyway? Someone asked, following up on the previous explanation. The presenter nodded, acknowledging the point. While it's true that most trades will occur online or through the universal simulation, the goods still need to be delivered in the real world. These trade hubs will serve as central points for both face-to-face transactions and logistics. Purchased items from other civilizations will be delivered to these stations before being transferred to imperial companies for distribution to Earth and other destinations. Additionally, these hubs will serve as physical meeting points for individuals from various civilizations and species, promoting cultural exchange and collaboration. They could also function as major tourist attractions, further enhancing the Empire's economy and influence. While using a small asteroid might seem like a viable short-term solution, the uncertainty and the speed of projected growth poses significant risks. We could find ourselves out of capacity almost immediately after opening it. By designing the hub with future growth in mind from the outset, we can ensure it is scalable, allowing for faster and more efficient expansion when the need arises, rather than scrambling to start a new construction later. The back and forth continued for quite some time, as individuals seeking clarification, opposing the idea, or proposing alternatives raised their points and questions. The presenter addressed each one with poise, demonstrating that she had thoroughly prepared for nearly all the expected inquiries. "All right," the person seated at the head of the table finally spoke. "I believe most, if not all, of your questions have been answered. Since there doesn't seem to be any major deal breaker in the proposal, I hereby approve its submission to the Joint Planning Office for further consideration." This concludes today's idea presentations. Thank you all for your participation. The room erupted into applause, congratulating the presenter on her well-executed presentation and her composed responses to the questions posed. Similar scenes were playing out in various departments within both the Ministry of the Exterior and the Ministry of the Interior. These efforts were part of the numerous joint planning sessions underway in preparation for the upcoming first official trade between the Empire and the Astral Conclave. The heads of the two ministries had even introduced a competitive element, encouraging innovative ideas for this crucial project. The initiative also included selecting individuals to join a newly formed joint task force, which would serve as a liaison between the Empire, the Astral Conclave, and any future foreign partners in matters of trade and business. This task force was currently one of the most coveted assignments within the imperial government, as its importance and scope were expected to expand continuously in the foreseeable future. As everyone rose from their seats, gathering their belongings and filing out of the meeting room, the team leader meeting gestured for the female presenter to stay behind. He clearly had something to discuss with her. Good job. The presentation was of high quality, well prepared, and thorough. It's evident you did your research in depth, he said, patting her shoulder with a proud expression. Thank you, sir. I put in my best effort to increase the chances of my proposal being approved, she replied, a small but genuine smile appearing on her face. She was clearly pleased to receive recognition from a senior figure she respected. Which position are you aiming for if you're accepted into the joint task force? He asked, curious about her ambitions. The Future Strategic Planning Department, sir, she answered with conviction, her tone serious and determined. It was clear that she had set her sights on this department, knowing it was poised to become the most powerful and influential division within the joint task force. Moments after the room was empty, the lights automatically dimmed. The AI monitoring the meeting, having recorded everything that transpired, began compiling an exceptionally detailed report. This included a summary of the discussions, participant interactions, and individual performance assessments. The report, along with the full video footage, was then sent to the relevant AIs for archiving. These records would be preserved for future use, whether for evaluating the individuals present or for referencing the meeting's outcomes. Thank you, sir, she replied sincerely, visibly grateful. She then followed the team leader as they both exited the meeting room. Good, the team leader said, his tone carrying a hint of pride. I'll write you a recommendation later to accompany your presentation. It should at least increase your chances of being accepted. Chapter 824 Rick Ashley. Arg! A piercing scream echoed throughout the room as a man thrashed violently, his face contorted in agony. Desperation filled his movements as he slammed his head against the nearest solid surface, desperate for even a fraction of relief from the searing pain coursing through his body. His hands trembled, clutching his head as if trying to contain an unbearable force within. Blood smeared across his forehead from the repeated impacts, yet he showed no signs of stopping. The man's agonized screams tore through the air, raw and guttural, a reflection of suffering beyond physical pain as he clutched his head, his body writhing uncontrollably. The pain felt like countless needles piercing directly into his brain, an unrelenting sensation that no amount of screaming or physical thrashing could alleviate. It was as though his brain had prioritized this excruciating torment over all other functions, rendering him unable to focus on anything else. Every attempt to dull the agony, be it striking his head against solid surfaces or clawing at his scalp, proved utterly futile. The pain reigned supreme, consuming him entirely, leaving no room for even the faintest glimmer of relief. Then, after what felt like an eternity but lasted no more than a minute, the man's screams abruptly ceased. His body slumped to the ground, utterly drained of strength. A gray liquid, tinged with blood, began to ooze from his nostrils, pooling beneath him. His face, which had been contorted with unbearable pain just moments ago, now bore an expression of serene calm. It was as if, in his final moments, he had found some elusive peace that eluded him during his torment. Seconds later, all motion stopped, and the room fell silent, save for the faint dripping of the strange liquid. Experiment #Nidatus test no. 38574. Results, failure, Nova announced as she brought the experiment to an end while Aaron observed everything that had happened. Even after reducing the amount of mana that accesses the brain for an unawakened individual, it is too hostile for them to handle, Aaron said as he went through the experiment data, seeing the result being the same despite having already reduced the intensity of mana by more than 1,000 times the normal ambient mana of current Earth. The blood-brain barrier appears to be more sensitive than anticipated. As long as the individual remains unawakened, it prevents the back-and-forth mana interaction required to sustain universal simulation access without external devices. If we were to include the necessary encryption to prevent interception by mana-sensitive individuals, the process becomes even more complex. It seems we need to explore another direction. Perhaps we should consider using mana from the derivative, law mana or conceptual mana, since elemental mana appears too basic to achieve the level of efficiency and effectiveness we require, Nova said, generating a massive hologram that displayed all the previous research failures, from their starting points to their similar endpoints, to support her statement. As she turned to Aaron, she noticed him staring into space. Recognizing this as a sign of inspiration striking him, Nova immediately fell silent, knowing that Aaron was likely fleshing out a new idea and evaluating its feasibility before deciding whether to share it. The silence stretched on for several minutes, with neither of them moving a muscle. Nova took direct control of the simulation, carefully managing all automatic variables to ensure nothing interrupted Aaron's train of thought. The cult leader's ability fits most of our needs, Aaron blurted out moments later, as if struck by a eureka moment. You want to use esoteric faith aspect mana? Nova asked immediately, her super-fast computational capabilities already connecting the dots of what he meant. It fits most of our needs. A central connecting point, a two-way communication thread linking 2 points, access to the thoughts of connected individuals. It can be created from just a positive thought toward it, so long as you're aware of its existence, even if you're not awakened. And it doesn't have any of the negative repercussions we experienced during our experiments. Aaron began, listing the aspects of the cult leader's specific ability that aligned perfectly with what they needed to achieve in their research. Although that's true if our collected information turns out to be accurate, we must remember that we disintegrated the cult leader without collecting his brain data, fearing he might initiate an attack the moment he sensed something was wrong. As a result, all of our knowledge about his abilities comes from second-hand brain data and speculation based on what we found. It will require you to purchase specific information from the system to ensure that our speculations are correct and to avoid any potential dangers associated with this ability. I'd like to remind you about the strange sound the cult leader emitted moments before his death, something we still don't fully understand, other than our speculation that it might be tied to the consciousness of the faith aspect mana, Nova said, cautioning Aaron to tread carefully in this unfamiliar territory. I'm fully aware of that, and that's precisely why I'm not planning on using his ability directly, just drawing inspiration from it. I'll rely on the system shop to obtain components that can replicate the desired effects safely. Until I have full knowledge of all aspects of mana, I won't go near the faith aspect with a 10-foot pole. We had one awakener of that aspect, and he almost immediately caused a delay in the Empire's growth. I don't even want to consider the dangers of using faith mana as a connection medium for an entire conclave's worth of people if that entity can get access to them. Doing so would essentially provide it with faith, effectively creating our own Ultron, one that I wouldn't be able to fully eradicate. Such an entity could use the faith connection threads to transfer between star systems, something I currently can't match, Aaron responded, demonstrating that his earlier silence had been spent considering the potential risks and formulating a strategy to use the cult leader's abilities as inspiration, rather than directly employing them, while leveraging the system to maintain full control. Good thinking, but first, let's start by listing all the elements we need to take as inspiration from his abilities, Nova said as she materialized a massive hologram. The hologram displayed information retrieved from Mnemosyne, the AI responsible for maintaining the Akashic record, essentially making her the library of humanity and the Empire. Looks like we're finally heading in the right direction, Aaron said as he began reviewing the summarized information Nova had prepared, carefully selecting which parts required a deeper dive. Chapter 825: A Discovery. After sifting through the mountain of data available to him, Aaron took a break to rest and spend time with his family. This time away from his lab allowed him to solidify his thoughts and carefully plan his next course of action. Once he felt mentally refreshed and confident in his approach, he returned to his lab, ready to resume his research. Aaron was now prepared to use a small amount of his saved SP system points to supplement the remaining gaps in his research. He understood that achieving satisfactory results independently would take centuries, time needed for the necessary technologies to be fully researched and matured. Instead, leveraging the SP would allow him to expedite the process, ensuring that his universal simulation could be accessed with the utmost security. The universal simulation was, without a doubt, one of the most critical assets maintaining the Empire's strength. Aaron was determined to protect it at all costs, ensuring that only he and those he permitted would have access to its vast repository of knowledge and resources. First, let's buy beginner knowledge about the faith aspect mana and see if there are additional things we need in our plan, Aaron said as he opened the system panel and began typing in his request. The system immediately displayed a list of options available to him, each with varying levels of detail and cost. Without wasting time deliberating, Aaron chose the cheapest option that fit his immediate needs. Moments later, he approved the assimilation process from the system, leaning back slightly as he prepared for the flood of new information to integrate seamlessly into his consciousness. It was a smart move to not even think of touching the faith aspect mana, Nova remarked after she finished analyzing the newly assimilated knowledge. She had accessed Aaron's updated brain data, making her fully aware of the intricacies of faith mana, even at a basic level. Aaron remained silent in response, his expression unreadable. Despite only acquiring the beginner-level understanding of faith mana, it was enough to send chills down his spine. "He almost fucked all of us," Aaron finally said after a long pause. His voice carried an undertone of lingering fear, as the weight of what the Empire had narrowly avoided began to sink in. "That is an understatement, sir," Nova replied flatly. With just the beginner-level understanding of faith mana, Aaron now grasped a disturbing truth: unlike Lifu, who was essentially the sole controller and embodiment of life mana, faith mana was entirely different. It lacked a single consciousness or centralized controller. Faith was inherently fragmented, varying across every individual in the universe. This meant that many powerful beings, each with their own unique inclinations, could tap into and manipulate faith mana to a certain degree for their own purposes. This revelation caused Aaron and Nova to quickly piece together a troubling realization. The strange, incomprehensible words uttered by Rick Ashley before and during his death were likely tied to another entity, or entities, who used faith mana. These entities seemed to exploit faith connection threads as conduits for gathering energy and using it as fuel to carry out their own desires, potentially bypassing the limits of their physical forms entirely. However, since this knowledge was still at the beginner level, it lacked a complete explanation of who these entities were or how they tapped into faith mana. Many aspects remained open-ended, limiting how much could be extrapolated from it. Despite these gaps, it was enough for Aaron to make a firm decision. Have Mnemosyne update her operative directories and ensure she filters every brain data file for any anomalies similar to those found in individuals connected to Rick Ashley, he instructed Nova in a grave tone. She should start by revetting all current users and apply the same protocol to all future new entrants from other civilizations who log into the universal simulation as part of the initial onboarding process. Make sure she notifies me immediately if she discovers anything similar or even remotely close to that pattern. Send her the knowledge we've gained about faith mana so far, so she can factor it into her actions. With the looming threat posed by this unknown force, Aaron's priorities had shifted drastically. What began as an effort to consolidate control over the astral conclave to minimize variables now transformed into a critical mission, one he knew he had to accomplish at any cost. From the knowledge he had just acquired, Aaron now had undeniable proof of what he had long feared, the unknown unknowns. These entities not only existed but were likely stronger than him, wielding abilities he had never encountered before. This realization made one thing painfully clear: he needed to act decisively to awaken the system's consciousness. At this moment, he likened himself to a child holding a vast knowledge vault. His limited understanding allowed him to search only for what he already knew existed, leaving countless unknown possibilities beyond his reach. Awakening the system's consciousness was his best hope of gaining a guide, one capable of helping him navigate these treacherous waters and ensuring he was no longer caught off guard. If he succeeded in awakening the system's consciousness, he hoped it would act as a guide, helping him navigate the vast unknown and avoid being blindsided by entities like the one connected to Rick Ashley. Aaron was certain that even more dangerous forces existed, ones he couldn't even begin to search for because he didn't know where to look or what questions to ask. This sense of vulnerability fueled his determination. Now, more than ever, his path was clear. He needed to reach the next stage of his journey as quickly and efficiently as possible, minimizing risks and ensuring the Empire's survival in the face of the vast, hidden threats lurking in the shadows. Every step forward now carried immense weight, for he was playing a game with stakes higher than he had ever imagined. "She has already started following the orders," Nova reported moments after Aaron issued his commands. Aaron remained silent, his heart pounding as he anxiously waited for Mnemosyne to finish scanning the brain data of all citizens whose consciousness was connected to the universal simulation. "It's going to take her quite some time to go through all of them, so I suggest we continue with the research while we wait," Nova added when she noticed his quiet anticipation. "That's true," Aaron replied, exhaling deeply as he closed his eyes for a brief moment, seeming to center himself. When he opened them, the worry that had been etched into his face moments earlier had vanished, replaced by a calm, focused demeanor. It wasn't that his concerns had disappeared, no, they were merely pushed to the back of his mind, compartmentalized as he acknowledged that worrying wouldn't expedite the process or change the outcome. Redirecting his focus, Aaron opened the system panel once more and began searching for the knowledge required to accomplish his current goals. He understood that completing the current project was not just a task but a critical piece of the larger puzzle in his overarching plan. There was no time to waste, and he was determined to use every moment productively. Chapter 826: A Leap. It didn't take Aaron long to finish assimilating the new knowledge he had purchased from the system shop. However, the cost had been steep. Nearly 25% of the SP he had painstakingly hoarded for over a decade had suddenly vanished. Yet his expression remained calm and composed. He had always known the SP existed to be used when necessary, and feeling regretful or hesitant at a critical moment would have been counterproductive. The urgency of the new revelations, which had reignited his drive, ensured that he felt no remorse for spending the SP. In fact, he was confident that the knowledge he had acquired was sufficient to solve the remaining obstacles in his research. With everything he now possessed, Aaron was sure that unless unforeseen issues arose, he would have a functional production-ready product within the next few weeks. Motivated and focused, he was ready to move forward, knowing the path ahead was clearer than ever. "Let's start getting to work," Aaron said after recollecting his thoughts. He had already used the newly assimilated knowledge to chart a clear path for creating prototypes from each piece of information he had acquired. The task ahead was delicate. He needed to fine-tune each of the technologies meticulously to ensure they operated on the same level of sophistication. If one was too advanced while another lagged behind, it could create an exploitable weakness, jeopardizing the entire project. "Are we starting with towers, sir?" Nova asked, having already integrated the newly acquired knowledge into the lab city's shared database. With her abilities, she could easily anticipate the direction Aaron would likely take. "Yes," Aaron replied. "Although having something like a faith thread would have been ideal, it's out of reach for now. Buying a similar technology at that level is impossible with my current SP reserves. So, we'll have to make do with signal towers for the initial phase. They should allow even ordinary people to access the system, provided they receive the necessary assistance for the initial connection." As he spoke, Aaron began inputting detailed instructions into a system panel, outlining exactly what he needed to be created and how. The atomic printer, with its ability to ensure near maximal production efficiency regardless of complexity, allowed him to bypass the usual manufacturing calculations. This meant he could focus entirely on designing the most optimal system without being burdened by logistical and means of production constraints. Nova silently observed as the process began, her algorithms already running simulations based on his input to anticipate potential bottlenecks and ensure a smooth implementation. The plan was taking shape, and both of them were ready to see it through. Slowly but surely, new equipment began to materialize with each additional instruction from Aaron. Nova worked with precision, integrating the components as though assembling a massive Lego structure. By the end of several hours, a colossal but undeniably ugly tower spanning kilometers in each direction had been constructed. "We'll worry about aesthetics later, once we're certain everything works," Aaron said, closing his eyes briefly. Despite the seriousness of the project, the absurdity of the monstrosity they had created brought a faint chuckle to his lips, momentarily lifting the weight on his shoulders. "I concur," Nova replied, unbothered by the tower's appearance. Without wasting any time, she initiated the first round of tests after uploading the main operational algorithm. Nova wasted no time and immediately created a new universal simulation instance, crafting a detailed recreation of a massive star system. She populated it with individuals representing every race whose brain data they had stored, ensuring diversity and variety in behavior and abilities. On one of the system's moons, she placed the colossal, ugly tower, its imposing presence hard to miss, even from orbit. To make the test comprehensive, she seated select individuals within the simulation with varying levels of knowledge about how to access the tower's systems. Some had only the bare basics, while others possessed advanced understanding. A significant portion of the population, however, had no knowledge at all, particularly those who were manaless and incapable of accessing mana without assistance. She then stepped back and began observing, letting the simulation unfold naturally. The test served multiple purposes: to evaluate how effectively the tower's components function together in a live scenario, to analyze how knowledge of the tower's purpose and capabilities spread among the population, especially between those with access to mana and those without, and to assess adaptability by observing whether individuals would innovate or create other ways to access the system. As both she and Aaron monitored the unfolding tests, Nova broke the silence. "So, how do you plan to spread these towers, and how are you going to convince the leaders of each civilization to allow them into the most intimate parts of their societies?" Aaron, deep in thought, responded, "I'm still refining my plan, but the foundation is a Trojan horse strategy. I want to ensure they willingly bring these towers into the very heart of their civilizations." He paused, his tone measured, showing the plan was not fully complete. Nova chuckled softly, her amusement clear. "If they discover the truth, they'll do everything in their power to remove the towers from their physical universe." Aaron smirked, emphasizing the word, "if." He continued with calm confidence, "As for spreading the towers across the astral conclave, I'll start with the leaders of each civilization. But if convincing them proves too challenging, there's always the option of targeting other organizations. I could incentivize them by offering a share of the earnings generated by any tower they help spread. For as long as they protect the tower from harm, they'd receive a small percentage of its revenue." Greed is a powerful motivator. Aaron smirked, emphasizing the word if. He continued with calm confidence, "As for spreading the towers across the astral conclave, I'll start with the leaders of each civilization. But if convincing them proves too challenging, there's always the option of targeting other organizations. I could incentivize them by offering a share of the earnings generated by any tower they help spread. For as long as they protect the tower from harm, they'd receive a small percentage of its revenue." Greed is a powerful motivator. "Now that's a good incentive," Nova commented, being one of the few people with access to that knowledge. She knew just how profitable the universal simulation was for the government, even when there were only 2 star systems currently in it. It was clear that any family or organization that took on the responsibility of placing and protecting the towers would become incredibly wealthy without needing to do much beyond that. "Exactly," Aaron replied. "But this will only come into play if the leaders of the civilizations choose not to take on the task of spreading and protecting the towers themselves. Having the towers under government protection ensures their security far more than under the control of an organization. While placing them under an organization would allow them to focus entirely on safeguarding the towers, it also opens the door for sabotage. Rival organizations would stop at nothing to take the towers down and try to replace them in order to put a new one and claim the share of the profits." Aaron paused, his expression growing more serious. Punishing any organization that sabotages or attacks another's tower, things like banning them from the universal simulation for life, would be the most effective way to deter such actions in the long term. But during the early years, before the full scale and importance of the technology is understood, such punishments will only be a weak deterrent. Even with all the overestimations, they won't fully grasp just how significant these towers are until they see how important access to the universal simulation becomes for unimpeded life in the conclave. Chapter 827: The Contemplative Serafina. For the next 5 months of VR time, Aaron dedicated himself to an intensive cycle of designing, building, and testing the tower. Each iteration was subjected to rigorous scrutiny, with problems identified and resolved as they arose. He continually adjusted the testing environments, introduced unforeseen challenges, and attempted to breach the system from various angles to ensure its resilience. Aaron left no stone unturned, determined to account for every possible scenario. "We can now say that it has passed level 1 security and is ready for rollout," Nova finally announced, bringing the final test instance to a close. "Good," Aaron replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. "Send the data to Lab City and have them work on refining it further." While he was relieved to have completed this critical phase of his plan, the lingering knowledge of the existence of beings far more dangerous than he had previously imagined tempered his satisfaction. The safety of the Empire and its citizens had remained as a lingering thought on his mind. "I suggest you take some time to rest and recharge, and allow me to focus on decrypting any of the encrypted files we have," Nova advised. She had noticed the toll that months of unbroken focus, even within the accelerated timeline of VR, had taken on Aaron. "Yeah, I'll take a break for a while," Aaron agreed, initiating the logout process. His voice carried a rare note of exhaustion, though his resolve remained unshaken. After Aaron logged out, Nova promptly wrapped up her tasks, finalized the data collection, and terminated the VR instance. "What's on your mind, Princess?" asked the Exorvac, his voice calm yet curious. His scheduled shift had brought him here, pulling him away from the intense closed-door training session he had been fully immersed in just moments ago. Serafina, seated near the edge of the hovering city within the universal simulation, allowed herself a rare moment of reflection. Her gaze wandered over the bustling world below, where people appeared as tiny dots, moving about their lives far beneath the city's towering height. The sight, both humbling and overwhelming, framed her response. "I'm trying to understand the Empire," she admitted, her tone laced with frustration and wonder. Even with the assimilation of cultural and contextual knowledge about its workings, about humans, it's proving to be more challenging than I anticipated. Her eyes lingered on the streets below, where individuals of countless backgrounds carried on with their routines, seemingly oblivious to the larger mechanisms governing their lives. The vastness of it all, coupled with the complexity of human behavior, seemed to weigh on her thoughts. "Please enlighten me," the ex-Orvac assistant said, his tone respectful yet tinged with confusion. He couldn't quite grasp what Serafina was trying to convey, a pattern that had become almost routine for those tasked with watching over her since her assimilation with human culture and contextual knowledge. "It's the disconnection," Serafina began, her gaze still fixed on the bustling ground below. "The mismatch between the relatively small size of the empire and the sheer power it wields. And then there's the speed, how rapidly they reached this level of dominance. It feels like an anomaly," she explained, her thoughts drifting back to the imperial history she had studied. At first, she suspected the humans of fabricating their records, but the evidence presented had been too overwhelming to dismiss. "Perhaps they haven't expanded further because the current empire has no immediate need," her loyal aide offered thoughtfully. "They might only choose to expand when their existing resources no longer suffice. And considering they reside in a star system brimming with mana stones, more than enough to fuel their advancements, any other system might seem barren and unattractive by comparison." "Although that might be how it appears, I believe the opposite," Serafina replied, her tone steady but with an air of finality that hinted she wouldn't elaborate further. Her thoughts drifted to her private meetings with Aaron, where he had revealed a vision so profound she wouldn't dare speak of it, not even to her most trusted subordinates who had accompanied her. Those meetings, coupled with her assimilation of human knowledge and her observations over time, had led her to an unsettling yet intriguing conclusion. Humans were, almost universally, driven by greed. But their greed wasn't singular, it took on countless forms. Some craved wealth, others pursued happiness, longevity, beauty, or power. Yet, in her eyes, the emperor stood apart. His greed was the most extraordinary of all, his desire was for peace. And he was willing to walk any path, no matter how treacherous, to make it a reality. To Serafina, this made him the most fascinating being she had ever encountered. His greed was not only vast but backed by a power and determination that made its realization seem achievable. It was this combination that, paradoxically, made him even more alluring in her eyes. "You think the emperor is willingly halting the empire's expansion?" her aide asked, his voice filled with surprise as he tried to piece together her cryptic response. He could only guess at the deeper meaning behind her words, hindered by her deliberate restraint in sharing her thoughts. "Yes, I think so," Serafina responded, her tone calm but firm. "He seems to be deliberately slowing down the pace of the empire's expansion, trying to mitigate the potential negative effects of their rapid technological progress. In contrast, it took the civilizations in the astral conclave thousands of years to reach their current level of technological sophistication, progress that has taken the empire barely a decade. During those millennia, the conclave's numbers grew alongside their advancements, allowing them to colonize different star systems without spreading themselves too thin. But the empire, due to its unprecedented acceleration, doesn't have that same luxury. This super rapid development raises questions, and I still don't have answers about how it all happened." She paused for a moment, her gaze distant as she reflected on Aaron's broader aspirations. "That's also why I'm so curious about how he plans to achieve his dream of peace, of the calm he desires," she thought to herself, the weight of his ambitions and the complexities they entailed lingering in her mind. The aide nodded thoughtfully, finally piecing together the reasoning behind the empire's apparent restraint. "It's a smart move on his part," he admitted. "If what you're saying is true, it makes sense why the empire is focusing more on fortifying its foundation rather than pushing for expansion beyond the solar system and Proxima Centauri. Stability always comes before growth, especially when the stakes are this high." Serafina gave him a faint smile, appreciating his understanding but still keeping many of her deeper thoughts to herself. "Indeed. It's a delicate balance he's trying to maintain, one that will define the future of the empire." Chapter 828: The Second Arrival. Time, like a stone rolling down from the top of a mountain, moved forward relentlessly, indifferent to its surroundings. Before long, the 6-month period they had set for the first official barter trade exchange was nearing its end, with only a short time remaining before the exact agreed-upon moment arrived. On the outskirts of the solar system, where the fierce battle between the two sides had once taken place, no traces of the conflict remained. Now, the area was calm, yet bustling with activity as Imperial fleets had already arrived. Nearly 90% of the ships in the fleet were cargo vessels, each carrying mana stones intended for the trade with the other side. Notably, there was no visible military presence among the ships. All the vessels belonged to the Imperial Mana Agency, a deliberate choice that served a dual purpose. On one hand, it bolstered the agency's position as a key player in diplomatic and economic exchanges, reinforcing its credibility and influence. On the other hand, it ensured that the appearance of the Imperial military in any situation carried significant weight. By avoiding a constant or unnecessary presence, the Empire made it clear that the military's involvement was reserved for only the most critical moments, enhancing the gravity and strategic impact of its deployment. There are still no spatial disturbances detected, the ship AI reported to the woman on the highest position in the ship and the fleet as a whole. Looks like arriving early to a meeting with a set time isn't part of their customs, Lanesra remarked, her tone carrying a mix of patience and mild amusement. She turned her attention back to the holographic interface hovering before her. Continue monitoring the surrounding space and inform me the moment you detect any spatial disturbances, she instructed calmly. With a swipe of her hand, she closed the hologram, its faint glow disappearing as she turned to gaze out of the massive window before her. The vast expanse of space stretched endlessly, dotted with distant stars. Lanesra was a former high-ranking official in the Imperial Agency responsible for Awakeners. Her selection as the head of the newly founded Imperial Mana Agency had been a deliberate choice, perfectly aligning with her unique awakened abilities, immense personal strength, and extensive experience in business, a field she had excelled in even before the foundation of the Empire or her awakening. Understood, the ship's AI responded in its usual monotone before resuming its silent, methodical operations. For 2 uninterrupted hours, Lanesra sat motionless by the expansive window of her personal quarters, her piercing gaze fixed on the vast, seemingly empty void of space. She remained utterly still, her posture unchanging, exuding an air of calm focus. Yet, as the 2-hour mark passed, her sharp eyes subtly shifted, their direction altering as if she had sensed a change in the stillness of the cosmos moments before any official report could confirm it. "Ma'am, disturbances in space have started appearing," the AI announced promptly, following the instructions it had been given. "Okay, thanks," Lanesra replied. Rising from her chair, she adjusted her outfit with a quick, practiced motion, ensuring it reflected her position. She then walked toward the door, leaving her quarters as she made her way to the ship's control bridge. The spatial disturbances signaled the other side's final steps in opening wormholes, the precursor to their arrival. It didn't take long. Almost as soon as Lanesra reached the bridge, space began to ripple and bend, and within moments, nearly 50 wormholes materialized across the void. From each wormhole, a fleet emerged, more than 50 in total, before the portals vanished as abruptly as they had appeared, leaving no trace behind. "In the name of mana, what is this?" a Valthuran exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. His senses, honed over centuries, were now betraying him, or so he thought. The overwhelming input felt like an impossible anomaly, as if he had been thrust into an era far beyond his comprehension. His instincts screamed that his senses were feeding his brain fabricated data, for that seemed the only plausible explanation for what he was experiencing at this moment. "I can't believe we can feel them even from this distance," an Ilara individual murmured in disbelief, his voice tinged with awe. As one of a race that considered themselves Mana's chosen and blessed, his senses were overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the energy emanating from the Imperial fleets. His body quivered with excitement, a sensation rivaling the most euphoric experiences of his life. A part of him longed to stay in this area indefinitely, basking in the unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through his veins. Did they plunder the whole solar system to gather them? If even I can sense them, how many of these stones did they manage to collect? A member of the Ural coalition asked, his gaze fixed on the distant Imperial fleets. The thought of such a monumental stockpile of mana stones left him reeling, both in wonder and envy. "I can feel my strength increasing just by breathing," a ex-Orvac member exclaimed, marveling at the seemingly enhanced potency of the surrounding air. The euphoria was short-lived, however, as he quickly snapped himself out of his amazement. With a resolute expression, he closed his eyes, his mind focusing on connecting to a larger network, determined to carry out his task despite the overwhelming pull of the mana-laden atmosphere. "We should have deployed more ships during the invasion and taken control of the star system," Calran, a member of the Zelvora royal family, said through the mental network shared among his kin. His words resonated deeply with the others, their collective silence acknowledging the bitter truth in his statement. The realization of what they had forfeited by accepting the Empire as an ally to the Astral Conclave now weighed heavily on them. With the Empire's newfound position, an attack against them without justification was no longer feasible, leaving the Zelvora royalty to silently stew in their regret. They were not alone in their astonishment. Reactions varied widely across the fleets. Some individuals were overcome with disbelief, others were filled with awe, while some experienced wonder. Yet there were also those who felt a creeping sense of fear, regret, or even jealousy. The scene unfolding before them was so surreal that, despite the airspace now being populated by fleets from over 50 civilizations, 5 whole minutes passed without a single word from the Astral Conclave's side. The fleets stood in silence, each faction still processing what they had just encountered. It was then that Lenesra's voice cut through the silence, sharp and steady. "Hello, I'm Lenesra, the head of the Imperial Mana Agency. Is there a problem on your side? You haven't initiated any communication since your arrival." Her words were like a splash of cold water, snapping everyone back to attention, reminding them of the purpose they were all there for. Immediately after Lenesra's words, one by one, the different civilizations within the Astral Conclave's fleets began to initiate communication, adhering to the previously agreed-upon procedures. Each fleet lowered their shields, allowing the Imperial ships to scan their vessels for any prohibited items, as was customary in these exchanges. At the same time, the fleets from the Conclave reciprocated, ensuring that the Imperial ships weren't carrying any banned items either. These measures were part of the many stipulations the Empire had insisted upon in the refined Mana Stone Exchange Agreement. The Empire, ever vigilant, operated under the principle of trust, but verify, ensuring that both sides adhered to the terms and kept the trade as transparent as possible. Chapter 829 Disrespect. After a brief exchange, a meeting time was scheduled for a few hours later. Once everyone agreed, an Imperial ship was selected as the meeting venue. The ship was promptly moved to the center, ensuring it was equidistant from all fleets. "Please excuse our modest preparations. The original venue for this meeting is still under construction," Lenesra said as she took her seat in the meeting room. Her gaze swept across the attendees, who fell silent the moment she entered. A few offered polite responses to her apology, but most remained quiet, their expressions making it clear they wanted the meeting to conclude as swiftly as possible. "I would like to know when the Emperor will arrive and why he is late," Dagos asked, his tone sharp. A member of the Valtharan royal family and the fleet's representative for this mana barter trade, he scanned the room, trying to spot where the Emperor might sit. From the initial layout, there was no empty chair in sight. "The Emperor? No, he will not be attending. I will be representing him for the duration of this trade," Lenesra replied calmly, adjusting her seat slightly forward. "What? Are you telling me we are to deal with a mere representative? Is he so dishonorable that he won't even show his face when I and many other royal family members from various civilizations are present?" Dagos's voice betrayed his growing anger. The section of the table in front of him rattled under the force of his frustration, causing the utensils on it to clatter noisily. The room fell silent as everyone observed the tense exchange. No one made any move to interfere, some refrained because their civilizations were weaker than the Valtharans, unwilling to risk drawing their ire. Others, who shared Dagos's sentiment, waited to see how Lenesra would respond. Meanwhile, representatives from stronger civilizations than the Valtharans remained indifferent, simply watching the scene unfold. Why should the Emperor be present at a meeting about trade? Lanesra asked, her tone now devoid of any of the earlier pleasantness she had maintained. You, like every other member here, are not the leader of your civilization but a representative. Why should the Emperor abandon his official duties to attend this meeting when his response is equally valid through the representative he has chosen? Do you expect him to come and pander to you every time you come to pick up mana stones? She added, her voice tight as she struggled to keep her composure. From this brief exchange, and the reactions around her, she had quickly concluded that it was common for leaders of weaker civilizations to meet with the representatives of stronger ones. The way the Valthurin representative spoke made it clear that they believed the Empire was weaker and expected the same treatment they were used to in the Astral Conclave. What? Just because you defeated some of our representatives and held us off for a short time, you think your Emperor deserves? Dagos began, his anger flaring as he slammed his fist onto the table. His voice boomed, the sound of it shaking the room as he felt his honor was being challenged by her response. It seemed they had concluded that they could have defeated the Empire had they come fully prepared, rather than the rushed response they gave under short notice after signing the Mana Oath. Regarding the Emperor's victory over their representatives, they believed it was an anomaly, an exception to the rule. They reasoned that many of the fighters who had represented them in that fight weren't the strongest individuals across each of the civilizations in the Conclave, but simply the strongest available at the time. Though rare, they had encountered outliers from their civilizations in the Conclave, and they were now treating the Emperor as one of those anomalies. However, Dagos's expression of anger was abruptly halted when the table he had hoped to shatter with a full-force strike remained unscathed. The thin shield that had materialized to absorb the blow dissolved moments later, leaving him to face the steady, unchanged table. Looks like you're really determined to tarnish my honor, Dagos said, his anger flaring once more. The situation only served to heighten his frustration, feeding into the resentment that nearly all the Valthurins felt over the disgrace they had endured during the fight. A brief moment later, he stood up and pointed his finger at Lanesra. I hereby challenge you. Let's move on. We're wasting time needlessly, interjected the Exorvac representative, cutting off Dagos's challenge. He wasn't interested in watching another fight, especially not under the guise of honor. He didn't want to be here any longer than necessary. While he was intrigued by the mana stones, they would ultimately be handed over to the Grand Exorvac for his decision on how they would be used and distributed, leaving little benefit for him. You! Dagos shouted, glaring at the seemingly disinterested Exorvac representative. However, that was as far as he went, reluctantly sitting back down in his chair. He didn't have the courage to challenge the Exorvac, fully aware that he would be defeated in such a confrontation. Now that we're back to the main topic, Lanesra continued, moving past the earlier tension as if it hadn't happened, I would like to first express the Emperor's displeasure regarding some of your actions with the data we rightfully won. While the Emperor had promised not to use mana stones for retaliation, he has decided not to negotiate the increase of quota for those who attempted backhanded tactics until they provide the decryption keys to the encrypted files. Her words caused several of the representatives to raise their brows, at least those who had them clearly unsettled. Inside, their minds churned with turmoil, as the current meeting was supposed to focus on various aspects of the mana stones trade, including discussions about the increase in quotas. Lanesra, however, paid no mind to their reactions and moved on to the next topic without pause. Yet, in her mind, she took note of the Valthurin representative's behavior, already considering ways to retaliate against him. She knew that if she allowed such disrespect toward the Emperor to go unpunished, it would set a dangerous precedent, emboldening even government officials from weaker civilizations to behave in a similar manner. Chapter 830 Buying Mana Stones for Pennies. Now that I've delivered the Emperor's decision, we can move on to the barter trade of mana stones. Once that is settled, we'll address other matters, Lanesra said. Immediately, holographic displays appeared in front of each Astral Conclave representative. Each display was visible only to the individual it was intended for and showed the total amount of mana stones prepared for their civilization, matching the previously agreed quota. The representatives began entering the details of the materials they had brought for barter. The displays instantly updated, with the number of mana stones fluctuating based on the quantity and quality of the materials offered, showing them precisely how many stones they could receive in exchange. Ha 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 ha. The Zelvora representative's laughter echoed through the mental network, drawing the attention of everyone connected to him as they glanced at the hologram visible within the network. "What is it, sir?" one of the individuals in the mental link asked, curious about the reason for his outburst. "We're essentially getting these mana stones for free," he replied smugly, his gaze fixed on the list of materials he had entered for exchange. "They've stumbled upon one of the most valuable resources in the galaxy, have it in abundance, and are trading it for basic goods that are practically worthless," he added with a tone of disbelief. "This is the curse of ignorance, diving into trade with counterparts without fully understanding their value system or the worth of their resources." He still couldn't wrap his head around it. They were about to acquire an enormous amount of mana stones, resources that would normally require intense bidding and competition among civilizations to obtain. Yet now, within mere hours, they were poised to receive 100 times what they could normally acquire in a year, for less than a tenth of their usual expenditure. The sheer thought of it left him reveling in their good fortune. "Unfortunately, it won't be long before they realize this and raise their prices," another individual in the mental network remarked, his voice tinged with slight disappointment at the thought of losing such an advantageous opportunity. "Yes, but how quickly they discover or gain that knowledge depends entirely on us," the representative responded, his tone calm and calculated. "If we take care to hide this effectively, we can stretch this advantage for a long time. By then, we'll have accumulated enough reserves to weather any protests or trouble they might cause before we settle things and resume trading with them." As he spoke, he completed inputting the materials for his exchange, the system approving the entry and leaving only the final step, the actual transaction. His confidence was clear, underpinned by the belief that their foresight and subtlety would ensure their continued gain. "They're not going to declare war," another individual within the mental network said, his tone calm but carrying a hint of disappointment. "With the mana stones we'll have in our possession, we'll be able to bring a much larger number of fleets compared to the previous time. Besides, they can't completely stop selling mana stones for long. They're bound by the mana oath to continue selling to us, and their friendly relations with the Astral Conclave hinge on that condition. If they break the agreement, it would leave them exposed, no restrictions would protect them from the actions of the Conclave's members, and all the Conclave rules related to their empire would be suspended until they fulfill their side of the deal. That alone should be enough of a deterrent to keep their retaliation in check. The moment they break the agreement, we could refuse to return to it and instead demand a new one that's even more favorable to us," he added, though his voice betrayed a sense of resignation. He realized that the Empire would likely not take any drastic measures, which meant his civilization and the Conclave as a whole would probably never get the chance to seize the mana-rich star system outright. Their gains would remain limited to purchasing cheap mana stones instead of fully owning or controlling part of the star system, a prospect he found less satisfying. But the timeline depends entirely on how long it takes them to decrypt the Trinarians' knowledge and make use of the technology within it, the advisor who had accompanied them pointed out, his voice measured but cautious. If the Trinarians buckle under the pressure of seeing other civilizations increase their quotas while they can't until they hand over the decryption keys, it would give the Empire a clear path to accessing that knowledge. Once they do, they could finally have the means to enter the Conclave more easily and gain access to the information we're exploiting. There's also the risk that one of the civilizations might reveal this information to the Empire in exchange for favorable terms, he continued. This could include an increase in their mana stone quota, maintaining the current low prices, or even as a way to break the Empire's retaliation of withholding quota increases for those who provided encrypted knowledge. Some might even use it as an opportunity to get closer to the Empire, seeing it as a chance to strengthen ties. His words caused the mental network to fall into an uneasy silence, as everyone reflected on the precarious situation. While keeping the knowledge secret was beneficial to all the civilizations involved, it was clear that not everyone would act in unison. The potential to exploit this knowledge as leverage with the Empire could tempt one civilization to betray the rest. By doing so, they could gain significant benefits for themselves while simultaneously disadvantaging their rivals, an opportunity too enticing for some to ignore. It was the inherent flaw of an organization like the Conclave, where a lack of centralized leadership left each member vying for personal advantage while striving to keep others in check. Call for a meeting immediately after this one is done, the Zelvora representative finally said, breaking the heavy silence in the mental network. He had devised a potential solution and wanted to present it to the other representatives. If his plan failed, however, he was prepared to resort to the worst of the available options. His tone carried the weight of the stakes at hand, and the urgency of his decision was clear to everyone listening. Chapter 831: Calron taking action. Once all the representatives had entered their offered goods for exchange into the hologram, the room fell silent once again. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as everyone awaited Lanesra's cue to proceed. At this moment, she effectively presided over the meeting, given that the Terran Empire was the sole supplier of mana stones and the central focus of the trade, placing her in an unchallenged leadership role. Now, let's move to. Lanesra began, only to be interrupted. Excuse me, the Zelvora representative interjected abruptly, cutting her off just as she was transitioning to the next agenda item. Lanesra turned her gaze toward the Zelvora representative, her eyebrow raised in a mixture of curiosity and mild irritation. She questioned whether his interruption was prompted by something genuinely important or simply an attempt to undermine her authority in the meeting. It was nearly impossible to determine his true intent, as the Empire still lacked sufficient data to fully decipher the motivations behind each civilization's actions. This knowledge gap often forced Imperial officials tasked with managing these alien interactions to operate with limited foresight, piecing things together as they unfolded. "What is it, Mr. Calron?" she asked, her tone even but laced with a hint of curiosity. "I propose we take a short break to complete the actual exchange of mana stones before reconvening to address the remaining items on today's agenda," Calron, the Zelvora royal and representative, suggested. His expression betrayed his eagerness to finally lay eyes on the mana stones. Their presence already was enough to subtly enhance the ambient mana, making everyone feel as though they were enveloped in a soothing, invisible massage. His suggestion for mana exchange looked to have clearly struck a chord with many in the room, as several representatives nodded in agreement, their own eagerness to obtain the mana stones mirroring his. Lanesra observed the eager expressions of the representatives in the room and took a moment to collect herself before speaking. "It seems everyone is quite impatient to see the mana stones. Therefore, we will take a one-day pause in the meeting to allow the exchange to proceed and to ensure both sides can verify that the agreed amounts are transferred as stipulated." Her tone remained neutral, but inwardly, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Their strategy was unfolding as planned. Securing the mana stone exchanges before discussing any potential quota increases would create pressure on those who had provided encrypted knowledge. This pause would give them more time to deliberate with their respective leadership, potentially forcing them to decide whether to release the decryption keys or risk losing the advantage as other civilizations moved ahead. "Thank you," Calron said, his expression brimming with apparent excitement. To anyone observing, it seemed as though his happiness stemmed from his eagerness to finally get his hands on the mana stones. With that, the meeting room quickly emptied, the representatives departing as if they were schoolchildren rushing out at the sound of the final bell. One by one, they boarded their shuttles back to their respective motherships, intent on overseeing the mana stone exchange personally. After all, this exchange was the primary purpose of their journey, and ensuring that nothing went awry was of utmost importance to them all. The moment the last representative's shuttle departed from the hangar of the ship that had served as the meeting location, Calron acted swiftly. He initiated a mental network, pulling all the representatives of the astral conclave into a shared connection. His urgency was evident. He couldn't afford even a brief delay that might allow someone to initiate further communication with the Empire and potentially derail his plans. For this occasion, Calron set aside his usual sense of superiority, which would typically have seen him delegating such a task to one of his subordinates. Normally, he viewed the act of forming a mental network as beneath him, especially since it involved representatives from civilizations outside the Conclave's top 10, a group he considered far below his standing. However, the stakes were far too high for him to indulge his ego. Even the smallest, lowest-ranked civilization could shatter their advantage if they acted outside the coordinated effort. At this moment, practicality and urgency overrode his usual disdain, and he took direct control to ensure his intentions were executed without delay. This better have a good reason, or I won't let it slide, the ex-Orvac representative said, his voice carrying a calm but unmistakable edge of warning as he surveyed the roundtable within the mental network. The other representatives could feel the weight of his words, low and measured, but laced with the promise of consequences should the Zelvora's actions prove unnecessary. Though he could have easily resisted the pull into the network or severed his connection altogether, the ex-Orvac had chosen to comply, curious about the reasoning behind Calron's actions. However, his compliance did not equate to tolerance. His demeanor made it clear that if this intrusion turned out to be frivolous or driven by petty motives, there would be repercussions. For now, his curiosity held his retaliation in check, but his patience was thin. The other representatives who found themselves seated at the round table in the mental network reacted in a variety of ways. Those hailing from the top 10 civilizations wasted no time expressing their thoughts aloud, their tones ranging from mild curiosity to open irritation. Each of them sought to understand why they had been summoned so abruptly, particularly during such a critical time. Representatives from lower-ranked civilizations, however, adopted a more cautious approach. Some echoed the sentiments of their higher-ranked peers, while others kept their questions to themselves, wary of drawing unnecessary attention or seeming confrontational. They silently hoped the meeting would conclude quickly, eager to return to overseeing the coordination of the Mana Stones exchange, which was far more pressing to their interests. Calron, who had delayed his own entrance to ensure that no one was left out of the mental network, finally appeared in the roundtable meeting space. The room, which had been filled with whispered complaints and tension, immediately fell silent upon his arrival. His imposing presence, combined with the weight of the action he had just taken, demanded everyone's attention. "I want to start by apologizing for pulling you all into my mental network so abruptly," he said, his tone serious. "It was necessary and urgent. I hope we can move quickly through the meeting and reach an agreement, as I did not want to raise any suspicion." He glanced around the room, his expression making it clear that he was not joking. The situation was critical enough that he was willing to take the risk of others retaliating if they did not deem the matter important enough to warrant such an action. Chapter 832 Behind the Door's Eye. Keeping his promise, Calron wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I know everyone here is fully aware that we're essentially getting mana stones for next to nothing, and I doubt any of us want that to change. However, we all understand this situation won't last. Once the Empire begins its initial integration efforts, they'll inevitably discover the true value of mana," he said, pausing briefly to observe the reactions of everyone in the room. Their expressions remained neutral, uninterested even, as everything he had said so far was common knowledge among them. But Calron wasn't reiterating these points for the sake of stating the obvious, he needed to ensure that everyone present was on the same page. It was crucial to eliminate even the slightest chance of misunderstanding, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Not wanting to waste more time or risk losing their attention, Calron quickly shifted to his main point. "The reason I called this meeting is to propose a joint effort to delay this inevitability and ensure we can continue buying mana stones at these extremely low prices for as long as possible and in the largest quantities possible." A brief silence fell over the room as everyone processed his words. Each representative appeared deep in thought, aligning Calron's proposal with their own interests and considerations before deciding how to respond. "Don't you think Princess Serafina has already informed the Emperor about the actual value of mana stones? They could very well be observing us to see how we act, testing whether we assume they're ignorant or if they allowed this specific exchange at the current rates simply because it was already agreed upon 6 months ago," the Valtharan representative remarked. His voice carried weight, highlighting the potential risks of Calron's suggestion. "And what makes you so sure that the topic of adjusting the pricing wasn't already part of the agenda before you demanded we prioritize the mana stones exchange? What will you do if the Empire discovers our attempt to suppress this information and retaliates?" another representative immediately added. One by one, representatives from the various civilizations followed suit, voicing their concerns and pointing out flaws in Calron's proposed plan. Each raised probing questions, exposing potential vulnerabilities and risks that would come with attempting to manipulate the situation. The room filled with the sound of debate as they challenged the feasibility and consequences of the plan. Calron listened intently, mentally noting each question and concern raised. Once the representatives had finished voicing their doubts, he turned his attention to the ex-Orvac representative and asked, what was the actual price of mana before the discovery of the Empire? Calron listened intently, mentally noting each question and concern raised. Once the representatives had finished voicing their doubts, he turned his attention to the ex-Orvac representative and asked, what was the actual price of mana before the discovery of the Empire? The ex-Orvac representative gave Calron a sharp glance, pausing for a moment before replying, I don't know the auction buying price. The only price I'm familiar with is what we pay for mana already acquired and owned by the Grand ex-Orvac government. But I'm assuming that's not the price you're asking for, is it? You are correct, Calron replied before following up, and why is it that way? The ex-Orvac representative raised an eyebrow, clearly questioning why Calron was asking such trivial questions. Still, he decided to indulge him and answered, because that is not my responsibility. It falls under the purview of a select group of ex-Orvac officials responsible for acquiring it for the Empire. They are supported by individuals from the civilizations under our protection. Upon hearing the answer, the representatives immediately understood the purpose of Calron's question. It indirectly addressed one of their concerns, that the Emperor might already know the true value of mana stones, possibly through Serafina. However, that worry was now dispelled. They realized that even within the ex-Orvac government, only a select few individuals were privy to the actual market price of mana stones purchased externally and then sold to the citizens. This insight reassured them that the likelihood of the Emperor having access to such detailed pricing information was minimal. That settles one concern, Calron said, following the ex-Orvac representative's response. As for whether the Empire knows the true worth of mana stones and plans to increase the price, we can use this meeting to agree on a unified position, a price increase we're willing to negotiate while ensuring it still remains lower than the pre-Empire discovery rates. He paused briefly, gauging the reactions in the mental network before continuing. As for the risk of the Empire uncovering our plans and retaliating, we can all take a mana oath to maintain strict confidentiality about this discussion. If, despite that, the Empire does find out and reacts negatively, we can collectively protest under the argument that this was a matter of self-interest. After all, the Empire willingly offered the initial price and agreed to the deal. They were not harmed in any way by our agreement since it was based on terms they themselves proposed. If they later become upset upon learning the true market value of mana stones, that's a result of their own failure to conduct proper market research, not our actions. By their own admission, the price they set was profitable for them at the time. Additionally, the scope of retaliation is limited, Calron continued, because they've sworn a mana oath and signed a mana contract to sell mana stones to us. That contract also includes our acknowledgement of them as allies of the Conclave. If they break that agreement, we'll have every right to break it as well. As Calron addressed their concerns and dismantled their worries, the representatives' expressions shifted. Their eyes lit up as they began to see the situation from a new perspective. They realized that this was, in essence, a win-win scenario. Either they could continue buying mana stones at cheap cost for the duration it took for the Empire to fully integrate into the Conclave, or, in the event the Empire retaliated and broke the agreement, it would nullify all existing contracts. That scenario would allow them to leverage the mana stones they had already acquired to send sufficient military forces to finally overpower the Empire. So, how do you suggest we proceed? The Ural Coalition representative asked. Chapter 833 Behind the Doors 2. By setting up guardrails and limiting the ways the Empire can easily access this information once they send their initial fleets to the Astral Conclave's territory and attempt to initiate trade and other dealings. Even at their fastest, it'll take them several years to reach the populated areas of the Conclave, so we should have enough time to create measures that make it as difficult as possible for them to get hold of the information. Since we control the inter-civilization communication channels, we can also add a filtering layer to ensure that the Empire doesn't gain access to this information through the network. And since only government entities use this system, it should be fairly easy to implement, Calron replied. We can also create a problem within the Empire to force them to focus inwardly before they even consider focusing on us. This internal issue would be more urgent than anything else, possibly even destabilizing the empire. For example, we can leverage our vast production capabilities to create goods and sell them at a cheaper price, or even at a loss, by using the free trade agreement we previously signed. This would prevent the empire from stopping us, and over time, it would gradually cripple their production industry. Once their industry can't compete with the cheaper goods we sell, we can immediately raise prices. As for how we can sell things at a loss, we'll redirect a portion of the funds we previously spent on expensive mana stones to subsidize this plan. This will either delay the empire from turning its focus on us, or it might even cause civil unrest. In that case, we can fan the flames further and support a faction to gain power, giving us the opportunity to control the star system without breaking the mana oath, the Ural Coalition representative suggested, outlining how they could use their large-scale production capabilities to disrupt the empire while benefiting his coalition and having others fund the effort, accomplishing two goals with one move. If, despite all of that, the empire still sends exploration fleets to the conclave, we can create bureaucratic red tape for their fleets. Once they decide to send them, we can require them to go to a specific location in order to obtain the necessary permits to explore certain areas. This location would require them to take a few years just to get there. From there, we can add further delays in the approval process and other steps, buying us more time before they even make contact with the residents of the conclave, the Alara representative suggested. One after another, the representatives of different civilizations began proposing their own ideas on how to extend the period in which the empire remained unaware of the true value of mana stones. The suggestions grew more sinister, with some even recommending allowing pirates to attack the Empire's ships headed toward the conclave, forcing the Empire to send replacements, thus delaying the process even further. However, it was the Shadari representative's suggestion that stood out as the most extreme. As he spoke, a chilling silence fell over the room, and everyone listening felt a sense of unease. Once enough time has passed, and if despite all our other attempts to destabilize the empire not succeeding, by then we would have gained significant influence over them through selling products at a lower price, we can release this information to the empire in a manner that will tarnish their image and destabilize the imperial government, putting their very stability at risk if they don't take immediate action to address the issue. This would force them to retaliate against us in order to prevent a civil war fueled by their civilians feeling humiliated and exploited. Once the Empire takes such drastic measures, we can escalate the situation, pushing them to a point where their actions would void the mana oath, giving us the opportunity to attack and seize control of the star system for ourselves, the Shadari representative proposed. Once nearly everyone in the room shared their suggestions, which indirectly showed their support for the plan and their willingness to agree to it if the final version benefited them, they began combining the ideas and fine-tuning the agreement. They quickly crafted an action plan outlining how they would jointly implement the strategy. It took about half an hour before the final version was ready. Calron, seeing the completed document, couldn't help but smile as his plan was inching closer to becoming a reality. He was about to speak, saying, "Now that the final document is here, let's move to voting," but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Trinarian representative. Although the agreement is good and will be beneficial to all of us, the scale at which the Trinarians will benefit is small relative to the rest of you, said the Trinarian representative, a tone of hesitation in his voice. This makes it difficult for me to say this, but we cannot agree to the agreement in its current version. Calron raised an eyebrow, staring at the representative's statement. It felt like someone had suddenly thrown a stick into his bicycle wheel as he was speeding downhill, threatening to derail all his hard work. Even if everyone else in the room agreed to the terms and swore a mana oath to keep everything secret, the Trinarian representative would be excluded from that oath. This posed a huge risk, as the representative could easily reveal the plan to the Empire, rendering everything they had discussed nearly useless and potentially drawing the Empire's retaliation toward their entire operation. What had been an opportunity for strategic planning might now backfire, causing more harm than if they had stuck with the previous status quo. From the look of it, the Trinarian representative seemed to have planned for this moment from the very start, waiting patiently until the plan reached the voting stage. By then, all the information and strategy would have already been revealed, putting them in a highly leveraged position. This would force the others to compromise and accommodate his requests if they wanted the agreement and plan to remain secret in the first place. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Calron was left with little choice but to ask, "Please, let's hear the reason causing you to have reservations about voting for this agreement?" Chapter 834 Behind the Doors 3, The Trinarina's Reason. Are you trying to use this agreement as a hostage to secure more benefits for yourself? The Valthurin representative interjected before the Trinarian representative could respond to Calron's question. His tone was sharp, laced with frustration and suspicion. From his perspective, this agreement was a golden opportunity, one that could allow all of them to reap significant rewards. As the Valthurin representative, he was certain that if the agreement was finalized, his standing within his civilization would rise considerably. However, just as the deal was on the brink of becoming a reality, the Trinarian representative's sudden move felt like a calculated attempt to derail the entire process, fueling his visible frustration. "Why are you making assumptions without even listening to what I have to say first?" the Trinarian representative countered, redirecting his response to address the Valthurin representative's accusatory remark. "And why should I even bother hearing you out?" the Valthurin representative snapped, doubling down, "when this agreement clearly benefits everyone equally? This is about keeping the Empire from discovering the true value of mana stones. What part of it specifically makes it disproportionately advantageous to others while leaving you behind?" His pointed question elicited subtle nods of agreement from others within the mental network, as many shared his frustration. To them, it seemed absurd that someone might attempt to hold a mutually beneficial agreement hostage. "I agree as well, because if you can make that claim, then so can I," the Droll Coalition representative chimed in, seizing the moment. "I could just as easily argue that this agreement benefits others far more than it benefits us, and unless these so-called advantages are adjusted, I won't agree to this either. How would you feel if I said that?" His statement struck a chord, and it seemed to ignite a chain reaction. Many representatives saw this as an opportunity to pile on without fear of repercussion, emboldened by the near-unanimous dissatisfaction with the Trinarian representative's stance. The floodgates opened. Representatives began badmouthing the Trinarian representative, some taking it as a rare chance to criticize a member of the top 10 civilizations without fear of retaliation. Others saw it as leverage, using the chaos to push for additional concessions, arguing that the top 10 civilizations, who held the largest mana stone quotas, should offer something in return for the disproportionate benefits they stood to gain. The room descended into a chaotic mess, voices overlapping and tensions escalating as each representative sought to make their case heard. What had started as a structured discussion was now teetering on the brink of collapse. "First, let's see," Calron began, his voice laced with urgency as he attempted to salvage the meeting. He could see his carefully orchestrated plan slipping through his fingers. The stakes were far too high. None of the discussions in this room were yet protected by a mana oath. If the meeting ended without an agreement, any participant could decide to leak the details to the Empire in a bid to curry favor, and that would spell disaster, especially for him as the mastermind behind it all. But before Calron could even finish his sentence, a low, guttural growl echoed through the room. "GRLRR." The sound silenced the cacophony of voices instantly. Representatives froze mid-argument, their words swallowed by the weight of the sound. Those from the lesser civilizations turned pale, their gazes immediately darting toward the source of the noise. The Exorvac representative sat ominously at the far end of the massive oval table. His piercing gaze was locked on those seated opposite him, his nostrils flaring as a thin mist escaped with each exhale, a clear sign of his growing irritation. The tension in the room became palpable, the air thick with unease as everyone realized they had pushed the towering Exorvac to his limit. No one dared to speak. The representatives who had been shouting moments ago now sat motionless, their previous bravado replaced with silent fear and apprehension. Calron, seeing the opening created by the Exorvac representative's silent but powerful reprimand, knew he had to act quickly to restore order and salvage what was left of the meeting. Before Calron could say anything, the Exorvac representative's intense gaze shifted to the Trinarian representative, who had remained silent amidst the barrage of criticisms directed his way. With a single word, the Exorvac representative broke the silence. "Speak." The command was simple but carried the weight of authority, leaving no room for defiance. Calron let out a subtle sigh of relief. The chaos had finally been subdued, though he wasn't entirely pleased with how it had happened. The control he had carefully maintained as the de facto leader of the meeting had been snatched away with just a single growl. The shift in authority stung his pride, but Calron knew better than to let his frustration show. This unexpected development, while unnerving, worked in his favor for now. Turning his attention to the Trinarian representative, Calron silently hoped that the representative had a valid and compelling reason for opposing the agreement in its current form. If the reason turned out to be frivolous or self-serving, Calron doubted he could salvage the situation. The meeting was already hanging by a thread, and another misstep could shatter any chance of reaching a consensus. What I was trying to say before everyone here started hurling insults at me, the Trinarian representative began, his tone pointed as he deliberately emphasized the behavior of the others. His gaze swept across the room, pausing on each individual who had participated in the barrage of insults, leaving them with a sinking feeling that his words carried a veiled warning. But before he could linger on his subtle threats, the ex-Orvac representative cut him off abruptly. "Get to the point." "I don't have more time to waste," he growled, his tone sharp and impatient, making it clear that his patience was wearing thin and that he would not tolerate any further delays or posturing. The room fell silent once again, the weight of the ex-Orvac representative's words pressing down on everyone. All eyes returned to the Trinarian representative, who now had no choice but to proceed without further dramatics. The Trinarian representative cleared his throat, trying to release the words that had been stuck in his chest, before diving straight into the matter at hand. "Everything agreed upon here relies on the assumption that the Empire won't gain access to our wormhole and other spatial technologies locked within the encrypted knowledge vaults we've already shared with them." He paused, letting his words sink in as he allowed the cogs in the representatives' minds to begin turning. "Because if the Empire does get their hands on it, they could bypass every obstacle we've set in place and directly enter our territory. With their access to mana stones, they could even do it repeatedly, bypassing anything we put in front of them." He took a moment, making sure everyone understood the gravity of the situation. "As a result of our previous actions, the Empire retaliated by banning any discussion about increasing mana stone quotas from those who provided their knowledge after encrypting it, unless the decryption keys were handed over. Some of you are already planning to do this." He held up a hand for emphasis. "But if we agree to this deal in its current form, we, the Trinarians, would be forbidden from providing the decryption keys to the Empire. That action would be seen as assisting the Empire in accessing the Conclave, which means our quotas will stay locked in place. Meanwhile, the rest of you would be free to negotiate higher quotas, benefiting from the very thing we'll be restricted from." The Trinarian representative leaned forward, his tone heavy with frustration. "So, I ask, how am I supposed to justify agreeing to this deal to my government when we would be the biggest losers here, second only to the Empire? How does that work for us?" Chapter 835 Behind D Thors 4, Solution. F***CK. That single word ran through the minds of the majority of the individuals present in the meeting room, especially those who had jumped at the chance to insult the Trinarian representative, believing he was merely holding the agreement hostage for personal gain and political leverage. Silence fell over the room like a heavy fog. No one dared to speak. A few of them internally wished the ground beneath them would open up and swallow them whole, though they knew such a miracle was impossible in the mental network. Instead, they sat frozen, the weight of their premature judgments now bearing down on them as they realized the Trinarian representative had, in fact, raised a valid and critical point. A small smile crept across Calron's face, pleased not only that the Trinarian representative had a solid reason for his hesitation but also because the room's silence presented him with an opportunity to reclaim his position as the de facto leader of the meeting. He cleared his throat deliberately, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. "Your concerns are indeed valid, and it does appear that you'd be left with the short end of the stick," he began, his voice measured and calm. "Thankfully, I have a recommendation to address this issue." He paused briefly, letting anticipation build in the room. As the representatives turned their focus to him, some with curiosity and others with hopeful expressions, he decided not to drag it out further. "How about we add an additional clause to the agreement," he proposed, that entitles the Trinarians to 5% of any increased mana stone quotas? The murmurs began, but Calron pressed on. This, in my view, is a fair compromise. Your civilization would also benefit directly from the increased quotas, and the amount would grow as the quotas continue to rise. Naturally, the civilizations surrendering a portion of their allocated quota would shoulder the cost of this adjustment. To ensure fairness, the Trinarians would purchase this 5% share at 10 times the price we currently pay the Empire, serving as compensation for the sacrifices made by the other parties. He leaned back slightly, gauging the reactions of the room. The offer was structured enough to appear generous while subtly increasing the complexity of opposition, a hallmark of Calron's strategic mind. Upon hearing Calron's suggestion, the reactions across the room were mixed. A few representatives nodded in agreement, others frowned, but the majority remained silent, carefully calculating whether this adjustment would benefit or harm their positions. The Trinarian representative, however, stayed quiet. His expression betrayed only a faint hint of satisfaction, a subtle change so minute that it could have been easily misinterpreted. If they are receiving 5%, then what about us? The Ural Coalition representative argued, breaking the silence. We, too, provided encrypted data to the Empire. Shouldn't we also be guaranteed the same privileges? His words quickly garnered murmurs of agreement from other representatives who had also given the Empire encrypted knowledge. Sensing an opportunity, a few began preparing to press this angle and leverage the situation to gain similar concessions. Before the room could descend into another chaotic debate, the Valthurin representative abruptly interjected, his tone laced with displeasure. You giving the Empire the decryption keys isn't going to harm the current agreement or reveal the actual price of mana stones, so I think it's irrelevant to this discussion. Don't you agree? The Valthurin representative stated, clearly unwilling to let others capitalize on something immaterial to the proposed agreement. His stance wasn't just about the agreement itself, it was also driven by the desire to avoid any form of indirect punishment for his civilization, which had provided their knowledge to the Empire openly without encryption or manipulation. Instead of a direct response from the Ural Coalition representative, murmurs of agreement echoed through the mental network as others sided with the Valthurin representative's reasoning. With the room now seemingly united on this point, any representatives who had initially hoped to leverage their encrypted data fell silent. The Ural Coalition representative, seeing the overwhelming opposition, decided to let it go. At least I tried, he thought, reluctantly backing down. While he had hoped to secure more benefits, the realization dawned on him that pushing the matter further might jeopardize the entire agreement. And despite his ambitions, he understood that keeping the price of mana stones low remained the primary goal, everything else was secondary. But 5% is too high, and although our mana quotas vary, if we follow that suggestion, the Trinarians will be receiving 245% of the average of our mana quotas, which is quite unfair to the rest of us, a representative from one of the lower-tier civilizations pointed out, steering the conversation back to the contentious Trinarian proposal. Calron sighed internally, sensing yet another hurdle in securing the agreement. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he explained, the 5% is not from your entire mana quota but only from the increase in your quota. For instance, if your original quota was 10 and negotiations result in your total quota increasing to 15, only 5% of the increase, that additional 5, will be allocated to the Trinarians. They will not benefit from the base quota, only the increase. I believe this is a fair compromise. He deliberately simplified the explanation, using clear examples to avoid misunderstandings, despite knowing that all the representatives were intelligent enough to grasp the concept. If that's the case, the Farron representative interjected, why not reduce it to 2% under the same rules? With 50 civilizations here, 49 if we exclude the Trinarians, each contributing 2% of their increased quota would still amount to 98% of the average increase. That seems far more equitable. His suggestion was met with a sharp glance from the Trinarian representative, who didn't appreciate the attempt to cut the allocation. However, the Farron representative paid no heed, firmly focused on minimizing the cost to his own civilization. After all, every representative in the room was here to serve their own people's interests, and shaving down the mana stone concessions was his way of doing just that. This was diplomacy. After all, negotiation was the heart of the game. A murmur rippled through the room as representatives weighed the fairness of the reduced percentage against the practicality of finalizing the deal. I'd like to remind the Ural Coalition representative that we, the Trinarians, are ranked within the top 5 civilizations in the conclave, the Trinarian representative stated, his gaze sharp as it met the Ural Coalition representatives. While we may not know each other's exact quotas, I believe it's safe to say our allocations are reflective of our standing. Receiving the average of the increased quotas might seem significant, but it is relative to each civilization's level and their prior quota. I am certain that, for us, this average would fall short of what we could achieve if we handed the decryption keys over to the Empire. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in, before continuing. Even if we were to accept the 5% and, as some have suggested, it translates to 245% of the average of the increased quota, it would still be less than what we would gain under normal circumstances. However, since this agreement demands shared sacrifices for the benefit of the whole, we will agree to the 5% on the condition that additional concessions are made by your civilizations to cover the remainder of our potential loss. His words were firm yet diplomatic, leaving little room for counterarguments as he turned his attention toward Calron to take the lead. Calron, sensing the precarious tension in the room, acted swiftly to avert another descent into chaos. He immediately began emphasizing the positive aspects of the agreement. A 5% loss from the increased quota is a minor trade-off, he stressed, but his voice was calm. Compared to the enormous losses we'd all incur if forced to purchase mana stones at their original price, this agreement is far more advantageous. Let's not lose sight of the larger picture here. This is about long-term stability and collective strength. What followed, however, was a tangled mess of debate. Some representatives pushed to lower the percentage, proposing alternative concessions to offset the loss. Others, while agreeing to the 5%, argued that the Trinarians should purchase their share at the true price of mana stones instead of the previously discussed tenfold increase from the Empire's base price. This suggestion sparked immediate rejection from the Trinarian representative, who retorted, "If have to pay the true price anyway, we might as well buy directly from the Empire, making all these discussions meaningless for us." The back and forth persisted, with tempers flaring and points being debated, countered, and re-evaluated. For 5 tense minutes, arguments bounced across the room as factions sought to protect their interests while still trying to keep the agreement intact. Calron, acting as a stabilizing force, mediated where he could, ensuring the discussion didn't spiral out of control. Eventually, a compromise was reached that represented the least loss for all parties involved. The 5% share from the increased quotas would remain unchanged, but the Trinarians would purchase this share at a 2,000% price increase from the Empire's base price, rather than the tenfold increase initially proposed. Additionally, the Trinarians would receive one basic level concession from each civilization present, offering them additional benefits to offset their potential losses. The agreement, though far from perfect, was one that all parties could reluctantly accept and was immediately put to a vote. Unsurprisingly, it passed unanimously, followed by everyone swearing a mana oath to keep the details of the meeting and everything discussed secret from the Empire and any irrelevant individuals. So, how are we going to give the mana stones to the Trinarian without breaking the mana oath we swore and the mana contract we signed with the Empire? Chapter 836 Exchange. There is nothing in the contract that says if our ship carrying mana stones is attacked, we are going to be punished, as that falls under circumstances beyond our control, Calron said, subtly hinting at how they could proceed. The mana oath and mana contract were intentionally vague in certain areas, particularly regarding what constituted a breach. This vagueness allowed loopholes like this to exist, and if they executed their plan perfectly, they could avoid any repercussions. Alright, let's hurry back. More than half an hour has already passed, and if we delay for more than an hour, the Empire is going to suspect something, Calron said before delivering his closing remarks, officially ending the meeting and disconnecting everyone from the mental network. As the representatives returned to their physical selves, they found themselves in the hangars of their motherships, where they had arrived some time ago. Without wasting a moment, they immediately began preparations for the handover while simultaneously reporting back to the relevant authorities within their governments about the agreement and its terms. As representatives, they had the authority to finalize agreements like this. Their only obligation was to report back as soon as it was feasible. One by one, they began contacting Lanesra at different, random intervals over the next hour, informing her that their preparations were complete and that they were ready for the exchange to proceed. Lanesra could be seen standing in the control room, her gaze fixed on the hologram in front of her. The display detailed every aspect of the ongoing exchange, which had begun a few minutes earlier. "It feels like we're Japan," she said, her eyes never leaving the hologram. "I'm sorry, but I don't quite understand what you mean," came a response from someone approaching her. Without looking, Lanesra immediately recognized the voice and replied as if it were a routine exchange. "Ah, I was referring to a similar situation that happened in late 16th and early 17th century Japan during the end of the Sengoku period and the Tokugawa shogunate. Back then, Japan traded its precious silver and gold for textiles and other goods that were sold at exorbitant markups." "Ah, I see now," the man said, nodding as he grasped her point. "But that comparison would only hold true if we were actually mining the mana stones ourselves." "True, but it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth," Lanesra said, finally turning to face the man she had been conversing with. She added, "Once this is done and we return to continue the meeting, you'll be coming with me as well." 821. "Are you sure you want them to know about our existence?" he asked, clearly surprised by her decision. "It really doesn't make much difference," she replied calmly. "It's not like we've been actively hiding the fact that elves and others exist. Once the trading hub is fully constructed and commerce starts flowing through it, they're going to find out about you anyway. We've never made an effort to conceal your presence, we just didn't go out of our way to announce it." Her eyes briefly lingered on him, the elf who served as the second in command of the Mana Agency. He was one of many who had chosen to migrate to Earth after the policy allowing direct mixing between species had been enacted a few years earlier. Aragon chuckled at her explanation, then nodded. "Fine, I'll be on my best behavior," he said, his tone lighthearted. His response earned a soft chuckle from Lanesra before she turned her attention back to the hologram, her focus once again on monitoring the ongoing exchange. The exchange of goods took the better part of the day to complete. The sheer volume of materials required meticulous inspection for quality, quantity, and safety before they could be securely stored and accounted for. Lanesra immediately ordered the Imperial cargo ships, now loaded with the exchanged materials, to head back to the solar system. A massive operation awaited their return, analyzing and logging everything into the Akashic record, making it instantly accessible to researchers in the Empire's research city and anyone else via VR. This approach would allow the Empire to gather immense amounts of data by observing how researchers and citizens experimented with these materials in a controlled VR environment. Meanwhile, the research city and Imperial labs would focus their efforts on the most promising results, prioritizing areas deemed worthy of further exploration. Accompanying the returning Imperial ships was a small group of foreign vessels. These carried the remaining Exorvac members of Seraphina's faction, who had chosen to join her in the Empire. Once everything was set in motion, Lanesra and Aragon disembarked from the mothership and headed to the designated meeting location aboard another vessel to resume their previous discussions. "Sir, the materials exchange has been completed, and the cargo ships are on their way back. Should I deliver the materials Princess Seraphina needs for her growth now, or would you prefer to handle it yourself?" Nova inquired, as she observed Aaron, who was intently monitoring the progress of his research. "That was quick," Aaron remarked, his voice laced with surprise. "I thought the meeting would last longer, at least a few days." No, the meeting was paused for the exchange as requested by the representatives. They're now resuming it after a one-day break for the exchange to occur, Nova explained, updating him on how the exchange had taken place sooner than expected. "Makes sense," Aaron said, a small smile tugging at his lips. "They've finally accepted our opium." "This is more addictive than opium, sir," Nova replied. She too was also happy as things were going as planned. "Send her half of what we got for her, and send the rest for deep scanning. We need to try replicating them and if possible making them more effective, Aaron instructed, responding to her first question. He then returned his focus to monitoring his ongoing research. Yes, sir, Nova responded, falling silent as she joined him in observing the research. Chapter 837 Decryption Keys. With the mana stones exchanged, only the meeting remained. The endurance of those present allowed discussions to continue for over 16 hours, wrapping things up sooner than expected. This early finish meant the individual meetings about increasing their mana stone quotas could start and wrap up ahead of schedule. During the individual meetings between the Empire and the representatives, those who had shared their knowledge in encrypted form eventually handed over the decryption keys. The realization that their mana stone quotas would rise by at least 200% and potentially soar to 500% based on the materials they proposed for exchange made the decision inevitable. It was an offer they couldn't afford to turn down. Some had initially planned to hold out and assess the potential increase before making a decision, but the sheer scale of the opportunity left no room for second thoughts. Fearing the Empire might reconsider its offer, they immediately agreed to hand over the decryption keys without delay. Although their primary reason for being here was fulfilled, the Conclave Civilization's representatives didn't leave immediately. They had requested access to the exchange forum, which was already operational, even though its physical counterpart in the real world was still under construction. Now, they were in the midst of a shopping spree, using their remaining materials to buy everything they could. The Empire didn't interfere, as the representatives only had access to the business portal, where all listed items had already been approved before being made available. Meanwhile, Hephaestus Industries immediately began production on all the purchased materials, regardless of their original manufacturers on Earth. The Empire needed to ensure that everything sold to outsiders passed through a strict filtering process, preventing potential issues if any previously unknown factors were discovered. In return, all of the original owners of the purchased products were given the original profit of their product as if it was bought from them. However, if their product was sold for a price significantly higher than its original value, the compensation shifted to a revenue-sharing model. The original price served as the benchmark, and the profit percentage was used to determine how much they would earn from the increased sale. This approach was designed to avoid incentivizing the formation of a black market should the company attempt to use this as a means of earning more money. At the same time, Hephaestus Industries' share was capped at twice the actual production cost of the product. All remaining revenue was collected as taxes and sent to the imperial coffers, ensuring there were no accusations that the emperor was exploiting others' products for personal gain. Not that it mattered much at this point, the emperor was already the wealthiest person in history, with more money than he could ever spend, even if he tried. Sir, we've finally received the decryption keys for all but one of the encrypted knowledge files, Nova informed Aaron the moment she had the keys in hand. Which one didn't fall for the offer? Aaron asked, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected anyone to resist the temptation of at least doubling their quota. The Trinarian representative, sir. His brows lifted in surprise at the response. The Trinarian's knowledge was one of the technologies he'd been most eager to acquire, and now he found himself puzzling over why they alone had held out. But he didn't dwell on it for long. Decrypt all the files we have the keys for, he said decisively. Then redirect all the computing power we were using for decryption attempts toward cracking the Trinarian's knowledge. If, after a month of focused effort, we still can't break it, I'll use SP to buy the decryption tech for it. Understood, Nova replied, wasting no time as she set to work. Aaron, on the other hand, went back to what he had been doing, though his demeanor had shifted ever so slightly. A quiet excitement seemed to radiate from him now. He could hardly wait to finally lay his hands on the newly decrypted tech and knowledge. He knew it would be the key to fleshing out his own technology and advancing his plans. Wouldn't the increase in quota let them stockpile mana stones or even drive their value down further? Aragon found himself asking Lanesra as they traveled back to Earth. Though they had been the ones to implement the increase in the representatives' quotas, they were merely carrying out the Emperor's orders. While they could have asked for the reasoning behind the decision, Lenesra hadn't yet had the chance to meet with the emperor to seek clarification. The order had come just weeks before the trade was set to take place, leaving no time to request a meeting or fully understand the strategy behind it. But despite not having all the answers, she had a theory. "I think the emperor is trying to deepen their reliance on mana stones to the point where they'll have no choice but to depend entirely on us," Lenesra said. "Aren't we already doing that by selling mana stones cheaply while pretending we don't know their true value?" Aragon asked, wondering if pushing further was unnecessary or even redundant to their existing strategy. "The pricing might just be one piece of a much larger plan," Lenesra explained. The initial quota was set at about 1.5 times each civilization's usual mana expenditure. While the price itself was far cheaper than what they were used to paying, the amount of mana stones traded still left them with the option to fall back on their previous sources without any major disruption to their day-to-day operations, other than having to spend more money if something happened to cut off their access to Earth's mana stones. If that were the only factor, our price leverage would only go so far. But by tripling their quota, we trigger the Jevons paradox, where increasing efficiency or lowering the cost of a resource leads to even greater consumption. Mana, which was once used sparingly due to its high cost and limited supply, will now be used more widely. New applications for mana will emerge, driving up demand even further. This cycle will repeat until they reach a point where they can't function effectively without it. Take wormhole technology, for example. Before, they reserved it for emergencies or wartime. But now, with mana stones more accessible and affordable, they could start using them for trade, moving critical materials that once took years to transport. Similar shifts will happen across the board, tying them even more tightly to mana and to us. Her explanation sent Aragon into a nodding spree, his expression one of dawning understanding. It wasn't just clarity he felt, though. His awe for the emperor grew, along with a newfound appreciation for the meticulousness of the man's planning. Noticing the contemplative look on Aragon's face, Lenesra added, "At least, that's what I think the reasoning behind the emperor's orders might be. It's all speculation at this point. We'll know the truth once we ask him directly during our upcoming meeting." She wanted to make sure Aragon understood that her thoughts were just that, thoughts, and not the official stance of the empire or the emperor, which could turn out to be entirely different. Chapter 838 Assimilation. "Sir, the decryption is complete," Nova informed Aaron a few hours after receiving the decryption keys. "That was fast," Aaron remarked, surprised by the speed. Previously, when processing the unencrypted information, it had taken considerably longer. "The groundwork was already laid when I accessed the unencrypted knowledge," Nova explained. "This time, all I had to do was decrypt it and run it through the algorithm, which handled the rest." Aaron nodded in acknowledgement before adding, "Let's hold off on assimilating the knowledge until they leave, just in case. Send the information to the Lab City researchers and have them work on incorporating any beneficial aspects." He restrained his excitement, opting to be cautious in case their visitors had ulterior motives. "Understood," Nova confirmed. Upon receiving her response, Aaron returned to his research. For the next week, the purchased goods were continuously delivered to the ships of the Astral Conclave representatives, while in return, they handed over the materials exchanged for those products. Once the exchange was completed, they wasted no time in opening their wormholes and returning home, marking the conclusion of the first official trade between the two sides. "Finally, they've left," Aaron muttered as he watched the projection of the solar system. The display slowly filled with a red overlay, indicating the reactivation of the military's spatial locks hidden within the Oort cloud. These locks had been deactivated and placed into active stealth about a month before the agreed meeting date. The Empire was now officially sealed off from all Tier 1 and lower spatial technology. "Let's start the assimilations then," Aaron said the moment the entire projection turned red. Without wasting any time, he initiated the logout procedure, knowing that Nova would put him into a deep sleep for the process. This time, he planned to assimilate all the remaining knowledge, leaving only one piece that was still encrypted, the Trinarian knowledge. As Aaron began the logout sequence, Nova activated the standard protocol she always used whenever he was expected to be out of commission for an extended period. A week later. "How long do you think it will take?" Aaron asked, his gaze fixed on John, who sat across from him, listening intently. John took a moment to gather his thoughts before responding. The biggest issue is the lack of critical information about the other side, which makes it impossible to give a precise timeline. Given how long they've existed, how fragile their peace is, and the fact that anyone can declare war under specific conditions, it's clear that all of them are maintaining active militaries with no signs of downsizing. Based on that, I'd estimate at least 10 years if we operate at maximum production capacity. Does the assessment include the previously decrypted technologies? Aaron asked. Not entirely, John admitted. The scope of knowledge is too vast for us to develop implementation strategies in such a short time. Depending on how we learn to exploit these technologies to our advantage, the timeline could be significantly reduced. That's why I request at least 6 months to thoroughly analyze the knowledge and allow the researchers to uncover as many applicable technologies as possible before we commit to large-scale production. This period will also give us time to restructure the military to align with the plan. I'll give you a year and a quantum supercluster running at maximum time acceleration, Aaron stated, fully committing to his plan. You'll report to me with updates once a month on the project's progress. Will that be enough to ensure our preparations are so thorough that it won't matter what the other side has? Although there's no such thing as absolute certainty, this period should give us enough time to get as close to perfection as possible, John replied, his voice filled with conviction. He was confident that, with the resources provided, they could minimize any risks and prepare for whatever came their way. Good, and how are we doing with the preparations for intelligence gathering operations? He asked, moving on to the next topic, now that the previous one was settled. The preparations for that have also been paused for now. We're currently looking into the available Shadari knowledge to see if it can benefit our operations. It will also be included in the research during the period you've given us. Their knowledge is promising enough to be a game changer if used alongside our stealth technology. Taking into account how long it will take to have them spread throughout the conclave, we need to ensure they are as prepared as possible. The first batch will be operating with almost no backup, so we've came to the conclusion that they need to be as ready as possible, John replied. Aaron nodded as he listened to John's explanation. Though he had something he could add, he decided against it for now. He planned to wait until he had access to the Trinarian technology, knowing that it was not only a game changer but also the spearhead for initiating all the plans. After spending 2 more hours discussing with John, the meeting finally came to an end. John left the room, leaving Aaron alone to process the information and reflect on the next steps. What is our progress on the decryption of the Trinarian knowledge? Aaron asked. I've tried using encryption technologies from other civilizations as a reference, but it seems the Trinarian tech is vastly different. At the moment, progress is slow. Nova responded, materializing and taking the seat where John had been sitting. Upon receiving Nova's response, Aaron took a moment to consider his options, wondering whether to wait the remaining 2 weeks or use the system shop to buy a solution for decrypting the technology. I suggest we wait for the remaining 2-week period. While we may not decrypt it immediately, the knowledge we gain during that time will still be valuable. Plus, you should use this time to rest. You haven't taken any breaks since the trade, and that's not good. Nova said, noticing the look of contemplation on his face. Yeah, let's do that, Aaron agreed, rubbing his face with his hands before beginning the logout procedure. He hoped Nova would manage to crack the encryption within the time, as the thought of how much it would cost to purchase the decryption technology was enough to make him not want to think about it. Chapter 839 Picnic. Oh, this is quite delicious. Did Nova prepare this? Aaron asked with a smirk as he tasted the food. He was sitting in an open field that looked more like a picnic spot than a meeting ground. Before he could even swallow, he had to tilt his head to the side to dodge a fireball flying straight at him. Don't you know you shouldn't even disturb a dog while it's eating? he said with a laugh, glancing at his wife, who had just attempted to give him an impromptu facial makeover. You were asking for it, Rena replied casually as she poured mango juice into their glasses, his favorite. Nevertheless, it's delicious, Aaron said, setting aside his joke as he genuinely complimented her cooking. It wasn't something she did often, mostly because she didn't need to, but he appreciated it all the same. He took the glass of mango juice from her with a nod of thanks. It was why they had made it a tradition for them to have these picnics at least once every few months, where they handled everything themselves, from preparation and cooking to cleaning, without relying on technology or workers. It was just one of the many types of dates they made sure to do at least once a month. Of course, this also meant she had to learn how to cook the conventional way, which had led to their enhanced metabolism coming in handy more than a few times in the early days of these picnic-style dates. Rena smirked as she took a sip of her own juice, watching Aaron enjoy the meal. I'm assuming it's safe to say I've improved? Aaron chuckled, nodding as he took another bite. I'd say we've moved past the survival training phase, yeah. She rolled her eyes but laughed along with him. Well, if you hadn't insisted on doing this without any AI assistance or knowledge assimilation, maybe we wouldn't have needed that survival training in the first place. That's the whole point, isn't it? Aaron said, stretching his legs out on the grass. For once, no tech, no empire, just us, and maybe a few near-death experiences from your early cooking. Rena gasped dramatically. You did not just say that. Aaron grinned, raising his glass. To progress? She huffed, but clinked her glass against his. To progress. After spending quite a while enjoying their meal and light-hearted conversation, they eventually moved on to other picnic activities. However, given the sheer level of power their bodies now possessed, what would typically be considered casual games turned into an outright spectacle. Every activity had to be modified to accommodate their strength. Simple games of catch became high-speed projectile dodging, tug-of-war turned into a battle of finely controlled force, and even something as simple as racing across the open field created shockwaves in their wake. Yet, rather than being disruptive, it made everything even more exhilarating. The challenge of holding back just enough to keep things fun, while still pushing each other in ways only they could, added a layer of excitement that no ordinary game could match. For more than 3 hours, they played without pause, their endless stamina and rapid recovery ensuring they never had to slow down. Laughter echoed across the field as they kept pushing the limits of what should have been a simple, peaceful picnic, yet for them, this was exactly the kind of break they needed. As they walked back to where their belongings were placed, the only sign of their hours of intense activity was the rhythmic rise and fall of their chests. How's your research going? Aaron asked, glancing at Rena. There's progress, but nothing substantial yet, she admitted, taking the water bottle he had opened for her. It feels like we're stuck looking at it from the same perspective we already know. I think we need to find a new angle that should help us understand it better. Aaron nodded as he considered her words. We've managed to decrypt most of the knowledge from the conclave civilizations. Some of them use magic in ways completely different from us, some focus on strengthening their bodies, while others have developed magic engineering. That might give you some new perspectives. What do you think? Rena didn't answer immediately, still drinking her water. When she was done, she handed the bottle back to Aaron, who took a sip before she finally responded. That actually sounds really useful. It might even spark some new ideas. Thanks. Then, tilting her head slightly, she asked, how's your research coming along? Aaron let out a satisfied sigh after quenching his thirst. It's been going well. With all the new knowledge we've gained, my mind's been flooded with ideas. But since I'm stuck on this forced rest period, all I can do is document them for when the 2 weeks are up, he said as they lay down together. He reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers. Not that I'm complaining, he added with a smirk before leaning in to kiss her. Rena chuckled softly at his words, squeezing his hand. You really are hopeless when it comes to resting, she teased, tilting her head to look at him. Aaron smirked. Says the one who once spent 3 straight days refining a single magic cycle because she almost had it. She huffed, nudging him playfully. That was different. I was onto something. And I'm not, he shot back, raising an eyebrow. She laughed at that, shaking her head. Fine, fine. I guess we both have a problem. They fell into a comfortable silence, watching the sky deepen into twilight as the night settled around them. The first stars began to pierce through the fading light, their glow steady and serene. A cool breeze drifted past, carrying the distant hum of nature, adding to the quiet intimacy of the moment. Despite the intensity of their earlier activities, everything now felt calm, almost weightless, as if the world had slowed just for them. You know, Rena eventually said, her voice quieter now, these moments, they remind me why we push so hard. It's not just about power or progress, it's about making sure we still get to have things like this. Time, freedom, each other. Aaron turned his head to look at her, his expression softening. Yeah, he agreed, his grip on her hand tightening slightly. That's why we have to be prepared. She nodded, then smirked. But first, we have to survive 2 weeks of you trying not to sneak off and work. Aaron groaned, rolling onto his back dramatically. Easier said than done. Rena laughed, resting her head on his shoulder. I'll make sure you don't. Chapter 840 Stagnation. 2 weeks later. Aaron, now fully reinvigorated after his semi-forced break, finally logged back into the universal simulation. Welcome back, sir, Nova greeted him the moment his body materialized inside his lab. Can't say I didn't miss this, Aaron replied as he moved to sit down, despite there being no chair beneath him. Before he could reach the ground, a chair materialized under him, seamlessly supporting his weight. Any good news on cracking the Trinarian encryption? He asked as he settled in. We've made some advancements, but honestly, I'd say we're still only a few steps away from the starting line, Nova admitted. Without a clear progress indicator, it was impossible to gauge exactly how close they were to breaking through. The process was more guesswork than science at this point. There's no other choice, then, Aaron muttered as he called up the system interface and began searching for decryption algorithms. After filtering out options that were either useless for his needs or too expensive to justify, Aaron was left with just 2 choices. Adaptive Decryption Algorithm, Tier 1. SPIDE is one of the best fuels for innovation. This technology was developed by an angry Govanian man who suspected his wife of cheating and feared losing his fortune in a divorce. According to his civilization's laws, a woman filing for divorce was entitled to 90% of the marital wealth, while the man would be condemned to lifelong celibacy. His only way out was to either convince his wife to stay, a lost cause, as she had already made up her mind, or find undeniable proof of her infidelity, which would strip her of all claims. To do this, he needed to access her devices undetected and recover any deleted evidence that she had hidden behind more than 15 layers of encryption. And thus, the adaptive decryption algorithm was born. It utilizes quantum adaptive simulations to break high-level encryption by predicting key states through entangled data relationships. While extremely effective against traditional cryptography, it is significantly less useful against mana-based encryptions. Price: 100 billion SP. If he had heard this story elsewhere, Aaron might have chuckled, but the price tag was enough to kill any amusement before it could reach his face. Mana Decryption Adaptive Algorithm, Tier 1. Developed by the same man after experiencing an overwhelming sense of joy when his divorce was finalized, having successfully kept his fortune and the right to remarry. These 2 technologies later propelled him to become one of the most influential figures in his civilization, allowing him to establish an information conglomerate specializing in gathering evidence to help other men avoid forced celibacy and financial ruin. This algorithm specifically targets mana-based encryption, preventing the negative effects of its protective mechanisms from triggering, whether it be data deletion, self-destruction, hidden signaling, or more. Price: 250 billion SP. At first glance, it seemed like just a slightly modified version of the first algorithm with a steep price hike. But Aaron knew better. He couldn't afford to take chances, buying only one would leave too much room for disaster. He needed both to ensure there were no mishaps. Even if the Trinarians had relied solely on conventional encryption, Aaron knew he couldn't assume the same for the entire conclave. Each civilization had developed its own technology tree, favoring different approaches. The likelihood of encountering mana-based encryption was high, and if he wanted full decryption capability, he needed both algorithms. No point in overthinking it, Aaron muttered, pressing the purchase button. Still better than spending more than 10 times this much SP on spatial tech, which at this rate will take years. In an instant, his SP balance plummeted, nearly 70% wiped out in a flash, leaving him with a measly 150 billion SP. He exhaled, eyes fixed on the numbers. The Empire's SP generation has plateaued, he noted. Over the past few years, he had noticed a steady decline in how fast he was accumulating system points. It wasn't due to a lack of new product releases, it felt like an intentional cap was being reached. If there's a limit to how much SP I can earn per person, then I must be approaching it. He tapped his fingers against the armrest of his chair. Looks like this is the system's way of preventing stagnation, forcing me into expansion in search of more SP. A small smirk crept onto his face. Luckily, our goals are aligned. The same goes for the technology, the price increase seems irrational too, Nova replied, her voice echoing in his thoughts. She had been accessing his brain data, seeing exactly what he saw, after receiving his permission, of course, or else the system would have blocked her. The system is most likely aligning its pricing with the maximum amount of SP you can earn at that specific point in time, or something similar. Otherwise, there's no explanation for how you bought something as balance-breaking as the knowledge to create an atomic printer and a universal simulation for 1 billion SP each, while having to buy a decryption algorithm whose usefulness is comparatively low, at more than 100 times their price. But there isn't enough data yet to pinpoint exactly what criteria the system uses for pricing. Upon hearing her analysis, Aaron recalled all the tech he had bought from AI, which ultimately led to the creation of Nova, and reflected on how the pricing had never been consistent. It had never made sense, something that had crossed his mind before but never in depth. As he thought about it, he realized that the system allowed him to get things when he needed them, at a price he could afford at the time. At the same time, it made sure not to let him become complacent, forcing him to expand and seek more individuals to increase the SP he could earn. Everything pointed to the system's awakening, and like Nova, he too was curious to see what would happen as a result. Using our imagination with the current information is just fertilizer for unfounded speculations, Aaron muttered, more to himself than anyone else. He knew Nova was immune to such missteps. Let's steer clear of that and focus on gathering more data. Let's wrap up the assimilation, he added, finally giving the system his approval to assimilate the knowledge. He closed his eyes, steeling himself for the flood of information about to be forced into his mind. Chapter 841, the final piece of the puzzle. With the system's efficiency, the knowledge assimilation process was completed in no time. Nova wasted no time either. The moment the process finished, she requested access to Aaron's brain data to extract the newly assimilated knowledge. Without hesitation, he granted her permission. How long will the implementation take? Aaron asked, already shifting his focus toward execution. Considering the requirements for building a specialized device to utilize the mana decryption adaptive algorithm, the process will take anywhere from 30 minutes to a few hours at most, Nova replied, displaying the blueprint of a device she had just designed based on the acquired knowledge. The design wasn't the most efficient, but it was functional. That was all that mattered for now. The responsibility of refining the knowledge and creating more optimized devices would fall to the Lab City researchers, which would naturally take more time. Alright, let's get started, Aaron said as he carefully analyzed Nova's design. Since he had the time, he wanted to ensure there were no flaws. If he spotted any issues, he could make instant adjustments while it was being manufactured. On it. The moment Nova responded, an atomic printer inside the cube came to life. This wasn't just any printer, it was one of the specialized models capable of mana etching, a critical function needed to create the device she had designed. At the center of the atomic printer, as if out of nothing, a rectangular object the size of an American school bus began materializing. The printer wasn't just assembling the physical structure, it was simultaneously performing mana etching, magic inscriptions, and runic carving, all in perfect synchronization. Despite the complexity of the process, the production proceeded at a rapid yet steady pace. As soon as the device was completed, the pre-installed system software, which had been uploaded at the same time the core processing chip was fabricated, powered on. It immediately began a full diagnostic check, ensuring that no errors or defects existed, no matter how improbable. It didn't even take half an hour to finish production, Aaron remarked as he made his way to the adjacent observation room. The room had a transparent mirror wall, allowing him to oversee the atomic printer's operations without needing to enter the fabrication chamber itself. No matter how safe the atomic printer was, Aaron wasn't about to step inside one even when it was powered off. That was an unnecessary risk, and unnecessary risks had no place in his workflow. You haven't accounted for the actual testing phase of the decryption algorithms, Nova pointed out, anticipating his thoughts. We can't test it directly on the trinarian knowledge storage yet. If something goes wrong, we could lose valuable data. Instead, we need to validate the algorithm first using already decrypted storage files. Only once it passes the test will we proceed with the trinarian data. Her explanation clarified the longer timeframe she had estimated earlier. While the device's manufacturing had been completed swiftly, the real work was only just beginning. As they continued their conversation, a robot entered the fabrication chamber, carrying the Galvanith knowledge storage unit. The machine moved with precision, approaching the designated compartment on the newly created device. It carefully unlatched the panel, placed the storage unit inside, and securely sealed the compartment before swiftly exiting the room. The moment the compartment closed, the decryption process began. To ensure Aaron had real-time visibility into the process, Nova activated the AR interface in the observation room. A holographic replica of the decryption machine materialized in front of him, but with one crucial difference: this version was fully transparent, allowing him to see every internal function in real time and even interact with the data flow if needed. For the next half hour, the only sound in the room was the steady hum of the machine at work. Aaron and Nova silently observed as it processed the encrypted storage, making adjustments and gathering diagnostics where necessary. At the 50th minute, Nova finally broke the silence. "It works quite well," she announced, her tone indicating satisfaction. The test had been successful. Aaron nodded but remained cautious. "Let's test it on all the remaining storage units first and see if there's any variation in decryption time or worse, a potential failure point, before we use it on the trinarian knowledge storage unit." He didn't want to risk losing the trinarian data on just the second attempt, should there be unexpected issues. Over the next day and a half, robots periodically entered the fabrication chamber, each carrying different encrypted storage units of varying sizes and origins. One by one, the knowledge storage units inside the decryption machine were swapped out, and the process repeated. Each test provided more data, helping them refine their understanding of how the device handled different encryption structures. With each successful decryption, confidence grew, but Aaron wasn't one to leave anything to chance. He would ensure absolute reliability before moving on to the true prize, the trinarian data. "Okay, now it's time to test it on the real thing," Aaron said, stretching his neck after spending more than 36 hours monitoring the machine. The decryption process had proven itself effective, albeit with varying durations depending on the encryption complexity of each knowledge storage unit. As if waiting for the signal, a robot station just outside the atomic printer chamber entered immediately. It moved with mechanical precision, retrieving the last decrypted knowledge unit and replacing it with the trinarian knowledge storage unit. With its task complete, the robot swiftly exited the room, allowing the machine to begin its most critical decryption yet. Unlike before, Aaron didn't linger to watch. Having already confirmed the machine's reliability, he turned and walked toward his research lab. Entering the personal VR pod, he swiftly logged into the universal simulation, preparing himself for the moment the Trinarian data was finally unlocked. But this time, fate seemed eager to raise its red flags. The decryption process stretched on far longer than expected. 8 hours passed before the combined power of the two algorithms finally cracked the encryption, granting access to the Trinarian knowledge storage. Not wanting to waste a single second, Nova immediately began sorting the extracted data, ensuring it was properly prepared for assimilation. After running multiple precautionary checks to prevent potential issues, she finally initiated the knowledge transfer into Aaron's mind. For several intense hours, Aaron remained motionless inside the VR pod, his mind actively absorbing the newfound knowledge. Then, his eyes snapped open. A moment of silence followed. And then, ha 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 ha. A booming, unrestrained laughter erupted from Aaron as he sat up, his chest rising and falling from the sheer exhilaration. He had it. The final major piece of the puzzle that had been holding him back for so long was now in his grasp. Chapter 842 #LDWHT2638847. Aaron's laughter lasted for quite some time, echoing through the simulation. He felt it deep within him, the climb was nearly over. He had been struggling up an impossible mountain, but now, at last, the summit was within reach. All that remained was the slide down, far easier than the ascent. His exhilaration gradually settled into focus. Time to put in the work, he muttered, his voice filled with determination. The simulation around him shifted, morphing into the familiar confines of his laboratory. Knowledge alone wasn't enough, raw information was meaningless without digesting it. Beside him, Nova materialized in her physical form, this time clad in a researcher's uniform, symbolic of the role she intended to play. She adjusted her sleeves with practiced ease, but Aaron spoke without looking at her. "We'll need to dedicate significant time to this," he said. "Not just us, but the Lab City researchers as well." He paused, considering the scale of what lay ahead. Fully digesting and implementing this tech won't be easy, but once we're done. His golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. The things we create will change everything. Both of them knew this was a turning point. Once this technology was fully integrated, the Empire would become an even more formidable force. 3 months later. In an abandoned patch of space, a void so absolute it seemed as if the universe itself had forsaken it, there was nothing, no light, no movement, no matter. A darkness beyond darkness. Anyone who found themselves here would question whether they had lost their sight or if existence itself had ceased around them. But this near-nothingness didn't last. A distortion rippled through the void, subtle at first, barely perceptible, like a dot forming in the fabric of space itself. Then, it grew. It was as if a perfectly sealed box had been pierced, allowing the faintest glimmer of light to spill through. And yet, paradoxically, that light revealed nothing, for there was nothing inside to reflect it, nothing to interact with the stray photons that now passed freely through the growing rift. The dot expanded, swelling into a vast circle, its shimmering borders dusted with what looked like cosmic glitter. Yet, at its center, there was nothing, no hint of what lay beyond, as if an unseen veil obscured the other side, allowing only the faintest slivers of light to seep through its edges. Without a point of reference, its scale remained unknowable. Was it no larger than a coin? Or vast enough to eclipse a planet? Then, without warning, something pierced through the veil. Like a knife slicing through paper, an object pushed through, forcing its way into the void. It was sleek, metallic, and unidentifiable, yet undeniably man-made. A moment later, another followed. Then another. For an entire hour, the process repeated. With each passing moment, the size and the number of the objects increased, pushing the limits of the expanding rift. Then, the final object arrived. It was massive, nearly matching the hole's exact size. As it passed through, it scraped the shimmering edges, but just as it reached the halfway point, the hole collapsed. In an instant, the rift snapped shut, cutting the colossal object in half. The severed surface gleamed, smooth and reflective as a mirror, a perfect, impossible cut. A moment later, a voice resonated through the void. Test #LDWHT2638447 over. With that declaration, the scattered objects flickered, their forms dissolving into nothingness, deconstructed, as if they had never existed. The void reclaimed its silence. But even that did not last. The instance was terminated. With that, we can finally say we understand all the requirements for safe long-distance wormhole travel, Nova stated, her voice steady as she sifted through the mountain of data collected from the test. Aaron, arms crossed, watched the final data streams in deep thought. The results are almost the exact opposite of what I initially expected. You mean the energy expenditure? Nova asked, already predicting his line of thinking. Aaron nodded. Yes. But now that I see the numbers, it makes sense. A third voice chimed in, breaking the analytical atmosphere with a touch of amusement. Care to catch me up on the exposition, dear? The speaker had been there the entire time, a silent observer, but now, curiosity had finally gotten the better of her. Aaron chuckled at the question, turning to face Rena, who had made a habit of dropping in on his research, sometimes to spend time with him, other times just to observe. He didn't mind, if anything, he welcomed it. Previously, he began, I assumed that from the moment a wormhole was opened until it closed, you'd need to constantly supply a fixed amount of mana to maintain it. But the actual results were quite different. It turns out that most of the energy is consumed during the creation of the wormhole, and the further apart the two ends are, the greater the mana cost. But once the wormhole is open, only a fraction of that energy is required to sustain it. The next major energy expense happens when an object passes through, with the cost scaling based on the object's size. A small object barely consumes anything, while a massive one demands significantly more. Rena took a moment to digest his explanation before speaking. Then why aren't the Trinarans, or any other civilization that has this tech, using it that way? Even with just a brief explanation, she could already see how this discovery revolutionized wormhole technology. Based on what she knew thanks to her high access level to the Akashic records, no known civilization was utilizing this tech anywhere close to its full potential. Aaron hesitated for the briefest moment before replying, feeling a slight sting at the half-truth he was about to tell. That's because this is our improved version, built using their knowledge as a foundation and then refined far beyond what they've achieved, he said. It wasn't a lie, but it wasn't the whole truth either. The real reason? He had used his remaining SP to elevate all their knowledge to true Tier 1. Many of the civilization's specialized pieces of knowledge they had gained were incomplete, lingering just short of that threshold. That final push had drained him, consuming nearly everything he had, leaving him with only a few hundred SP to his name. But that was a detail he had no intention of sharing. So does that mean we're officially a step ahead of the Trinarian in spatial technology? Rena asked, clearly surprised that they had achieved such results in only 3 months of real-world time. That would be true, Aaron replied carefully, if what they gave us was truly their latest knowledge and not an outdated version. He deliberately avoided a definite yes, confirming it outright could complicate things more than necessary. Whoa, Rena breathed out, not bothering with Aaron's skepticism. Instead, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, hugging him tightly. Congratulations, she said warmly. She knew how much time and energy Aaron had poured into this research. For the past 3 months, he had barely taken a moment to breathe, pushing himself relentlessly. Now that the results had finally come in, it meant he could finally relax even just a little. That alone made her happy, both for him and for them. Aaron simply smiled, returning the hug without hesitation. Meanwhile, Nova, realizing she had suddenly become a third wheel, silently disintegrated, leaving the two lovebirds to themselves. As she did, she reconfigured the lab's interior, seamlessly transforming it into a cozy home, a space for them to unwind after months of tireless effort. Chapter 843: Communication Network Upgrade. A few days later, Aaron had returned from another short period of rest after spending 3 months in rigorous research. In real time, it had only been 90 days, but within the accelerated VR environment, those months had translated into nearly 20 years of non-stop work, where he had meticulously studied, refined, and perfected the technology he had been developing. Now back in his lab, he stood in front of an augmented projection displaying what appeared to be a quantum communication satellite, nearly identical to the ones the Empire had been using to transfer information across vast distances. However, despite the striking similarities, there were some noticeable differences that set this new model apart. Its size had nearly doubled, making it significantly larger than the standard ones currently in operation. Additionally, a new structural addition was placed at the center of the satellite, a modification that clearly marked a technological advancement. After carefully going over every component one last time, Aaron placed the final piece into position, moving with the same precision and focus as if he were assembling an intricate puzzle. "Test it and let's see if this iteration works better," he said, stepping back to observe the results. As soon as his words left his mouth, Nova's response came immediately. "It works." By the time he had finished making the request, the test had already been completed. "Inform the relevant departments to begin the process of overhauling our entire communication network. The transition to the new system should start immediately, but make sure the original network remains operational as a backup," Aaron instructed without hesitation. "Understood," Nova responded almost instantly. After completing the order, she followed up with a question. "Should they be given access to the schematics for these new satellites, or will the details remain classified even from them?" Aaron took a moment to consider before giving his response. "Limit access to just the head and assistant head of the agency. They can receive general information on the upgrades, but keep the specifics of the new technology vague. If they need a deeper understanding, they'll have to submit a request, and we'll approve it on a case-by-case basis." The new version of the quantum communication network incorporated elements from several conclave civilizations' technologies. These additions were designed to overcome one of the primary limitations the Empire had faced: energy expenditure increasing with distance. This drawback had made large-scale expansion a costly and impractical endeavor, as maintaining a stable communication infrastructure was both expensive and difficult with the current system. "Understood." The agency estimates that the initial preparations will take a few days before the rollout begins, Nova informed him, relaying the update from the department tasked with implementing the new network. "All right," Aaron acknowledged before shifting his focus to the next project he intended to develop using the advanced technology now available to them. In response to his thoughts, a holographic display in front of him changed, forming the image of a massive ring. The sheer scale of the projection hinted at the nature of the device he was about to design. While the Emperor was deep in his latest wave of inventions, the Imperial Internet Agency, the entity responsible for maintaining seamless information transfer across the Empire, was already operating at full capacity. The agency's usual responsibilities involved monitoring, testing, creating, and repairing the quantum communication network that spanned every corner of the Empire. However, within mere minutes of receiving the Emperor's directive, their workload had nearly doubled. The scale of mobilization that followed surpassed even the agency's founding or the effort required to establish communication lanes with Proxima Centauri. This was no minor upgrade, it was a complete overhaul of the network, requiring meticulous coordination and execution to integrate the new technology without disrupting daily operations. 6 real-world hours after the Emperor's orders, an empire-wide announcement was transmitted to every citizen. The message was concise yet critical. Emergency announcement. 3 days from today, the Empire will be updating the Quantum Communication Network Protocol at midnight Imperial Universal Time. There may be brief communication disruptions lasting a few seconds during this period. Although the likelihood of a disruption was near zero since the new network could be activated before fully taking on the load of the previous one, the announcement was made as a precaution. The last thing the Empire needed was a sudden, unexplained blackout, even for a few seconds. While minor network failures were a normal occurrence in pre-Empire times, they had become virtually unheard of in the present day. Given the Empire's increasing reliance on an always available, free-for-all network, even a brief disruption could result in significant financial losses if critical data were corrupted during the transition. Despite the announcement being short, it immediately became a hot topic of discussion among citizens who were awake at the time. Many speculated on the reason behind the urgent update and why it was happening on such short notice. Was it just an improvement, or was there something bigger at play? Meanwhile, the agency responsible for implementing the upgrade had no time for speculation. Their focus was entirely on the task at hand. Their official production partner, Hephaestus Industries and Manufacturing Incorporated, had already begun mass printing the updated quantum communication satellites. Manufacturing divisions across both star systems, Sol and Proxima Centauri, were running at full capacity. However, there was a key difference between the satellites being built in each system. The satellites printed in Proxima Centauri were being assembled with an empty center. In contrast, those printed in Sol were already equipped with the newly added devices at their center. These new components couldn't simply be printed anywhere, they required elements, atoms, that neither the Solar System nor the Proxima Centauri system naturally possessed. The only way the Empire had obtained these exotic atoms, materials was through exchanges with the astral conclave civilizations. It didn't take long before all the required quantum communication satellites were successfully printed and prepared for deployment. With the hardware ready, all that remained was for the Imperial Internet Agency to finalize their operational preparations. In just 3 days, the new system would be deployed and activated, marking yet another leap forward for the Empire's technological dominance. Chapter 844 Migration. 3 days later. With only 6 hours remaining until the scheduled update of the Quantum Communication Network Protocol, the deployment process had finally begun in full force. Ships carrying the newly manufactured quantum communication satellites launched from multiple locations and bases, dispersing throughout the solar system. Production of these satellites had not been centralized in a single facility but instead took place across various massive industrial hubs spread throughout the system. This decentralized approach allowed for a more efficient rollout, ensuring that each satellite would be delivered to its designated position before the update went live. With each passing minute, more satellites reached their assigned locations, immediately deploying upon arrival. The ships responsible for their transport wasted no time, they would confirm successful data transmission from the satellites before swiftly moving on to the next location. As soon as each satellite settled into its designated orbit around the Sun and completed its final diagnostics, the true nature of the Solar System batch of satellites revealed itself. Unlike their counterparts in Proxima Centauri, which didn't have the new devices, the satellites built in Sol had already been fully equipped. As soon as they became operational, the devices at their centers activated, and one by one, every single satellite vanished from all known sensors. This unprecedented disappearance was the result of cutting-edge Imperial stealth technology, now fused with Shadari cloaking advancements. Together, they had created a system so refined that, for any civilization at Tier 1 or lower, these satellites were effectively undetectable, rendering the Empire's new communication network nearly invisible to all but its own. At the very core of the newly installed device, nestled within its intricate framework, was a seemingly unremarkable marble-sized object. However, beneath its unassuming exterior, an extraordinary phenomenon was unfolding. A steady stream of mana, converted from the electricity generated by the satellite's onboard fusion reactor, was being funneled directly into this tiny sphere, setting into motion a process that defied conventional understanding. If one were to peer beyond its surface, shrinking their perspective down to the atomic scale, they would uncover something unprecedented. But stopping at atoms wouldn't be enough. Zooming in even further, past the subatomic realm, past the level where quarks and gluons danced in chaotic harmony, and beyond even the boundaries of known quantum fields, one would finally arrive at the Planck scale, the very foundation of reality itself. Here, in this infinitesimally small domain, the smooth and predictable nature of spacetime collapsed into a chaotic, shifting landscape. This was the realm of quantum foam, where the very fabric of existence fluctuated wildly. Tiny, transient structures, virtual particles, mini wormholes, and spacetime bubbles constantly blinked in and out of existence within the unimaginably short span of Planck time. And within this chaotic sea, the Emperor's greatest innovation had taken root, an invention that had been nearly 20 years in the making, a culmination of both imperial ingenuity and Lab City's relentless pursuit of the unknown. It was a device so advanced that, if the physicists of old could witness what was occurring within that tiny marble, they would likely perish from sheer disbelief. At first, the formation and dissipation of mini wormholes within the quantum foam occurred in a purely random fashion, just as expected at the quantum level. This chaotic, fleeting nature was simply how things functioned in such an extreme environment. However, as each second passed in the real world, a remarkable shift began to take place. The once random appearances and disappearances of these wormholes started to exhibit a pattern, a controlled rhythm emerging from the disorder. Approximately a googol of these quantum-scale wormholes now flickered into and out of existence in staggered intervals, ensuring that at any given moment, at least 100 quintillion of them remained stable. This meticulous synchronization was no accident, every aspect had been calculated beforehand to exacting precision. The process was anything but simple, requiring extreme levels of energy and precision to manipulate these ephemeral structures. Then, at the critical moment, the next stage began. The quantum foams within each satellite's marble core started an intricate process of entanglement, linking themselves to one another across the solar system. This phase required an enormous energy input, as well as near-flawless coordination, but once completed, a fundamental shift took place. Every new wormhole that formed within these quantum foams would automatically become part of this entangled network. The need for continuous recalibration was eliminated, marking a breakthrough in stable quantum-linked communication. With the network of entangled quantum foams successfully established, the fusion reactors within the satellites continued generating energy, but now that energy was redirected toward a new task, the initiation of a wormhole connection with the Proxima Centauri satellites. On the Proxima side, each satellite activated its magnetic drive, a specialized system designed to maintain absolute positioning in space. Stability was crucial. This initial connection attempt demanded precise, unwavering coordinates to successfully establish the wormhole link. With both ends of the network now actively engaged in this synchronized effort, the true test was about to begin. After about 10 minutes of retries and adjustments, the quantum communication network finally established its full set of connections. A few initial failures had required the process to restart multiple times, but with each attempt, the system refined its calibration until a stable link was achieved. With the entanglement-based wormhole connection now fully operational, all satellites immediately began running rigorous data transfer tests, exchanging packets of information in a high-speed ping-pong to verify the integrity and reliability of the network. Unlike the previous system, where distance significantly impacted energy expenditure, the newly established connection eliminated most of those limitations by drastically reducing energy costs. While the energy required to open a wormhole still increased with distance, the wormholes themselves existed at the Planck scale, making this expenditure almost negligible. As a result, the network could establish connections regardless of the distance between satellites. With test data now transferring instantly, it was clear that the major hurdles of quantum communication had finally been overcome. As these tests continued, the fusion reactors, which had been running at maximum capacity to establish the entanglement process, gradually reduced their output to normal operational levels, just enough to sustain routine data transmission without excess energy waste. Now, distance no longer mattered. As long as an individual was near a quantum communication tower, they could establish an instantaneous connection with any other point within the empire, no matter how many light-years separated them. By the time all final calibrations and stability checks were completed, the long-awaited moment arrived. The transition to the new quantum network was seamless. There was no need for a manual activation or system reboot. The handover process had already been pre-programmed, allowing the new network to take over automatically without a single disruption to ongoing data transfers. The previous network, rather than shutting down, entered a low-power standby mode, remaining fully functional as a backup. If any of the new satellites encountered a failure or were destroyed, the backup network could immediately shoulder part of the load, ensuring redundancy and system resilience. Without anyone noticing a difference, the Imperial Communication Network had crossed a threshold, one that would make future expansion effortless. With its most significant technological bottleneck now resolved, the Empire's ability to project influence, coordinate operations, and explore new territories had just taken a quantum leap forward. "Sir, the migration is completed safely," Nova reported, her voice echoed in the room. Aaron barely acknowledged the update, his focus locked onto the massive holographic construct before him. The intricate circular structure that had once been the initial foundation was now visibly transformed. Additional layers had been carefully stacked on top of it, like Lego pieces expanding upon a core design. "Good," he responded absent-mindedly, his eyes never straying from his work. He had expected the migration to proceed smoothly. After all, he had personally contributed to its design and construction, ensuring that the network had undergone rigorous testing before deployment. Every conceivable failure scenario had been pushed to its limits, breaking the system repeatedly in controlled environments before resolving each weakness. Still, in his mind, he mentally checked off the task as complete, one step forward. But the list in his thoughts remained incomplete, a few crucial objectives still left unchecked. Even the complex structure he was currently working on was just one piece of the greater whole. Chapter 845: A Journey into the Unknown. While the Emperor remained engrossed in his work, Mars, still concealed from all external sensors, was undergoing significant modifications. The planetary shield, which doubled as a stealth veil, was in the process of receiving a major upgrade. When the Emperor had first deployed the shield, he had also integrated it with a rune computer interface, allowing the shield's runes to be controlled and adjusted through computational input rather than manual intervention. Now, this interface was being augmented with the newly developed stealth technology, a fusion of Imperial advancements in Shadari stealth techniques. Once the system was activated, the planetary shield itself remained unchanged, but a new outermost veil formed around it, acting as the first line of stealth defense. This additional layer further reinforced Mars' invisibility, making detection by any known technology even more improbable. However, the original stealth properties of the shield were not disabled. Instead, they remained fully operational, serving as a secondary failsafe in the event the new veil was ever compromised. This entire enhancement process was carried out in absolute secrecy, restricted to only those whose positions or responsibilities required them to know. Despite the complexity of the upgrade, the entire operation was completed within a single month, perfectly aligning its finalization with the deployment of the new quantum communication satellites. But that wasn't the only operation taking place on Mars. At the same time, within one of the planet's large-scale military atomic printing facilities, a fleet was being assembled. The atomic printers, operating at a steady but controlled pace, were producing ships one after another. 90 ships had already been printed and were now hovering in a precise grid formation above the facility, as if parked in an invisible dock. With each passing moment, more ships ascended, joining the hovering fleet. This continued until the 100th ship emerged from the printer, marking the completion of this batch. No more ships followed. The final vessel rose to its designated position, and without hesitation, the entire fleet began to move in unison, as though controlled by a single mind, toward a designated and used sector of the planet. As they approached, the ships split into smaller groups, each forming a single-file formation behind its designated lead ship. These leading vessels did more than just navigate, they began preparing for an advanced maneuver. Their fusion reactors ramped up energy production to nearly 10 times their normal output, channeling the excess energy into mana conversion and focusing it into a specialized device on board. The ships sped toward their target location, and as 30 seconds remained before arrival, the lead ships continued concentrating energy into their specialized systems. Then, just as they were about to reach their destination, a disturbance appeared in space ahead. Ripples began forming in the fabric of spacetime, and within moments, several wormholes materialized, their number precisely matching the number of groups. Without slowing down, the fleet activated their stealth systems, vanishing from sight just before entering the wormholes. The moment the last ship passed through, the wormholes collapsed, sealing off any trace of their departure. Re-engaging spatial lock. The calm yet authoritative voice of the control center AI echoed through the command room as Mars' spatial lock reactivated. The lock had been momentarily lifted to allow the creation of wormholes within the planet's veil, but now that the fleet had departed, it was swiftly restored. On the massive display screen, the fleet's various groups remained visible, despite having already engaged stealth mode. Their departure was tracked in real time, their trajectories mapped precisely as they emerged from the wormholes. Each group had reappeared at different points along the outer edges of the Oort cloud, the farthest region for which the Empire had absolute coordinate data within the solar system. Only one group had exited near the Proxima Centauri system's protective barrier, but just like the others, they did not linger. Without even a momentary pause, every ship activated its FTL drive at maximum speed, accelerating toward the nearest star along their assigned routes. Their mission was straightforward yet monumental. After covering a light month, they would pause, gather absolute spatial coordinates, transmit the data back to the control room, and resume their journey. Each stop expanded the Empire's charted space, pushing the boundaries of their reach further than ever before. Amid the hushed intensity of the control room, quiet murmurs broke the silence. If my wife knew what we're capable of now, she'd faint. One of the officers, eyes still fixed on his console, let out a disbelieving chuckle. His colleague, seated nearby, smirked in response. With what we can do now, I completely understand why conspiracy theorists exist. They both shared a brief laugh, the sheer absurdity of their technological capabilities not lost on them. To the average citizen of the Empire, what they were witnessing was pure science fiction, something that was nearly impossible to exist in their lifetime. A brief pause followed before the inevitable question was asked. When do you think the public will know about this tech? A thoughtful hum. Hard to say, his friend replied. Could be tomorrow. Could be a decade from now. It all depends on how the conclave individuals act, or if the situation or a crisis forces an early reveal. But right now? There's too much to gain by keeping it secret. This tech makes any ship that has it almost impossible to track or catch if they're dead set on escaping or hiding. That's not something you want in just anyone's hands. He paused before adding, maybe if they figure out a way for the public to benefit from it without letting regular ships have the capability to open wormholes freely, or if they can ensure remote control over it no matter the distance, then they might release it. Until then, it stays military only. Despite the casual tone of their conversation, neither officer looked away from their screens as they monitored the fleet's continuously transmitted data. Their ability to hold a conversation without missing a single detail was a testament to the grueling training they had undergone to earn their posts here. Out beyond the Oort cloud in Bay 1, the Proxima Centauri, the ships pressed forward, leaving nothing but ripples in space as they vanished into the unknown. Chapter 846 Monthly Report. John lifted his head from the piles of documents in front of him, his expression calm but carrying the weight of responsibility. How is the progress of our preparations? At this moment, few individuals in the Empire were busier than him. As the overseer of the entire imperial military, he was tasked with preparing for the massive military restructuring, ensuring every division was ready for the upcoming changes. His monthly progress reports to the Emperor demanded at least an intermediate understanding of every research project under his jurisdiction. Though he could have had the research heads report directly, John insisted on personally understanding each project, an exhausting endeavor, made possible only through knowledge assimilation and time acceleration technology. A response quickly followed. I have already finished decrypting all of the information we collected during the war and from the captured Zelther ship. Nyx is currently already running training simulations with that data. The voice belonged to Athena, the AI responsible for overseeing all of the matters related to the Imperial military. Decrypting the vast amount of data collected during the short war was no simple task. Many enemy ships had been destroyed before full data extraction could be completed, leaving behind fragments that took time to decrypt and filter through. However, with the new decryption technology provided by Nova, Athena had successfully decrypted and sorted out usable intelligence from the corrupt or incomplete files. Once the decryption was completed, the verified information was uploaded to the Akashic records, making it accessible to all personnel deemed to have clearance. With the intelligence now available, Athena assigned Nyx to use the collected intelligence and brain data to train infiltration specialists. Their mission was to gather critical intelligence on the Astral Conclave, ensuring that the Empire's strategic adjustments were based on the real situation, rather than assumptions. John took a moment to process the update, his gaze momentarily distant. Then, with a decisive nod, he placed the document he was reading back into the pile on the table. "Tell Nyx to join me. I'm ready to report our progress. She will be with you there." Athena's voice carried an air of calm efficiency. Though she had the authority to attend the briefing, it was not her task. The responsibility of delivering the report fell to John, and she had no intention of overstepping unless requested. Though their positions seemed equal, their roles were clearly defined. As soon as the words left her, the room around John dissolved in an instant. The simulation instance ended. "We should have agents ready for infiltration operations within the timeframe you gave us. Currently, they are living within a simulated environment designed to make the habits and mannerisms of the species they will impersonate second nature. This will ensure they avoid any slip-ups once deployed." Nyx, having already joined the meeting, concluded her portion of the report and waited. The Emperor remained silent for a moment, processing the information. If he had any questions, now would be the time to ask. Aaron leaned back slightly, his expression thoughtful. "Do we already have the absolute coordinates for deployment, or is that still a work in progress?" A brief pause. Then, Nyx responded. "Although the data we gathered during the war has proven valuable, unfortunately, we did not find any usable absolute coordinates for infiltration. The ones we do have belong to upper-level civilizations, and the locations they lead to are primarily military bases. This presents a major issue. These bases are heavily protected and equipped with sensitive sensors capable of detecting spatial fluctuations or any attempt to open a wormhole. If we attempt an insertion there, it would not only result in the immediate destruction of the infiltration forces but also alert the entire conclave. That level of heightened vigilance would make future operations significantly more difficult." Nyx continued, her tone remaining neutral but carrying an underlying weight of concern. "Additionally, a failed infiltration attempt carries the risk of being misinterpreted. The targeted civilization might assume the attempt was orchestrated by one of their rivals, potentially igniting an internal conflict. Even more concerning, if they believe the infiltration came from a civilization outside the conclave, especially one with technology comparable to their wormhole systems, it could escalate into a large-scale war we are not yet prepared for. Given our current lack of intelligence on their internal politics and military readiness, such a conflict could draw us in. The conclave would do everything in its power to secure its access to mana stones during such turmoil, further complicating an already volatile situation." Aaron gave a slow nod, acknowledging the risk. "So how do you plan on sending the spies safely then?" "Since we possess some absolute coordinates and know the principles of how they are gathered, we are working on a workaround. Using the incomplete conclave star maps we obtained, we are running simulations to generate potential safe insertion points, locations distant enough from military installations and sensor networks to avoid immediate detection." A holographic display activated in front of them, showing clusters of points being mapped out in real time. "Once we have a set of promising coordinates, we will send mini-ships with technology profiles distinct from our own. These ships will conduct reconnaissance, verifying if the chosen locations are truly safe. If they pass our safety criteria, we will then deploy the actual infiltration ships, marking the official start of our operations." Nyx paused before adding, "We didn't include this in the initial report because the process is still ongoing. While the approach has potential, it has yet to yield concrete results." Upon hearing the explanation, Aaron nodded in satisfaction. It reassured him that he had the right individuals for each position. This delegation of responsibilities meant he didn't have to personally devise every plan and micromanage their execution. Instead, he could focus on broader strategic decisions while his team handled the step-by-step planning necessary to achieve those goals. Before you test them in the real universe, run them by me first, he added. While he trusted their expertise, there were always details they might overlook, details he could catch due to his broader perspective and deeper knowledge of certain classified matters. That was the plan, sir, Nix responded without hesitation. Good. Thanks. With her part of the report concluded, Nix disappeared from the virtual meeting. She saw no reason to stay for John's report. She already had full access to the information and could easily review the Emperor's thoughts later through the meeting transcripts or by analyzing shifts in research directives. John then took over, providing a structured overview of their progress. Occasionally, he called on the heads of specific research divisions to give detailed explanations and answer technical questions. While John had a strong grasp of the overall projects, certain advanced details required direct input from the researchers themselves. The meeting continued with Aaron listening carefully, occasionally interjecting with questions to ensure everything was moving in the right direction. Chapter 847 Eularia. Bam! A heavy thud echoed as a box was set down, the sound hinting at its weight. We have tractor beam technology at our disposal, so why are we hauling these things by hand? Isn't this a waste of both resources and our valuable time? Charlie, a soldier in an Imperial Army uniform, grumbled as he straightened his back and headed toward the remaining boxes they needed to move. Despite his complaints, there was no hesitation in his movements, creating a stark contrast between his words and actions. You're already using anti-gravity devices to carry them, so what are you whining about? Besides, we're in a testing zone. Do you really think they'd let us use high-end tech and risk a disaster mid-experiment? His friend retorted, dropping his box before jogging to catch up. Laziness is the mother of innovation. Do you think we'd have advanced this far if we weren't too lazy to repeat the same tasks for centuries? And if that were really their concern, they could just disable the equipment once testing begins, Charlie countered as they each grabbed another box and resumed their task. They had barely taken a few steps when... Bam! 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 The ground convulsed violently, as if a giant were pounding the ground with a hammer. Boxes toppled over, and both soldiers found themselves involuntarily bouncing with the tremors. What the foo? Oh my God! Their voices carried two distinct kinds of shock, the first half filled with alarm, unsure if they were under attack or if a test had gone terribly wrong. But as their eyes fell on the source of the commotion, their words trailed off into an entirely different kind of astonishment. Bam! 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 Two massive humanoid mechas stomped forward, each towering hundreds of meters tall. One was a deep blue, carrying a gun proportionate to its enormous frame. The other was crimson, unarmed, but with two sword-like hilts affixed to its hips, though no blades extended from them. The colossal machines came to a sudden halt, their heads turning toward the two soldiers. A faint hum followed as a blue beam swept over them, disappearing moments later, having already scanned and extracted all available information. Keep up the good work, the red mecha rumbled, its voice as vast as its form. Raising its left arm, it gave them a casual wave before both machines resumed their advance. Charlie and his companion stood frozen, their brains struggling to process what had just happened. Their eyes locked onto the mecha's raised foot, instinctively bracing for the inevitable tremor when it made contact with the ground. But the impact never came. Though the mechas continued walking as before, their movements were now eerily silent, as if their immense weight had vanished into thin air. Charlie let out a sharp exhale. Ha! I should really be used to impossible things happening by now, he muttered, forcing himself back to the task at hand, though his gaze remained fixed on the retreating figures of the mechas. With that, they resumed their work, but the encounter left their minds adrift. Conversation dwindled, replaced by lingering awe as they mechanically completed their assigned duties. I thought the smooth operation in VR was because it was an incomplete program and the Empire had control over the variables, but I was wrong. It feels exactly the same, with no difference at all, Eulalia mused as she piloted the red mecha. She was the designated pilot representing the Ural coalition in the battle against the Emperor until she was captured. Once Nova had seized control of Mecha 765, the fight was effectively over, and Eulalia, along with her mecha, became Aaron's property as per the terms of the agreement. Due to the backlash from the control system, a brain-machine interface directly linked to her brain, Eulalia had fallen into a coma when Nova forcibly took over the system. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself in VR, where Nova explained her situation. Once she was fully brought up to speed, Nova presented her with two options. Swear loyalty to the Emperor and the Empire, and contribute to the Empire's mecha research. Live freely but under constant surveillance, unable to leave the planet. Both choices came with the promise of full medical restoration. The circuits and implants embedded in her body, which allowed her to control her mecha but also drastically shortened her lifespan due to the physical and mental toll, would be removed. Her body would be returned to peak condition. For Eulalia, the decision was simple. In exchange for her loyalty and commitment to the research program, she negotiated for her entire family tree to be relocated to Earth. Nova accepted without hesitation. As a result, her entire lineage was brought to live with her, transported by Ural Coalition representatives as part of the Mana Exchange Program, one of many trades made in return for Mana Stones. Although Eulalia had sworn loyalty to the Emperor, she remained skeptical about the promise of being fully healed. She believed that as long as she needed to pilot mechas, her condition would remain unchanged, only this time, she would be fighting under the Emperor's banner. However, that assumption was quickly shattered when in the Universal Simulation, she tested the new mecha control system that didn't require pilots to bear the physical and mental strain. Instead, the computer handled the burden, while her role was simply to issue commands, just like moving her own body, but without any of the exhausting toll she once endured. At first, she was doubtful. But now, as she lived this reality, piloting mechas without the sacrifices that once defined her profession and with no lingering worries about her family, she found herself truly enjoying life for the first time. Hey, are you daydreaming again? Eulalia's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the voice coming from the blue mecha, positioned about a kilometer away. It stood facing her, its massive hands gripping the equally massive gun. No, just adjusting. It feels exactly like it did in VR, she responded, her hands tightening around the two sword handles on her hips. With a swift motion, she pulled them free, though at first, they appeared to be nothing more than empty hilts. That changed in an instant. A brilliant blue light flared to life, materializing into twin short swords. Unlike traditional weapons, their cutting edges were formed by intersecting runic shields, meaning their shape could be adjusted at will to suit the wielder's needs. You were the one who insisted on testing things in real life, so you better take this seriously, the blue mecha's pilot said, raising his gun and leveling it at her. Eulalia smirked, tightening her grip on the glowing blades. Looks like I need to show you what real-life experience truly means to a mecha pilot, she shot back. At that moment, Athena's voice rang out, acting as the referee. Start. Chapter 848 The Test I. A few minutes before the fight began, an alarm blared across the testing grounds, and all personnel in the vicinity received an immediate evacuation order. Given the low number of individuals present, the process was completed in under a minute. Once the area was cleared, a massive shield dome began forming, expanding to cover a 30-kilometer diameter and reaching a height of 5 kilometers. This barrier ensured that nothing occurring inside would escape, critical for a semi-live fire test. Outside the dome, the evacuated soldiers gathered, their eyes fixed on the transparent section of the shield, which projected a live feed of the battle about to unfold. Thank God they sent us to move those boxes, Charlie muttered, his voice brimming with excitement. On the screen, two towering mechas stood a kilometer apart, weapons drawn, locked in an intense stare-down. His earlier complaints about manual labor were long forgotten. He knew he was about to witness history. This was the first ever live battle between mechas built by the Empire. Until now, all development and testing had been confined to VR, meaning that no one outside the project had even known these machines existed. Today, not only had he learned of their existence, but he was among the few lucky enough to watch them in action. His enthusiasm went unanswered. The rest of the soldiers, including his friend, remained silent, completely absorbed in the unfolding spectacle, unwilling to miss even a single moment. The moment Athena called for the fight to begin, the blue mecha pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, the massive gun sent a round into the chamber, where it was rapidly accelerated through the electromagnetic coiled barrel before launching forward, sonic booms echoing in its wake. The bullet crossed the kilometer-wide gap in less than a second, but instead of piercing the red mecha, two separate explosions erupted 2 kilometers behind her. The bullet had been sliced cleanly in half before it could hit its mark. There was a brief pause, a deceptive moment of calm before the storm. Then, the blue mecha pulled the trigger again. And again. And again. By the fourth shot, it switched to automatic fire, unleashing a relentless barrage as if determined to drown the battlefield in lead. The red mecha reacted instantly. The first bullet? Sliced apart. The second? Same result. The third? No different. But by the time the fourth round came, her HUD warned her it was impossible to keep cutting them. The gaps between bullets were too small, making it impractical to deflect them all individually. She needed a different approach. Her left-hand sword began to shift as she changed her stance, raising it in front of her like a shield. At the same time, the cutting-edge shaped shield of the sword began to reshape, and the handle itself transformed, morphing into a large Roman-style shield just in time to intercept the oncoming storm of bullets. The first few rounds struck, causing ripples across the shield's surface. Then more. The shield held, but each impact carried enough force to push her backward, her massive frame sliding inch by inch under the relentless barrage. Not one to be passive, the red mecha quickly shifted her strategy. Still holding her shield, she made a throwing motion with her right hand, flinging the sword toward the blue mecha. Due to needing to keep the shield up to block incoming rounds, she had to throw the sword sideways, making it appear as if it would completely miss its target. But the moment it left her hand, the sword transformed, its cutting-edge-shaped shield reconfiguring midair into the shape of a boomerang. Just like the bullets before, it crossed the distance in less than a second, its trajectory bending sharply to slice through the blue mecha's hands. But the targeting system had already detected it. The blue mecha attempted to lean back, trying to dodge, but due to its massive size, it couldn't move fast enough. Instead of severing its hands, the boomerang cleaved through the muzzle of its massive gun, sending metal fragments flying. Before the severed weapon even hit the ground, the boomerang returned, spinning back toward its owner. The red mecha caught it smoothly, and at the same moment, her left hand's shield reverted back into a sword. For a brief moment, neither mecha moved. They locked eyes. The silent message between them was clear: the warm-up was over. It was time to get serious. Bam! The red mecha took a step forward. Bam! Another. Faster. And faster. Within seconds, she was at full sprint, though due to their colossal size, the kilometer-wide battlefield wasn't long enough for her to reach maximum speed. She had already covered half the distance in just a few steps. Yet, despite the charging red mecha, the blue mecha did not retreat. Instead, he simply let go of the ruined gun, letting it crash to the ground. Then, he closed his hands into fists and assumed a hand-to-hand combat stance. He was waiting for her. with no intention of dodging. This was about to turn into a close-quarters brawl. With only a few steps left before reaching the blue mecha, Eulalia swiftly threw one of her two swords, this time aiming directly at her opponent. The blue mecha reacted instantly, parrying the projectile and sending it spinning high into the sky. But that brief moment of reaction cost him. By the time he had finished deflecting the sword, the red mecha was already in front of him, swinging her remaining sword in a downward strike. Instinct took over. The blue mecha lunged forward, closing the distance with a step, extending his left hand to catch her sword arm before the blade could reach him. At the same time, his right hand launched a punch straight toward the red mecha's stomach. But something was off. Even though he was almost fast enough to grab her arm, he realized he was just a fraction too far. He was going to be caught. Yet, the sword never hit him. An invisible force suddenly interacted with the red mecha's sword arm, redirecting the attack outward. Instead of slicing through his left arm, the blade cleaved into the ground, sending debris flying. Bam! Before the blue mecha could even process what had just happened, he was sent flying backward. It was as if he had been struck by a shockwave moments before his punch could land. His massive frame skidded across the battlefield, finally stopping hundreds of meters away. Yet, without hesitation, he immediately got back up, assuming the same close combat stance as before. The red mecha, on the other hand, simply raised her left arm and, as if answering her call, the sword that had been sent into the sky plummeted back down, landing perfectly back in her hand. All of this had happened in just 5 seconds. But the sheer number of calculations, decisions, and adjustments that had been made between the two of them in that short span was astronomical. Yet, despite everything, neither of them had landed a single decisive hit. Electrostatic repulsion. That was a new way to use it, Eulalia muttered, recalling how the blue mecha had redirected her sword despite not being close enough to block it directly. Why use energy-intensive shockwaves to stop my punch when it would have done little harm to you? The blue mecha pilot countered, not amused that he had missed his chance to land the first hit. I'm applying to become a mecha pilot, Charlie declared without hesitation, his voice carrying a sense of absolute certainty. He had been completely ensnared by the battle unfolding in front of him. The sheer speed, precision, and power on display had ignited something inside him. A desire. A need. To be up there, inside one of those massive machines, pushing himself to the absolute limit. His eyes stayed glued to the projected footage, watching as the two towering mechas reset their stances, preparing for the next exchange. Around him, no one laughed or mocked his statement. Because deep down, they were all thinking the same thing. Chapter 849 The Test 2. Eulalia's gaze shifted to the battery status display. Despite the intensity of the fight so far, only about 1% of the mana battery's energy had been expended, and even that was already nearly replenished. It was a stark contrast to the mechas she once piloted. The Drall Coalition mechas were directly powered by their reactors, like plugging a device straight into a wall socket, efficient until something went wrong. If the reactor failed or was damaged, the mecha would instantly shut down, leaving its pilot stranded and vulnerable. But these mechas were different. Instead of drawing power directly from the fusion reactor, they ran on mana batteries, a buffer between the machine and its core power source. These batteries didn't just store energy, they were constantly recharged by the reactor, keeping them at full capacity. More than that, they were embedded throughout the mecha's frame, like blood flowing through a body, ensuring every part had immediate access to power. Even if the reactor went offline mid-battle, the mana batteries alone could keep the mecha operational for more than a day, as long as the pilot stuck to basic attacks and maneuvers. But the true brilliance of the system lies in its versatility. With energy already stored and ready, these mechas could unleash high-powered attacks without waiting for the reactor to catch up. There was no need to reroute or gather energy for a single devastating move, the batteries provided the surge instantly. It was clear these machines weren't just designed for combat, they were built to control battlefields. Whether to contain the chaos or dominate a fight without relying on ships or risking soldiers, they had every tool needed to thrive in the most hostile environments. Eulalia was having the time of her life. The sensation of piloting this mecha, the seamless control, the precision, the sheer responsiveness, was everything the Graal Coalition had once dreamed of achieving. But their attempts had never come close to this level of refinement. It wasn't just the intuitive controls that made the Empire's mechas superior. It was the perception acceleration. Even on its own, this technology was a game changer. It didn't just heighten reaction speed, it stretched time itself within her mind, allowing her to perceive everything in slow motion. Every incoming attack became crystal clear, giving her ample time to analyze the most efficient response without relying purely on instinct or reflexes. No longer did she have to waste excess energy or risk unnecessary damage from surprises. And when combined with the Empire's unmatched sensors, the advantage became overwhelming. The mecha's quantum supercomputer processed data from all available sensors, not just from the mecha itself but from every Imperial asset in the vicinity. Then, it translated that overwhelming flood of information into a single, clear, perfectly tailored visual feed for the pilot. There was no clutter. No confusion. No blind spots. No hidden threats. No surprises. This was more than just a machine, it was the ultimate extension of a pilot's will. And for a mecha pilot like her, it was as close to perfection as she could imagine what perfection was. Activate the anti-gravity drives. The moment Eulalia gave the mental command, the mecha responded instantly. Energy from the idle reactor, no longer needed to charge the already full mana batteries, was redirected to power the drives. Yet, from the outside, nothing changed. The mecha didn't lift off the ground, nor did it show any visible reaction. 10 seconds had passed since their last exchange. The brief pause was enough for both pilots to reassess. Then, Eulalia moved. She brought the two sword handles together. They clicked seamlessly into place, merging as the shield rune activated. The result? A spear. The shaft and blade were both constructed from a shield, extending from the hilt as a solid. Without hesitation, she thrust forward, her entire mecha surging ahead. A perfect killing strike. But the blue mecha was ready. With a swift sidestep, it dodged the spear. Before Eulalia could recover, her opponent grabbed the weapon, using its momentum to yank her forward. For a brief moment, it seemed to work. The red mecha stumbled, appearing to lose balance as it was pulled toward the blue mecha. Then came the counter. The blue mecha drew back its fist and launched a devastating punch aimed straight at Eulalia's chest, right where the reactor was housed. If it landed, it would have ended the fight. The punch closed in. Meters away. Inches. And then, the impossible happened. Just as the impact seemed inevitable, Eulalia let go of the spear mid-motion. With unnatural agility, she flipped mid-air, her massive frame moving as if weightless. Her hands clasped together, then locked onto the blue mecha's neck. Using her own momentum, she dragged him downward just as she landed, forcing him to the ground with a thunderous crash. She caught the falling spear, spun it in her grip, and drove it down, aiming directly at the blue mecha's chest, where the reactor was housed. And then... fight over. Winner, Eulalia. Athena's voice echoed across the battlefield, signaling the end of the fight. Eulalia immediately deactivated the spear, catching the two handles as they reverted into sword hilts. With practiced ease, she secured them on her hips before extending a hand toward the fallen blue mecha. Fair game. The blue mecha's pilot accepted the gesture, gripping her hand as the massive machine rose from the ground. "Not bad," Eulalia remarked, patting the blue mecha's back before releasing a controlled shockwave. A pulse of energy swept away the dust and sand clinging to the mech from the impact. "I almost missed your neck when you tilted your head, even though I hid the move until the last second." Even with perception acceleration, there's still a limit to how fast we can move these machines. The blue mecha's pilot responded, dusting off the last bits of debris. No matter how fast our minds process, the mecha can only react so quickly. True, Eulalia agreed. But it would have been a meaningless fight if shields and other protection systems were allowed. Both of them understood the purpose of the exercise. In a real battle, mechas would rely on their reactors to continuously recharge the mana batteries, powering their strongest defenses in weaponry. However, the moment a reactor was damaged, those energy-intensive systems would automatically shut down to preserve power, meaning pilots needed to be just as capable without them. As they continued their conversation, they walked back toward the towering structure in the distance, their starting point. It was an atomic printer, a facility designed to construct everything tested in this testing zone, including today's centerpiece, the two massive mechas. Now that the test was complete, the fate of the mechs would be decided. Would they be preserved in a museum? Or dismantled, broken back down into atoms to be reused for future projects? Either way, today's battle had served its purpose. Chapter 850 Tempting Fate. Crack. Had there been air to carry the sound, that would have been the noise echoing through space. Instead, there was only silence as the fabric of space fractured, a jagged crack forming for the briefest of moments. A small, round object emerged, slipping through the gap before it sealed itself shut, leaving no trace of its existence. The only evidence that anything had occurred was the lone sphere, now drifting amid the vastness of space. Roughly the size of a football, the sphere remained still for only a moment before it came to life. It scanned its surroundings, finding itself deep within an asteroid field, surrounded by tumbling rocks and frozen comet nuclei. Without hesitation, the object accelerated, weaving through the chaotic debris field with ease and with no visible propulsion method. Tiny blue sparks flickered from its surface each time it passed near an asteroid or an icy fragment, scattering briefly before fading into nothingness. It was collecting data. Its movement formed a widening spiral, a systematic pattern as it mapped and analyzed everything in its view. Minute by minute, hour by hour, it expanded its search, its course resembling a growing web of unseen pathways. For a full 24 hours, it continued this relentless survey until suddenly, it froze mid-flight. A presence had entered its range. A massive ship. Its sensors instantly shifted focus, locking onto the colossal vessel that had ventured into the asteroid field. Had it been detected? The sphere remained still, its advanced systems working rapidly to determine whether the ship's occupants had noticed its presence or not. For now, it remained nothing more than another drifting piece of debris. The massive ship loomed over the icy expanse, docked to an enormous frozen body spanning hundreds of kilometers. A steady flow of thousands of smaller ships moved around it, ferrying chunks of ice back to the mothership, clear evidence of an active mining operation. For over an hour, the sphere observed in silence, tracking every movement. It noted patrol ships scattered throughout the area, their flight paths predictable, and their sensor sweeps. Satisfied with its analysis, it began to move. Its first target, a patrolling ship stationed nearby. The sphere advanced cautiously, stopping 1 kilometer away, then waited. 10 minutes passed. No reaction. It moved again, cutting the distance in half. Still no response. Emboldened, it resumed its approach, creeping ever closer until it was within 10 meters of the patrol ship. It didn't stop there. Circling the vessel, it scanned every angle, methodically capturing its structure, weapon placements, thruster configuration, everything. The process was swift and efficient. Once completed, it drifted away, its attention now set on the main mining site. One by one, the sphere repeated the process, imaging every distinct type of ship within the fleet. It ignored duplicates, but the sheer variety of vessels, each customized and modified in some way, meant the task took time. A full day passed before only one target remained: the mothership. Unlike before, the sphere adopted its cautious approach once more, advancing in measured increments just as it had with the patrol ship. This was the most critical scan of all. As the sphere completed its careful approach and began imaging the mothership, it detected individuals scattered across various sections, seemingly engaged in repairs or modifications. This discovery prompted it to pause its mapping operations. Instead, it altered course, heading toward one particular worker isolated and alone, far from the others. At 5 meters away, the sphere stopped. It observed. The worker continued their task, completely unaware of the foreign presence mere meters away. For 10 minutes, the sphere remained still, analyzing every movement, every tool, every subtle action. Then, just as it had with the ships, it began imaging the individual, scanning every detail with its invisible sensors. Still, no reaction. Not even a flicker of awareness. It was as if the sphere simply did not exist, as if it were nothing more than an illusion, a figment of some distant, unfathomable mind. Once the imaging was complete, the sphere lost interest in the worker entirely. Without hesitation, it resumed its primary objective. For the next 3 hours, it continued its methodical mapping of the mothership, scanning its hull, structure, and every modification in detail. And then it was done. Without lingering, without hesitation, the sphere immediately turned and began its departure. It retraced its path, weaving back through the asteroid field. Approaching the location where it had first entered, it did not slow, did not pause. Just as before, a crack in space appeared. The sphere dived through without a moment's hesitation. A heartbeat later, the crack sealed itself, vanishing as if it had never been there. And with it, all evidence that the sphere had ever existed was erased. Welcome back. Let's hope you brought back valuable data, Nix's voice echoed through the large hall, directed at the returning object that was at the center of it. This place was far from Earth, far from any system directly tied to the Empire. It was one of many pre-mapped absolute coordinate zones, chosen to ensure that any wormholes used for reconnaissance missions could not be directly traced back to Earth, the Solar System, or Proxima Centauri. Here, the Empire had constructed a large research station, equipped with wormhole opening technology designed precisely for operations like this. Inside a 1-to-1 replica of the station, deep within the universal simulation, Aaron observed the incoming data. He wasn't alone. Nova, Athena, Nix, John, and a handful of top researchers specializing in this field were with him, all monitoring the aftermath of what had been a high-risk test just moments ago. The fact that it made it back at all justifies everything we've done, Aaron remarked, his expression unreadable as he processed the implications. Nix, meanwhile, was already receiving the raw data information that had passed through a safety filter designed to intercept any potential counterintelligence attempts. If the object had been captured and released in an effort to trace it back or had been infiltrated with malware, the filter would scrub it before allowing any direct access. For now, the room remained silent. Everyone was waiting. Waiting for Nix to process the data. Waiting for her report. To say they were eager would be a gross understatement.